Time passed. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun explained everything that had gone on in the eternal immortal domains to Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, and gradually, their anger toward him faded. When Song Junwan was told of the lengths Bruiser and Song Ke had gone to protect her, she wept. With Bai Xiaochun's help, she was able to gaze upon Song Ke from a distance as he lay there in the 9th floor of the tower. Clasping Bai Xiaochun's hand tightly, she wiped the tears from her cheeks and softly asked, "Will Ke wake up eventually?" "Definitely," Bai Xiaochun replied without the slightest hesitation. Song Ke hadn't moved since being placed in the Taoist Tower of Life and Death, and in fact hadn't changed at all. Because of the fact that his body wasn't decomposing, he looked very much like he was asleep. Zhou Zimo was also there. She clasped hands and bowed to Song Ke from a distance, and sighed. Zhou Zimo had already taken a liking to Bruiser, and he was able to sense the aura within her belly, and was immediately drawn to her. Although the two women often had a hard time understanding and getting along with Bai Xiaochun, both of them felt quite close to Bruiser. What little bit of resentment still existed in their hearts began to melt away as Bai Xiaochun casually recounted how he had saved them. The more they came to know Bai Xiaochun, the more they realized how he liked to tell dramatic stories about himself in a casual fashion. However, the truths behind those stories were still very touching. Of course, the two women didn't like each other much, and that was something that wouldn't change overnight. Bai Xiaochun knew that they had both experienced many hardships, and was also aware that if he didn't behave himself properly around them, he would likely find himself in the same situation as he had back in the days of the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect, with Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei, and that would be a big disaster. Therefore, he did his best to behave perfectly. At the same time, he began to make preparations to leave the treasured fan. He had been away from the eternal immortal domains for a long time, and although he seemed to be in good shape emotionally, the truth was that he was extremely anxious. The safety of the people he cared about was of the utmost importance, but unfortunately, he had no idea how such people were doing. For example, Li Qingho, the giant ghost king, the grand heaven master, Big Fatty Zhang, and even Gong Sun Wanner. Before, his battle prowess had been insufficient to justify a return trip. But now, going back was one of his top priorities. The fan is whole again, and I can tell that I don't need to return to the same spot in the eternal immortal domains that I left from. Although I can't casually perform a precise teleportation, I can lock down onto a general area. He also needed to come up with a specific plan for what to do after returning. Even after considerable thought, he wasn't able to come up with any perfect ideas. "Well," he said, gritting his teeth, "I can fight Archeans now, so why can't the eternal immortal domains have a tripartite balance of power? I need to occupy an entire immortal domain, and then call it the Lands of Heaven Span." The more he thought about it, the more that idea began to overshadow all of the other scattered thoughts and plans he had come up with. If I established a new nation in the Saint Emperor dynasty, it would cause instability. After all, the vile emperor already doesn't like me. In that case, I need to carve out a chunk of land from him. Slowly but surely, his plan was taking shape. It will all come down to one thing: the fight that will inevitably occur with the vile emperor after I go back. He closed his eyes for some time to think about the matter. When he opened them, they shone brightly. All of his hesitation was gone now. The first thing he did was go to Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo to explain his plan. After he finished, they exchanged glances. Neither of them did anything to persuade him to change his mind. They knew that he had no choice but to return eventually, and therefore, the best thing they could do was wish him well and not add to his anxiety. Therefore, when he suggested that they stay behind in the fan, they pretended to not be worried about the situation, and did exactly as he asked. Bruiser wanted to come along, but after all the dire circumstances he had been through, Bai Xiaochun couldn't bring himself to agree. Instead, he asked him to stay behind in the fan. After the goodbyes were said, he didn't delay any longer. Even as Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and Bruiser all looked on anxiously, he sent out some divine sense, and then faded away. The vile emperor dynasty occupied 3 of the 5 flower petals that made up the eternal immortal domains. However, only 2 were fully occupied. The other was a subject of contention with the Saint Emperor dynasty. Of the 2 that were fully occupied, one held Vile Emperor City, and the other was ruled by a celestial. Currently, the celestial stationed in that second of the 2 stable immortal domains was none other than Reverend Devourer. On that very immortal domain was a barren plain in which 2 groups of cultivators were locked in magical combat. One group wore Taoist robes, while the other were clad in black garments. They were forces from 2 local sects, who despite both being part of the Vile Emperor dynasty, had been feuding for many years. Currently at dispute was a spirit stone mine, and matters had escalated to the point where open war had broken out. The most powerful combatants in the frenzied fighting were in the nascent soul stage. High above them in the air were 2 devis, one of them an old man, the other middle-aged. They hovered there, hands clasped behind their backs as they surveyed the scene below. These devis were the powerful backers of the 2 sects involved, which they essentially owned like slaves. As devis, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to get involved in the fighting. There were many situations like this in the Vile Emperor dynasty in which powerful experts controlled small sects that would eventually go to war. Not only would such wars serve to temper and train the cultivators of the various sects, but it was also an easy way to resolve differences. Smiling faintly, the older man said, "Fellow Taoist Chun, I'm afraid that Redbud Mine won't belong to you for much longer." "I think it's a bit early to say for sure," the middle-aged man replied, his expression somewhat unsightly. Clearly, the sect he owned was now at a disadvantage. Worse, the nascent soul cultivator from his opponent's sect was just on the verge of achieving a breakthrough. The other nascent soul cultivator, the one from the sect owned by the middle-aged man, was coughing up blood, and seemed to be just on the verge of losing the fight. Snorting coldly, the middle-aged man flicked his sleeve and prepared to leave, under the smiling gaze of the older deva. However, that was when a massive conglomeration of violet lightning began to descend from the sky onto the hundreds of cultivators involved in the battle. As the lightning crashed down, the shocked cultivators below tried to leap to safety, with many being hit by the lightning and coughing up blood in response. "What is this? What's going on?" The entire battlefield was thrown into chaos, and even the 2 devis were completely taken aback, and quickly sent out divine sense to scan the area. To their shock, they watched as the crashing violet lightning formed together into the shape of a huge door. Then, a blurry figure appeared within that door. Everyone in the area was completely shocked, and even the devis felt their scalps tingling in fear. Before anyone could do anything, the figure within the lightning grew clear and stepped forward, becoming visible for everyone to see. He was tall and thin, with long black hair and fair skin. He looked like a young man, with sparkling eyes and an aura that could shake heaven and earth. Everyone who saw him was stunned by how his cultivation base crushed down on them with incredible pressure. Even the devis trembled as they were forced down onto the ground. The only thing they could think of was that this pressure vastly surpassed anything they had felt before, even from the preceptor that governed them. Even the celestials they had observed from a distance didn't seem to be on the same level. "He has to be a celestial. But which one?" That was what they were both thinking. However, not daring to mince words, the 2 devis quickly clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, exalted one." As Bai Xiaochun hovered there, eyes closed, he took a deep breath, which stirred memories of events from decades before. A moment passed, and then he opened his eyes. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he spoke in a growl that pierced all of their ears. "Tell me, is this the second immortal domain of the Vile Emperor dynasty?" Bai Xiaochun's voice caused everything in the area to tremble, and all of the cultivators, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, to be shaken to the depths of their souls. Some cultivators were shaking physically, and seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Even the devis were as pale as death, and were trembling. It wasn't something Bai Xiaochun was doing on purpose, it was just the fact that his cultivation base was too high. Now that he was in the late celestial realm, his willpower had pushed his Tao seed to the point where it was about to bloom, making his voice the type that would cause virtually all types of cultivation base in the eternal immortal domains to be deeply shaken. When Bai Xiaochun realized what was happening, he restrained the fluctuations rolling off of him as much as possible. And yet, to the crowd around, it still felt like having a boulder pushing down on their chests. The two devis were already getting some clues to what was going on, but neither dared to speak out of turn. Clasping hands, one of them said, "Exalted One, yes, we are in the second immortal domain of the Vile Emperor dynasty, very close to the Saint Emperor dynasty's second immortal domain." Bai Xiaochun immediately looked to the south, which was the location of the Saint Emperor dynasty's second immortal domain, the north of which had been occupied by the giant Ghost King and the Grand Heaven Master. Now that the damaged fan was whole, its teleportation function worked very differently than it had in the past, where he would be sent back to a specific spot. That old method left him quite limited, since the Vile Emperor could easily keep that location under watch. Now, he could teleport to virtually anywhere in the world. Although he didn't have precise control over the final destination, it at least made it easy to get to any one of the 5 different immortal domains. It's too bad the accuracy is so limited, he thought, shaking his head. Otherwise, the teleportation function could actually be my biggest life-saving magic. In contrast, the function of traveling to the fan seemed to work in exactly the same way as before. I have a lot to do now that I'm back. First is Uncle Li and everyone who was with him, and then the giant Ghost King and Grand Heaven Master. I guess I need to find Gongsun Wan'er first. She should know all the details. Whatever I do, I need to get a firm foothold here, and I need to find my people. In that case, the first thing I should do is fight a shocking battle, eyes shining with bright light. He thought about the plan he had come up with, whereupon his eyes shone with determination. His plan was to do something monumentally shocking, and thus notify everyone in the eternal immortal domains that he was back. Furthermore, by winning such a fight, he would also make it clear that there were now 3 major powers in the eternal immortal domains. After confirming where he was from the Devis, he sent his divine sense out to scan the immortal domain he was in and locate its capital city. Then, it was without any hesitation that he burst into motion, leaving behind nothing but thunderous booms and screaming winds. The crowd of cultivators was thrown backward by the wind cast by his departure. Meanwhile, the two Devis looked at each other, eyes flickering with shock. Was he? He looked familiar. I think I've seen his picture before. Celestial Cultivation Base. It must be him. He killed Celestial Deadfall, captured Prince UR Demon, executed the Vile Prince, and even withstood a palm strike from the Vile Emperor. That was definitely King Heavenspan, Bai Xiaochun. The realization of who Bai Xiaochun was caused their minds to spin as surely as if they had been struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was streaking through the air faster than if he had resorted to teleportations. Because of his indescribable speed, he rapidly closed in on the capital city, and was soon only moments away from it. Ordinary Celestials would take days to make the trip, but within no time Bai Xiaochun was there. The city itself was a colossal boulder, with countless other smaller rocks and boulders floating in the air around it, all of them covered with numerous structures. Because of that, it was known as Megarock City. Vile Emperor Dynasty cultivators streamed into and out of the city, and considering that it was noontime, the place seemed particularly bustling. No one noticed Bai Xiaochun's arrival, allowing him to hover unseen in the air above Megarock City. There was only one person who could possibly detect him, someone seated cross-legged in meditation inside of a grand hall in the boulder. Reverend Devourer. In terms of battle prowess, the most powerful celestial in the Vile Emperor dynasty was Verpka. Years ago, the second most powerful had been the old woman who ended up being killed by the sovereign clone. Back then, Reverend Devourer had been third most powerful. However, after the old woman was resurrected, she was not as strong as before, which meant that Reverend Devourer was now the second most powerful celestial in the dynasty. Despite that, his personality had not changed. He was as careful and cautious as ever. The way he had pretended to be injured during the fight with the sovereign clone, and the way he had retreated from battle with Bai Xiaochun, were all manifestations of that cautious personality. Then came the events in Vile Emperor City, which had resulted in him being punished by the Vile Emperor by being sent to this remote location. Reverend Devourer didn't mind being punished in this way, and in fact didn't really view it as a punishment at all. He had actually enjoyed his life in this immortal domain during the years which had passed. I guess it's all thanks to that by Xiaochun, he sighed. Otherwise Prince Ur Demon would have been the one sent here. Most other people had forgotten about Bai Xiaochun, but not him. He still remembered what it had been like to face that multicolored flame. He wasn't sure why exactly he was sighing right now, but he knew that he suddenly felt uneasy, as though something momentous were about to occur. He even sent some divine sense out into the city, but didn't detect anything out of the ordinary. Rising to his feet, he decided to go out to take a closer look. However, it was in that very moment that a voice spoke out from the sky above the enormous boulder. A voice which caused all cultivators in the entire city to tremble in fear, and which spoke directly to Reverend Devourer. It's been a long time, Reverend Devourer, to the people in Megarock City. It felt as if the weight of the heavens were descending upon them. And as for Reverend Devourer, he felt like his mind was being struck by heavenly lightning. That divine sense, that aura, that voice. Eyes widening, Reverend Devourer sent his divine sense up into the air above the city, where he finally caught sight of a young man in a white robe, with long black hair. Bai Xiaochun? Reverend Devourer stammered. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, the expressionless Bai Xiaochun waved his hand in the direction of the hall in which Reverend Devourer stood. Rumbling sounds filled all creation, and Reverend Devourer let loose a frenzied shriek as he shot out of the hall. As he did, the entire thing was crushed out of existence. Thanks to his timely evasive move, Reverend Devourer was only brushed by the attack, but it still caused him to cough up an enormous mouthful of blood. Instantly, his eyes lit up with terror and incredulity. This feeling was something that surpassed anything Celestial Verpka could do. It was almost on the same level as the Vile Emperor. Breakthrough. He broke through. Reverend Devourer felt like his scalp was about to explode, and he abandoned any thoughts of fighting. He simply turned and fled. Bai Xiaochun's facial expression didn't change at all. In the past, he had taken Reverend Devourer very seriously when it came to conflict, but now the man seemed anything but threatening. Waving his hand, he said, "Be crushed." The instant the words left Bai Xiaochun's mouth, all heaven and earth seemed to darken. At the same time, an enormous hand materialized in the sky above, which shot down toward Reverend Devourer. Even as the hand descended, causing the lands below to quake, the air seemed to solidify, sealing the area around Reverend Devourer so that he couldn't move. When Reverend Devourer sensed what was happening, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull because of the shock. "Why you broke through to the Archean realm." It seemed to him like the magic at work surpassed anything Celestials could utilize, as though the essence power of an entire world were being unleashed. Not even Celestial Verpka could do something like that. Face completely expressionless, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, causing intense rumbling sounds to echo out, as though the sky were being shattered. Reverend Devourer let loose a long cry of despair, performing a double-handed incantation gesture as he unleashed trump cards of all types. A black mist sprang up around him, as well as countless shadowy fiends, but such efforts were as helpful as throwing a cup of water on a burning card of firewood. The shadowy fiends were crushed out of existence as the enormous hand closed in, snatching Reverend Devourer up in one fell swoop. At that point, Bai Xiaochun casually flicked his sleeve, sending the despairing Reverend Devourer straight into his bag of holding. It all happened with ruthless efficiency, and within only 10 breaths of time. The fluctuations were still rolling out across the lands as the people in Megarock City looked on, terrified and tongue-tied. Moments later, the city devolved into a hubbub as people finally started to react. Heavens! That's Bai Xiaochun. King Heavenspan, Bai Xiaochun. He's back. He crushed Celestial Devourer in one move. That's impossible. Even as the shouts rose into the air, Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and then waved his finger down toward the ruins of the Grand Hall in the middle of Megarock City. As a result, The dust and rubble of the destroyed hall began to form together into the shape of a stone pagoda. Floor after floor took shape, seemingly without end, until it finally reached Bai Xiaochun's feet, making him seem like the paramount entity of all creation. Sitting down cross-legged, he looked out at the lands and calmly said, "Those who wish to leave may do so now. Those who wish to stay, hear my words. This immortal domain now belongs to Bai Xiaochun." He bolstered the words with his cultivation base, and powered them with his Dao seed and willpower. As a result, they echoed out far and wide, passing beyond the borders of Megarock City and into the ears of roughly half of the vile Emperor Dynasty cultivators in that immortal domain. "If you refuse to cooperate with this new arrangement, vile Emperor, then come fight me." That final sentence was bolstered by his Dao seed and willpower to reach even further. Bai Xiaochun was sure that people would relay his words to the vile Emperor, and that soon, the Emperor would come for him. When the time came, he would use Prince Demon and Reverend Devourer as bargaining chips. It took only moments for the second immortal domain in the vile Emperor dynasty to be completely astir. Something big is about to happen. Heavens! It's an invasion. We're being invaded. Damn it. This King Heavenspan is completely crazy. Isn't he worried that the vile Emperor will come and execute him? This must be some ploy by the Saint Emperor dynasty. It looks like the two dynasties are finally going to go to war. Although everyone was talking about the situation, no one actually believed that Bai Xiaochun qualified to demand an immortal domain for himself. Everyone was completely confident in how strong the vile Emperor was. Before long, word of Bai Xiaochun's return spread from his current immortal domain into other parts of both the vile Emperor city and Saint Emperor dynasty. Upon hearing the news, the vile Emperor frowned slightly. He was of a different opinion than the masses. He knew that Bai Xiaochun was the new owner of the fan that was the legacy of a sovereign. Furthermore, decades had passed. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't be doing what he was doing if he wasn't confident in the outcome. "I bet he has some trump cards ready to use. Well, I might as well force his hand as early as possible." Eyes narrowing, he sent some divine sense out to Celestial Verpka, as well as the old woman he had resurrected years ago. "Verpka, Renling. The two of you go arrest Bai Xiaochun." Verpka and Renling didn't know as much about Bai Xiaochun as the vile Emperor. However, they realized that, after such a long absence, he wouldn't return in such a high-profile manner if he wasn't confident in the outcome. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun had some trump cards at his disposal, and therefore, the two Celestials immediately understood why the vile Emperor had assigned them this mission. As powerful representatives of the vile Emperor, it was their duty to attempt to find out what secret weapons the enemy might have. It was in somewhat taciturn fashion that both Verpka and Renling flew toward the teleportation portal in Vile Emperor City and headed toward the dynasty's second immortal domain. After they left, the Vile Emperor actually emerged from his imperial palace and secretly followed them to see what would happen. Although it was shocking that Bai Xiaochun had occupied Megarock City and captured Reverend Devourer, the people of the Vile Emperor dynasty weren't very worried about the situation. After all, they had complete faith and confidence in the Vile Emperor. In fact, many cultivators began to head to Megarock City in the hopes of seeing how exactly the Vile Emperor would put King Heavenspan in his place. There were also many Heavenspan realm cultivators undercover in the same immortal domain who heard the news. Gritting their teeth, they came out of hiding and headed toward Megarock City to see what would happen. By the time Celestial Verpka and Celestial Renling arrived outside of Megarock City, there was already a crowd of several 100,000 cultivators present who had come to watch the fight. And that wasn't even to mention the cultivators who already resided in the city and were watching with glittering eyes as the scene played out. Bai Xiaochun ignored all of them. It didn't matter that so many people didn't believe what he had said before, and that none of them had left when he gave them the opportunity. That just meant there were more people to bear witness to what was about to happen. The bigger the audience, the more this fight will shake the eternal immortal domains. By this point, his eyes were alive with the desire to do battle. He had spent many years on the treasured fan, but the anger he felt in his heart had not been sated by the death of the Vile Prince. He still needed to vent. This was also the time to make a name for the Heavenspan realm in the eternal immortal domains. Upon detecting the approach of Celestial Verpka and Celestial Rinling, Bai Xiaoqun calmly looked up in their direction, then smiled coldly. The vile emperor is really playing it safe, he thought. He's an Archean, but he's sending Celestials to try to find out what my trump cards are. Well, it's too bad that Celestials don't even qualify to see my secret weapons. Celestial Verpka could see Bai Xiaoqun sitting there on the stone pagoda, and frowned at the sight of his faint smile. He could sense that something seemed off, but the vile emperor's decree had been clear. Despite the sensation of imminent danger, he gritted his teeth, unleashed the power of his cultivation base, and summoned a massive tempest that transformed into a huge hand that shot toward Bai Xiaoqun as if to grab him. Celestial Rinling was the only celestial in the Vile Emperor dynasty who hadn't had any dealings with Bai Xiaoqun. After all, back when he had made a scene in the Vile Emperor dynasty, she was still recovering from having been resurrected. And so, she wasn't as apprehensive as Celestial Verpka. Even though her battle prowess had been reduced, she was still cruel and vicious. And as she advanced, she transformed into an enormous black falcon that shot toward Bai Xiaoqun with lightning-like speed. The sound of two celestials charging into battle caused the sky to grow dim and the clouds to seethe. The will of millions of cultivators was being drawn upon to create a tempest of the most shocking proportions. From a distance, it looked like the sky might be ripped apart. Celestial Verpka moved with shocking speed, becoming vaster than the sky itself as he unleashed his crushing attack. Celestial Rinling was a bit weaker than him, but the murderous aura that roiled around her actually surpassed his. In terms of both brutality and number of kills, few Celestials in the Vile Emperor dynasty could surpass her. With the two of them attacking in unison, it seemed like a devastating force that would absolutely crush anything in their path with utter impunity. People in Megarock City were already cheering in excitement. Two Celestials are attacking at once. This King Heavenspan is dead for sure. Ha ha ha. One measly Celestial from the Heavenspan realm can't possibly be a match for two of our Vile Emperor Celestials. In fact, was it really necessary to send two? Yeah. Celestial Verpka alone could have sent Bai Xiaoqun fleeing like the rat he is. The people in the city weren't the only ones to feel that way. The numerous other cultivators who had rushed over to see the action were equally excited. They were absolutely convinced that, no matter how strong Bai Xiaoqun might be, he was nothing but a foreigner, and couldn't possibly stand up to this attack, not unless he was an Archean with battle prowess to crush everything in his path. How arrogant, Bai Xiaoqun! You're dead this time. Such talk could be heard everywhere, along with sarcastic laughter. As for the scattered Heavenspan realm cultivators present, they were anxious beyond measure, and yet were completely helpless. All they could do was fearfully watch Verpka and Rinling closing in on Bai Xiaoqun. Bai Xiaoqun didn't seem to notice what people were saying, or at least, he didn't care. In fact, his smile grew even colder. They viewed him as a foreigner, but to him, they were the foreigners. In that case, it will be in your moment of greatest conceit that I push you to the depths of despair. Eyes narrowed, he looked at the incoming Celestials. Not bothering to rise to his feet, he waved his hand, placing a faint scrap of sovereign-level aura into his hand as he launched a fist strike. He didn't even use the full and complete Undying Sovereign's fist, only a portion of it. But even still, heaven and earth rumbled loudly as the air in front of him shattered. Then, a sound that surpassed heavenly thunder exploded out, completely drowning out the sound of the cheering crowd. At the same time, the air continued to shatter, heading directly toward Celestial Verpka and Rinling, overwhelming them. It was a force backed by Xiaoqun's cultivation base, fleshly body power, and a scrap of a sovereign's aura. It might not faze an Archean, but to a Celestial, it was a catastrophic blow that simply couldn't be defended against. Celestial Verpka's eyes went wide. Despite the level of his cultivation base and his self-control, he immediately blurted, Impossible! His mind spun in unprecedented fashion, and yet, there was no time for thought or consideration. Feeling a greater sense of impending crisis than he had ever felt in his life, He let out a frenzied shout, blue veins bulging out on his face and neck as he made the decision not to back up. He knew that if he did, he would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. Of course, the power Bai Xiaochun had put into the fist strike was of secondary importance. The most important factor was the aura. It was sharp, sharper than the sharpest sword, and as such, it was like a blade slashing into a piece of wood, or even paper. Celestial Verpka howled at the top of his lungs. Not even thinking about Bai Xiaochun anymore, he used all of his cultivation base, and all of his divine abilities. He even produced 10 precious treasures, trump cards that weren't quite on the level of world treasures, but were defensive magical items of incredible value. Celestial Renling was a bit slower to react, and was not as well prepared as Verpka. Therefore, she chose to retreat. They made different decisions, and therefore, the results were vastly different. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the air shattered, creating what looked like a huge mouth that chomped down onto the two celestials. An agonized shriek and a miserable scream echoed out. As for Celestial Verpka, his more than 10 precious treasures were incapable of standing up to the energy, and shattered as quickly as dried twigs. His divine abilities, magical techniques, and defensive measures began to fall apart, allowing the massive force to pierce through toward him. However, all of the measures he had taken were not in vain. Because Bai Xiaochun had not used much of his sovereign aura, Celestial Verpka was flung backward, his chest caved in, and massive amounts of blood pouring out of his mouth. And yet, he escaped with his life. Unfortunately, Celestial Renling, despite having chosen to flee, had not come fully prepared with defensive items. It was an error in judgment that resulted in her fleshly body being ripped to shreds and destroyed. As for her Tao seed, it was swept up by the shattered air, and although it wasn't wiped out of existence, cracking sounds emanated out from it, along with a blood-curdling scream. Normally speaking, a Tao seed could only be destroyed by an Archean, but right now, 7 eye-catching cracks were visible on the surface of Renling's Tao seed. Usually, such cracks would only appear if a celestial had been resurrected, and would indicate a significant level of weakness. As such, if Renling were to be resurrected again, then her celestial cultivation base would be weakened to the point where she would be lucky to even be considered a celestial. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. It happened so quickly that no one had time to think or react. It was as if an enormous palm had just slapped all of the cultivators of the vile Emperor dynasty directly across the face. Celestial Verpka and Celestial Renling had been bearing down on Bai Xiaochun with raging energy and boundless murderous auras. And yet, Bai Xiaochun dispatched them without even standing up. He unleashed a fist strike that shattered the air, seriously wounded Celestial Verpka, and most terrifying of all, killed a celestial. Up to this point in history, it had only ever been possible for an Archean to destroy a celestial's Tao seed in battle. That was one reason why celestials didn't truly fear dying in combat. But now, everything had changed. Millions of cultivators were present to bear witness to the fact that there was a third person in the eternal immortal domains who could kill celestials. The significance of that fact, and the terrifying battle prowess Bai Xiaochun had just demonstrated, caused many people to gulp in terror. Most of them were completely dumbstruck, to the point where no one reacted for a protracted moment. Heavens! This is impossible! How could this be happening? What kind of cultivation base does he have? He can kill celestials? He actually killed her, wiped her out of existence? Amidst the terrified uproar, Celestial Verpka, who had just escaped with his life, looked over at Bai Xiaochun with disbelief and horror. You! But Bai Xiaochun wasn't even looking at Verpka. Rising to his feet atop the stone pagoda, he looked up into the sky. Since you've come all this way, vile emperor, there's no need to skulk in the shadows. I hereby challenge you to a duel. The surrounding cultivators of the vile emperor dynasty had still not recovered from their shock. As for the Heavenspan realm cultivators who were hidden in the crowd, they were still pleasantly shocked. And that was exactly when Bai Xiaochun spoke in a thunderous voice that struck everyone down to their hearts. The vile Emperor Dynasty cultivators seemed to once again be filled with confidence, and gave voice to excited anticipation. The vile Emperor? Heavens! Don't tell me the vile Emperor is actually among us right now? Ha ha ha! This Bai Xiaochun is dead. When His Majesty the vile Emperor takes action, nobody in the entire eternal immortal domains can stand up to his wrath, except maybe the Saint Emperor. Meanwhile, the air in the location that Bai Xiaochun had looked to began to ripple as a figure stepped out into the open. He wore golden imperial robes, as well as an imperial crown. He was tall and slender, but at the same time, nefarious and domineering in a way that shook everyone who looked at him. The Archean fluctuations which rolled off of him made him seem like a paragon entity of all creation, as though everywhere he went in the world, he would be as comfortable as if he were strolling in his own garden. The mere sight of him caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. He was none other than the vile Emperor. My respects, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. His Imperial Majesty. A variety of formal greetings rang out to fill Megarock City as virtually everyone present dropped to their knees to kowtow. A calm expression could be seen on the vile Emperor's face, although his eyes were ice-cold, making him seem threatening without being angry. After nodding in acknowledgement to his people, he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Admit to your crimes, Bai Xiaochun, he said coolly. Bai Xiaochun had been waiting for this moment to arrive, and now that it had, his heart surged with the desire to do battle. Just as he had planned, he didn't speak, but instead began to advance on the vile Emperor. The vile Emperor snorted coldly, and then waved his hand in seemingly casual fashion. However, as a result, a tempest sprang out that immediately caused intense rumbling sounds to fill the area. The winds were filled with the divine sense and fluctuations of the Archean realm, and immediately formed a crushing force that bore down on Bai Xiaochun. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Bai Xiaochun continued to advance through the storm winds, and met the descending divine sense head-on. In addition to the power of an Archean, that divine sense also contained the willpower of countless other living beings. Obviously, controlling willpower was as easy for an Archean as turning over a hand. Furthermore, they could unleash it in ways that Celestials simply couldn't match up to. Generally, when Archeans manipulated willpower, Celestials would instantly be crushed by it. In their previous encounter, the vile Emperor had not resorted to willpower because he had been intentionally trying to get Bai Xiaochun to teleport to the damaged fan and bring him along. But now, he knew that trying to get the fan was useless. Furthermore, it was to his shock moments ago that he had sensed a sovereign aura within Bai Xiaochun's attack. Thus, he had immediately resorted to willpower to try to crush him. To Bai Xiaochun, it felt like everything around him was solidifying, and at the same time a powerful force of expulsion was building up. It was as if the entire world, and everyone in it, was dead set on expelling him. The pressure became a boundless force that instantly slammed him down onto the ground below. In the face of a willpower attack from an Archean, no Celestial could possibly be strong enough to fight back. It was something Bai Xiaochun had not experienced when sparring with the Archean slave back on the treasured fan. After all, the Archean slave did not have a host of people worshipping him, whose willpower he could draw upon. In the time it takes to flick a sleeve, Bai Xiaochun was suppressed, and cheers began to fill the air. However, even as the cheers began, Bai Xiaochun suddenly let out a powerful shout and steeled himself. Eyes bloodshot, he looked up into the air and called upon his sovereign aura. The aura erupted from his right hand, and was not something that the observing cultivators could easily detect. However, it caused the vile Emperor's eyes to widen, and his expression to turn unprecedentedly somber. Eyes flickering with icy light, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and then shoved it toward Bai Xiaochun in a palm strike. The palm strike seemed to rip a portion of the sky out, the same shape as the palm itself. Then, the wind, rain, thunder and lightning of the eternal lands, as well as the water in the eternal sea, and all living beings that existed in the world, seemed to materialize and fuse into that palm. It was no illusory palm. It was fueled by the willpower at the control of the vile emperor to create a massive, 3,000-meter-wide palm that bore down directly on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's breath caught in his throat, but the sovereign aura weakened the willpower that was crushing down on him and lessened the pressure. Looking up, his battle spirit surged with even more intensity. "Come on, let's fight!" he shouted, leaping into the air toward the vile emperor. As he moved, he clenched his right hand into a fist, causing a shadowy emperor to appear behind him. He wore imperial robes and an imperial crown, and looked exactly like Bai Xiaochun in every respect, with the exception of the fact that he had the wolfish arm of a sovereign, undying sovereign's fist. Right now, the undying sovereign's fist was Bai Xiaochun's most powerful divine ability, a trump card that could shake Archeans. After his experiments out in the void, and his sparring sessions with the Archean slave, Bai Xiaochun's undying sovereign's fist could now be unleashed with complete impunity. At the same time, the sovereign aura merged into the fist strike, propelling it to the ultimate level of power. Incalculable levels of power began to converge on Bai Xiaochun's fist, which he struck out to meet the Archean palm that raced toward him. The shadowy emperor's sovereign arm merged with Bai Xiaochun, creating a fist that radiated the most shocking of energies. The sky and the lands all shook violently as force which far surpassed the level of a celestial gripped all creation. The entire immortal domain was trembling, and fluctuations rolled out, causing the celestials in Vile Emperor City to be completely and utterly astonished. Meanwhile, something like an enormous giant appeared in the sky above Megarock City, the manifestation of Bai Xiaochun's undying sovereign's fist, which slammed into the Archean palm strike. The collision was like the sun and the moon smashing into each other. Ruarumble. Megarock City shook violently, to the point where many buildings collapsed. Numerous mountains within the immortal domains were flattened, and crevices opened up throughout the lands. Massive waves covered the surface of the eternal sea, and even the immortal domain that was home to Vile Emperor City began to shake in astonishing fashion. At this point, the shadowy emperor that existed behind Bai Xiaochun began to shatter into pieces. Bai Xiaochun was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut, blood spraying out of his mouth as his undying codex healed him. He was seriously injured, but by the time he came to a stop, he was still able to stand upright. And then, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "Is that all you can do, Mr. Archean Vile Emperor?" After all, the Archean palm strike had also shattered into bits. Even more telling, the backlash caused the Vile Emperor to shiver. His face going pale as a stream of blood oozed out of one corner of his mouth. Bai Xiaochun's voice resonated through the crumbling Megarock City and beyond, directly into the ears of the already stunned audience. All of them could clearly see that, not only had the Vile Emperor done little to Bai Xiaochun, but Bai Xiaochun's attack had caused the Vile Emperor to bleed. It was as if heaven and earth had both been overturned, to the point where all of them felt like they had reverted to being mortals. Impossible. This is impossible. His Majesty is an Archean. Don't tell me Bai Xiaochun is also an Archean? Heavens! His Majesty actually got hurt. An uproar ensued which was fueled by countless mixed, complicated emotions. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's laughter filled the air. How could he not be excited? He had been thinking about this day for years now, dreaming of what it would be like when he returned to the eternal immortal domains and fought an Archean. Although his cultivation base wasn't high enough, he knew that every day which passed meant more suffering for the people he cared about. And despite the half of a 60-year cycle which had passed, he could not forget the dramatic events that had occurred back in Vile Emperor City. His wives and children had been placed in grave danger, and Song Ke had been killed. And thanks to the Archean cultivation base of the Vile Emperor, he had been virtually powerless to do anything about it. He had been driven to the point of madness, and had spent the following 30 years focused almost completely on cultivation. Now, he was going all out, drawing on every scrap of strength he had to forge a new hope, This was not some simple tussle. This was an electrifying fight with an Archean. He had not held anything back in his attack just now, but neither had the vile Emperor, whose palm strike should have killed any celestial it was targeting. Even 10 celestials on the same level as Verpka all fighting together would still have been cut down by it. But even that full power strike was destroyed by Xiaochun. Worse, the backlash caused the mighty vile Emperor, a majestic Archean expert, to bleed. Although his injuries were minuscule, the fact that they had been inflicted by someone of such inferior standing caused the most unimaginable killing intent to burn in his eyes. Narrowing his eyes, the vile Emperor said, "A sovereign aura. Very well played. I really did underestimate you, Xiaochun. However, this farce is over. If all you have is that one fist strike, then the time has come to educate you about how truly powerful Archeans are." With that, he threw his arms wide and then performed incantation gestures, causing the sky to tremble as something like a red sun appeared. It was massive, and so bright that the sun that normally shone down on the eternal immortal domains faded away and vanished. As it did, the vile Emperor's red sun grew larger and larger, until it was the only sun in the sky. Perhaps you were unaware that the eternal immortal domains can only be home to 2 Archeans. The Saint Emperor fused with the bright moon, and I fused with the scarlet sun. Therefore it has already been fated that neither you nor anyone else can become an Archean in the eternal immortal domains. Now that I have revealed this secret to you, you can take it with you to your grave. Smiling viciously, he waved his hands, causing the red sun to explode with heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing heat. It was the type of heat that could scorch away any and all living beings, and it was now threatening to overwhelm Megarock City. Apparently, the vile Emperor didn't care about whether the other people in the city lived or died. He cared only about killing Xiaochun and snatching the legacy of the treasured fan from him. If he could do that, then any price was worth paying. As the red sun descended, Megarock City began to melt, and countless cultivators began to scream in agony and flee. However, they were too slow. It was obvious that, within moments, they would be burned out of existence. There were screams, pleas for mercy, and incredulous wails of accusation. As for Xiaochun, his eyes were narrowed, and his heart pounded with shock at the magic of the red sun that the vile Emperor was resorting to. However, the vile Emperor had miscalculated. He thought that the undying sovereign's fist was Xiaochun's secret weapon. But it was not. There was little time for thought or planning. As the red sun approached with its burning heat, Xiaochun waved his hand and used his divine sense in a very unique fashion to lock onto the treasured fan, far out in the void. Moments ago, the treasured fan had been flying along smoothly through the void. But now, a tremor passed through it, causing the faces of Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo to flicker. Bai Shaoqi flew out into the open and looked into the world of the fan face, in the direction of the river. There, the go-piece being held by the Archean slave began to shine with bright light, radiating a beam that shot out into the void, and then vanished. When it reappeared, it was in the eternal immortal domains, right in the sky above Megarock City in the vile Emperor dynasty. The beam of light shone with dazzling brightness that rivaled that of the red sun. When the mighty vile Emperor sensed the fluctuations coming from that beam of light, it was for the first time that his face fell. I call it Archean luminescence, Xiaochun said, his voice ringing out to be heard by all of the despairing cultivators in the city. Even as the red sun descended, and the entire immortal domain around it shook, the Archean luminescence blazed forth with the aura of an Archean, and headed straight for the sun. Heaven and earth trembled as the light that Xiaochun had meticulously experimented with became an attack to rival and Archean experts. Although some of its power had to do with the Archean slave, more of it was because of the Go board. Xiaochun's research had confirmed that the game board itself was actually a precious treasure, and that in the hands of an Archean, it could be unleashed in full. As all creation shook, the Archean luminescence slammed into the red sun. Although the red sun was not completely vanquished, the Archean luminescence smashed a huge hole into it. Deafening rumbling sounds filled the eternal immortal domains, shaking both the Vile Emperor dynasty and the Saint Emperor dynasty alike. In Saint Emperor City, the Celestials all looked over in the direction of the Vile Emperor dynasty, completely stunned. After all, the magical technique the Vile Emperor had just utilized had caused the sun in the sky to fade away. But now, they could sense intense fluctuations filling the world that caused even them to reel in shock. That's two Archeans fighting. Heavens! How could this be happening? Who is it? Who is fighting with the Vile Emperor? Even as Chan Su, Gu Tianjun, and the other Celestials gave voice to expressions of shock, the Saint Emperor floated out of his imperial palace and up into the air, looking extremely solemn. Gu Tianjun and the other Celestials were incapable of determining the truth of the situation. But the Saint Emperor was an Archean, and therefore all he had to do was close his eyes and send his divine sense out to confirm that it was by Xiaochun fighting the Vile Emperor. Via his augury techniques, he was actually able to observe the fighting directly. Whether it was the Undying Sovereign's fist or the Archean luminescence, he could see them all. By Xiaochun, he murmured, his heart pounding because of the sovereign aura and the Archean luminescence. That's not his own power, though. He's summoning it to his aid. I doubt he'll be able to do it more than a few times. After all, it's an Archean-level attack, based on the Saint Emperor's judgment. A powerful attack like that could only be unleashed at significant cost. The Vile Emperor was thinking exactly the same thing. Although he was definitely shocked that the Archean luminescence could cause problems for his red sun, and even punch a hole in it, he still felt confident that not even multiple blasts could do anything more than significantly damage it. I refuse to believe that summoned power like that can be utilized a second time. By Xiaochun, looking very grim, the Vile Emperor performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger, causing the red sun to accelerate. He was clearly intent on incinerating Bai Xiaochun and everything around him. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun began to laugh. Blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth, he said, "You think I can't use it a second time? What makes you think I would run out of Archean luminescence so quickly?" Bai Xiaochun chuckled, his eyes shining with a strange light. He seemed completely confident, almost as if he had forgotten that he actually only had 14 shots left. Although he had used one beam to punish Bai Shaoqi, after Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo woke up, his supply had returned to 15 shots. And yet, at this moment, he almost seemed to believe that his supply was endless. Facing the Vile Emperor and his red sun, he waved his hand out in front of him. "Fear not. Lord Bai has lots of Archean luminescence left." He reached out with divine sense to connect to the fan, whereupon a second beam of Archean luminescence appeared. But that wasn't all. A third beam also materialized, both of which contained the battle prowess of an Archean as they shot toward the red sun. A tremor passed through the Vile Emperor, and his mind began to spin. Not even he could have guessed that Bai Xiaochun would do something like this, and it immediately caused him to question his previous suppositions. The two beams of Archean luminescence smashed into the red sun, causing shocking vibrations to spread out as two massive craters appeared. If the Archean luminescence could punch a hole into the arm of a sovereign, then obviously it could damage the sun created by the Vile Emperor. Although the two craters that resulted did not punch all the way through the sun, they were still shocking. Furthermore, the sun shuddered a bit, and both its heat and light were significantly reduced, as well as its speed. At the same time, the backlash caused the Vile Emperor to actually cough up a mouthful of blood. How is this even possible? The Vile Emperor thought incredulously, glaring at Bai Xiaochun, his chest heaving. Although he knew that Bai Xiaochun was the owner of the fan, he still couldn't imagine how, in only half of a 60-year cycle, he could have possibly changed so much. Before, he had just barely managed to fight back against an illusory attack, and was someone the Vile Emperor could have killed without expending very much effort. But now, the Vile Emperor had to admit that Bai Xiaochun, with his sovereign fist strike, definitely had battle prowess equivalent to a half-Archean. Of course, the vile emperor could still win against power like that. But there was more. Bai Xiaochun had his Archean luminescence, which contained the true battle prowess of an Archean. That changed everything, and although the vile emperor didn't want to admit it, in his gut he knew that he couldn't do anything about Bai Xiaochun. His only chance would be to pay a huge price and fight a battle to the death. Then he might end up severely wounded, which could be an acceptable outcome if he were the only Archean in the eternal immortal domains. But he wasn't. The Saint Emperor would be watching very closely to see how things played out. Obviously, the Saint Emperor would love for the vile emperor to pay a steep price to kill Bai Xiaochun. If the vile emperor were severely wounded in the process, then after the dust settled, the Saint Emperor could swoop in and kill him. Perhaps the vile emperor might end up escaping. But even if he did, the Saint Emperor would surely declare all-out war. The Saint Emperor dynasty would gain more immortal domains, and the vile emperor would be forced to go into hiding to recover, and would lose the upper hand in the overarching conflict. Such thoughts ran through his mind in the briefest of moments. And although he wasn't very pleased about it, he knew that he had to suppress his frustration. Damn it! Don't tell me I just have to let things drop? He thought, feeling a bit suffocated. Eyes flickering with cold light, he contemplated whether it might actually be worth it to get injured in order to kill Bai Xiaochun. There's no way he can use that Archean luminescence forever. There has to be a limit. In that case, I may be able to figure out a way to kill him without getting hurt, and at the same time, scare the Saint Emperor enough that he won't interfere. Convinced that this was the best way to do things, the vile emperor blurred into motion, his eyes flickering with even more killing intent than before as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. As a result, he began to merge with the red sun. The fading sun flared back to life. This was the vile emperor's ultimate state, in which he was the red sun, and the red sun was him. As he accelerated, blistering heat rippled out, causing the land to wither and the air to distort. Many people screamed in pain as they were instantly transformed into dried-up corpses. I'm willing to bet that you only have a few shots of Archean luminescence. Howling, the vile emperor drew closer and closer to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed at the sight of the vile emperor's stubbornness. He knew that he only had 12 shots left, and that he absolutely positively could not reveal his true limits. So, he said loudly, you saw through my little ruse. Well done. Hang on for just a bit longer. I won't try to fool you any longer. This is my last shot. With that, he pointed up at the sky, causing another beam of Archean luminescence to descend. However, he didn't stop there. He actually summoned a total of 5 beams. As one beam after another appeared, the vile emperor's heart began to pound crazily. Although he was sure that Bai Xiaochun could not use his Archean luminescence forever, it almost seemed like he could. No matter how he analyzed the situation, it seemed completely impossible for Bai Xiaochun to be doing this. Even more shocking was how, only a moment later, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve casually, stuck his chin up and said, "Okay, here comes my last shot." Rumbling sounds filled the air as 2 more beams of Archean luminescence materialized. Those 2 were the straw that broke the camel's back. Heart pounding, the vile emperor said, "Just how many do you have?" If Bai Xiaochun had refused to say anything, it would have been much easier to accept the situation. But considering how he was acting, the vile emperor couldn't help but be both enraged and confused. He tried to dodge out of the way, but his red sun form was too large. As the Archean luminescence slammed into it, it shuddered violently on the verge of collapse. As for the vile emperor, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he was forced to dispel the sun and fall back in retreat. He really had no choice. He had been injured several times, and much to his frustration and madness, had no way of knowing how many times Bai Xiaochun could unleash that particular attack. The Saint Emperor was watching all of this happen, and was also shocked. At one point, he lifted his foot up as if to spring into action, but then put it back down, unsure of what to do. Bai Xiaochun, on the other hand, was sighing in relief. He knew that he only had 9 shots left, and didn't want to push things too far. Hovering there in midair, He clasped his hands behind his back, sighed and said, "I only have one shot left now. One shot my ass." The vile emperor shot back. Suddenly spinning in place, he shot back toward Bai Xiaochun, eyes blazing with killing intent. And yet, even as he closed in, Bai Xiaochun let out a shout, causing 1, 2, 3 beams of Archean luminescence to descend like lightning bolts. At that point, all of the vile emperor's suspicions were blown away. Howling, he fell back, but was still hit by the beams of light. As he was, Bai Xiaochun yet again spoke out in a loud voice, "Okay, I'm really out now." "Bai Xiaochun!" the vile emperor shouted, yet again spinning and heading back aggressively. But that was when 3 more beams of Archean luminescence fell from the sky. Blood sprayed out of the vile emperor's mouth as he threw his head back and roared furiously. At that point, he simply decided to leave, no longer willing to test Bai Xiaochun any longer. Even as he began to fade away, he heard Bai Xiaochun's treacherous voice one more time. "Okay, I'm really out now. Rest at ease." Of course, it was another lie. Bai Xiaochun still had 3 shots of Archean luminescence left. But the vile emperor didn't know that. He had been in a passive position from the beginning of the fight, and Bai Xiaochun continued to speak in a way that didn't make any sense. Instead of holding back, he took the initiative to say how many shots he had left. Except that every single time he said he only had 1. Because of that, the vile emperor had no way to guess at the truth, and no way to tell whether or not he could trust what Bai Xiaochun said. He would rather die than trust Bai Xiaochun, and yet, if he didn't trust him, that would mean he believed that he had plenty more shots left, and trusting him would result in the same thing as before, bitter consequences. Creating frustrating situations like this was truly a specialty of Bai Xiaochun's, and the vile emperor realized that. It was a simple truth and unfortunately was impossible to deal with. Not even the Saint Emperor had any clue how many shots of Archean luminescence Bai Xiaochun had. However, similar to the vile emperor, he was sure that there had to be some limit, and yet neither of the emperors would dare to risk everything to find out the truth. Neither fighting nor probing seemed useful at all, and therefore, they both had to admit that, although the eternal immortal domains did not have another Archean, they did have someone who could fight Archeans. That person was not an equal, but in terms of battle prowess needed to be treated like one. As he faded away, the vile emperor sighed helplessly and cast a deep glance at Bai Xiaochun. Aware that he had lost an immortal domain, he picked up Celestial Verpka and vanished. Megarok City was now in ruins. Of the population of millions, more than half had been killed. Those who had survived were grateful to have come out alive, but were also filled with bitterness and anger that defied description. Their bitterness was because of how they had been abandoned by the vile emperor, and their rage was because their emperor hadn't cared at all about whether they lived or died. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't been able to defeat the Red Sun from earlier, then everyone would have been killed. It was hard to say who did it first, but one by one, they began to drop to their knees and kowtow to Bai Xiaochun, who hovered above them in the air. "Greetings, Emperor Heavenspan. Greetings, Emperor Heavenspan." In the eternal immortal domains, Archeans were always viewed as emperors, and would be addressed as such. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't actually in the Archean realm, he had fought the vile emperor to a standstill, and therefore, for all intents and purposes, he was an Archean. And thus, his form of address changed from King Heavenspan to Emperor Heavenspan. There were still Heavenspan realm cultivators hidden in the crowd, and those who had survived the vile emperor's Red Sun attack were filled with indescribable excitement. As of this moment, they finally dared to reveal who they were. Stepping out into the open, they offered worship that was different from the other cultivators around them. From the bottoms of their hearts, they completely approved of Bai Xiaochun. The Eternal Lands had 5 immortal domains, and now, one of them belonged to Bai Xiaochun. It was a monumental affair that instantly became the talk of the entire world. In both the Vile Emperor dynasty and the Saint Emperor dynasty, everyone was shaken by the seemingly impossible news that was shortly proven to be completely accurate. King Heavenspan Bai Xiaochun fought the Vile Emperor, and they ended in a tie? Heavens! How is that even possible? King Heavenspan. Wait, he should be called Emperor Heavenspan. Shouldn't he? He's an Archean now. For the first time in years and years, the eternal immortal domains has 3 Archeans. So it's by Xiaochun. If I remember correctly, it was only 30 years ago that he was a celestial. And now he's an unsurpassable Archean? Perhaps it's just fate. Years ago, the Saint Ancestor founded the Saint Emperor dynasty and became an Archean. It was the same with the Vile Ancestor. And now the Archancestor has done the same thing. Took a while, but he's finally an Archean. All sorts of talk spread through the lands. Especially shocked were the Celestials and the other local cultivators who had come to know Bai Xiaochun personally. Gu Tianjun gasped, and all of the ill will he had previously harbored toward Bai Xiaochun immediately transformed into fear. Celestial Age Spirit, Chan Su, and Sima Yunhua were all stunned. As for the Celestials from the Vile Emperor dynasty, such as the Resurrected Deadfall and Verpka, they were more terrified of Bai Xiaochun than they had been before. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the Heavenspan realm, who had spent so many years of bitterness in the eternal immortal domains, were finally able to throw their heads back and roar with exultation. They knew that, at long last, they had a true foothold within the eternal immortal domains. As all of this happened, a person appeared outside of Saint Emperor City. He was young, clad in a white robe, with fair skin and an abstruse gleam in his eyes. After appearing in the air above the imperial palace, he alighted onto one of the petals of the lotus flower and looked out at the city. He was none other than Bai Xiaochun. Within the entire city, only one person and one animal knew that he had arrived. The person was the Saint Emperor, and the animal was the little turtle. Before the little turtle could go to him, Bai Xiaochun spoke in a voice that only he could hear, prompting a cold snort. Afterward, the little turtle simply remained in place. When the Saint Emperor saw that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mixed emotions on his face. He shook his head and hurried out of the imperial palace to appear next to Bai Xiaochun. "Hello, Saint Emperor," Bai Xiaochun said, turning around, a smile on his face. After looking Bai Xiaochun up and down, the Saint Emperor put on an equally bright smile and said, "Hello, Emperor Heavenspan." With that, the two of them began to have a nice conversation. "Fellow Taoist Bai, I knew from the moment I first laid eyes on you that you were an extraordinary person. Ha ha! Turns out I was right all along. You are the 3rd Archean in the eternal immortal domains. You're laying it on a bit thick, Saint Emperor," Bai Xiaochun said, sounding very humble. "I'm not an Archean." Inwardly, he was thinking back to how things had gone when he had first arrived in the eternal immortal domains. The Saint Emperor chuckled. "As far as I'm concerned, you're an Archean." With that, the two of them began to reminisce about past times. Neither mentioned Bai Xiaochun's purpose for coming to visit. Eventually, both of them revealed their auras, whereupon the Celestials of the Saint Emperor realized what was happening. Shaken, they headed over to the imperial palace, where they saw Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor on the lotus leaf, talking. Everyone, from Chan Su to Gu Tianjun to Sima Yunhua, were completely shaken. That was especially true considering that Bai Xiaochun didn't seem to be even a little bit weaker than the Saint Emperor. It was like they were complete equals. Gu Tianjun immediately clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Saint Emperor, Emperor Heavenspan." Sima Yunhua and Chan Su were shaken, and quickly offered formal greetings as well. Sima Yunhua was feeling particularly excited. He had developed a nice relationship with Bai Xiaochun, which meant that he now had 2 Archean emperors to rely on. After Gu Tianjun and the others fell into ranks, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor talked for a bit longer. Finally, the Saint Emperor smiled and said, "Bai, old pal, we were friends at first sight, right? Destined to be close. Therefore, why don't we become sworn brothers?" Bai Xiaochun didn't so much as blink. Almost as soon as the words left the Saint Emperor's mouth, he excitedly took 2 steps forward, clasped hands and bowed. "Big bro," he said, his voice seemingly quivering with emotion. as though he were worried he might not sound sincere enough. Of course, to the other Celestials it seemed blatantly melodramatic. Before any of them could even begin to feel derision, though the Saint Emperor, who didn't seem to have noticed anything overtly melodramatic, also bowed in excitement. Eyes sparkling, he laughed and said, "Second bro!" The Saint Emperor actually spoke in even more melodramatic fashion than Bai Xiaochun. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiaochun was a bit disgruntled. Not wanting to be outdone, he took a deep breath and then spoke in the loudest and most sincere voice he could possibly achieve. "Big bro! Second bro!" the Saint Emperor replied, sounding completely delighted. The two of them looked at each other and then burst out laughing. As for the Celestials present, strange feelings rose up in their hearts, and they felt goosebumps spreading out all over them as they exchanged awkward glances, then quickly looked away from each other. Although they had seen hypocrites before, nothing they had ever seen came close to Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor in this moment. As the Saint Emperor and Bai Xiaochun laughed together, both of their minds were racing at top speed. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were narrowed, making him look very much like a crafty young fox. Meanwhile, the Saint Emperor's eyes glittered like that of a crafty old fox. Of course, the Saint Emperor had known all along why Bai Xiaochun came. Perhaps if he hadn't fought with the vile Emperor and revealed his Archean-level battle prowess, then the Saint Emperor would never have mentioned the subject of becoming sworn brothers. But Bai Xiaochun was growing stronger at a breathtaking rate. That, coupled with his Archean luminescence, ensured that the Saint Emperor took him very seriously, and viewed him as being on a completely different level than before. Furthermore, he had an inkling of how Bai Xiaochun was accomplishing all of this. He had been suspicious all along, just like the vile Emperor. And as of now, he was absolutely certain that Bai Xiaochun had taken the sovereign-level damaged fan for his own. Only by possessing a legacy precious treasure like that could he possibly become so strong so quickly. Before the battle with the vile Emperor, the Saint Emperor might have made a move on him to try to take the fan for himself. But now that Bai Xiaochun had proven to have Archean-level battle prowess, and also had all of the cultivators from the Heavenspan realm ready to fight for him, the Saint Emperor's attitude naturally changed. One important factor was that Bai Xiaochun had come in person to visit. Another was Bai Xiaochun's confidence, which made his command over the Archean luminescence even more mysterious and unfathomable. Also, the fact that Bai Xiaochun hadn't come with any clear demands meant that he was interested in an alliance. Some matters didn't require discussion or negotiation. Both Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor realized that if they entered into an alliance, it would be a heavy blow to the vile Emperor and his dynasty. In fact, it would be just about the most serious catastrophe possible, short of killing the vile Emperor himself. It would change the entire political structure of the world. Another major factor for the Saint Emperor to consider was that rivalries never last forever. If he refused to join forces with Bai Xiaochun, it was entirely possible that Bai Xiaochun would eventually be able to resolve his issues with the vile Emperor and ally with him instead. Second bro, now that we've become sworn brothers, it's only appropriate that I, the elder brother, give the northern regions of my second immortal domain to you. With a chuckle and the wave of his hand, he offered up the barren and infertile north as a gift to Bai Xiaochun. Of course, it had already belonged to Bai Xiaochun to begin with. As for Bai Xiaochun's response, it seemed like complete and utter hogwash to Gu Tianjun and the other Celestials. Big bro, now that we're allies, you can rest at ease. As long as the north is under my command, the armies of the vile Emperor dynasty will never be able to get past me. After all, if Bai Xiaochun occupied the north, then he would control nearly half of that entire immortal domain. And if the vile Emperor dynasty took over that area to get to the Saint Emperor dynasty, then it would mean that Bai Xiaochun had been completely wiped out. The Saint Emperor chuckled loudly as they sealed the agreement. At that point, the Saint Emperor threw a banquet for Bai Xiaochun. After Bai Xiaochun left, the smile immediately vanished from the Saint Emperor's face, to be replaced by a frown. However, the frown faded away after a moment, as he realized that this alliance with Bai Xiaochun was a good thing for him. All he had lost was the north of his second immortal domain, which was an infertile place that had once belonged to the Vile Emperor dynasty. Bai Xiaochun had eventually taken it back, giving the Vile Emperor dynasty 2.5 immortal domains, and the Saint Emperor dynasty 2.5. However, the north was still of little value or interest to the Saint Emperor. To give up something worthless to get an alliance was not quite taking advantage, but was definitely worth it. Now that Bai Xiaochun was back, the Saint Emperor controlled one full immortal domain and 2 half-portions. In the end, it was back to the status quo. Of course, the Vile Emperor dynasty had it much worse. Bai Xiaochun's visit there had ended with him taking away an entire immortal domain. And thus, the landscape of the 5 immortal domains of the Eternal Lands experienced a drastic change. The Vile Emperor dynasty now only controlled 1.5 immortal domains, and the Saint Emperor dynasty stayed the same as before with 2. That change instantly propelled the Saint Emperor dynasty to much higher heights. The final 1.5 immortal domains went to Bai Xiaochun. After taking everything into consideration, the Saint Emperor smiled and decided to make the biggest show possible of his magnanimity and good faith. Therefore, he made an official decree stating that anyone from the Heavenspan realm who was living in the Saint Emperor dynasty was free to stay or leave at their own discretion. That led to quite a bit of excitement among the Heavenspan realm cultivators in the Saint Emperor dynasty. Almost immediately, they began to flock to what had long since become a holy land to them. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun, who had just left the Saint Emperor dynasty, called upon his connection to the Great Sword of the North to determine its general location. Then, he sped out over the waters of the Eternal Sea before diving down into its depths. After sending out his divine sense, he soon located a huge sword. It was none other than the Great Sword of the North. As soon as his divine sense locked onto it, it stirred for the first time in many years. Rumbling sounds echoed out as it shot toward him, and he grabbed it. Even as he flew up out of the sea, he sent some divine sense into the world inside of the sword. There, he caught sight of Li Qingho, Patriarch Spirit Stream, the Giant Ghost King, the Grand Heaven Master, and many other familiar faces. Heaving a sigh of relief, he began to laugh heartily. At the same time, everyone within the world of the sword looked up in astonishment. Xiaochun, our exalted leader. That's the aura of the Arch-Ancestor. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun's excited voice rang out to fill the world of the sword. I'm back! As many exclamations of delight rang out, Bai Xiaochun returned to the immortal domain he controlled and began to teleport hundreds of thousands of people out of the sword. Soon, quite a buzz of activity was underway. Whether it was the Grand Heaven Master or Patriarch Spirit Stream, all had played a part in the events which led up to the current situation. Therefore, when they heard from Bai Xiaochun what had occurred, they were all very excited. There was no need for Bai Xiaochun to do anything. The Grand Heaven Master immediately took leadership of the immortal domain, and Patriarch Spirit Stream set to work re-establishing the river-defying sect. Time passed, and more cultivators from the Heavenspan realm left the Saint Emperor dynasty and headed to reunite with their people. Some appeared who had never been seen up to this point. For example, the 9 Serenities King, Spirit Advent King, and War Champion King from the old Wildlands. There were also the former apprentices of Taoist Heavenspan, the demigods from the north and east, who were of equal ranking to the heavenly kings. Unlike some of the others, the northern demigod had hesitated long and hard before making his decision. After all, he had treated Bai Xiaochun quite impolitely in the past. In the end, when he saw how amazing everything was going, he finally made his decision, and cautiously went to Bai Xiaochun. All things were progressing wonderfully. It would not be correct to use the idiom every day sees new developments to describe what was happening within the Heavenspan realm's 1.5 immortal domains. And that would be because the events taking place surpassed anything that idiom could describe. The population included the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had formerly been living in the Great Sword of the North, as well as the original population of the immortal domain, whom the vile emperor had treated with such ruthless coldness. With all of those people present, things were in a constant state of change for the people of the dynasty. Old mountains were leveled, and new mountain ranges rose up. And in accord with the plan laid forth by the Grand Heaven Master, construction began on a centrally located city that, although it was not publicly announced, everyone knew was the future. Imperial City. Within that city, a large group of cultivators was currently working on a huge statue that depicted by Xiaochun, wearing imperial robes and an imperial crown. More heavenspan cultivators streamed in from the Saint Emperor dynasty on a daily basis, all of them completely focused on the new imperial dynasty that was rising to prominence. In contrast to how everyone else was buzzing with activity, Bai Xiaochun had little to do. He had already brought Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo back from the treasured fan, who were treated like the ultimate royalty as soon as they appeared. The Giant Ghost King, the Grand Heaven Master, Li Qingho, Patriarch Spirit Stream, and other members of the senior generation immediately took to caring for them with the utmost consideration. A host of servants was also assigned to care for their needs. In many ways, the two of them were treated even better than Bai Xiaochun was. Bai Xiaochun could only sigh wistfully in response to how much the old-timers seemed to favor the unborn children inside of Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo. They're just kids, he thought, and I'm their dad, so I can't get jealous. Feeling a bit miffed, but aware that he shouldn't be competing with his own children, he shook his head and left with Bruiser, who was feeling just as bored as he was. They toured the immortal domains they controlled, and could see how excited everyone was as they went about their work. He even tried to help out on a few occasions, but whenever people saw him, they would immediately start bowing and scraping. Eventually, the Grand Heaven Master and Giant Ghost King asked him to stop making such public appearances, worried that it would negatively influence all of the construction and renovation work. And yet, despite how well the wily Grand Heaven Master understood Bai Xiaochun in this situation, he made an error in judgment. Bai Xiaochun was now in the late celestial realm and had Archean-level battle prowess, but the truth was that deep in his bones, he was still the same person he had been in the Spirit Stream sect, who loved to be the center of adoration. And thus, no amount of persuasion on the Grand Heaven Master's part could convince Bai Xiaochun to stay out of the public eye. He chuckled and agreed at first, but as soon as no one was looking, he would clear his throat and go for a stroll. Cries of adoration could be heard wherever he went, and whatever area he stayed in for too long would immediately suffer a lag in efficiency. In the end, it was Li Qingho who came to the rescue. He understood Bai Xiaochun the most, and he was also the one who Bai Xiaochun respected the most. Bai Xiaochun could be evasive with just about anyone, but not with Li Qingho. After the case was made, Bai Xiaochun said, whatever. I guess I don't need to take walks after all. Having nothing else to do, he took Bruiser to a relatively remote area in the hopes of relaxing a bit. Unfortunately, Bruiser was quite charmed by the various creatures that inhabited the eternal immortal domains. Earlier, he had been too occupied with protecting Song Junwan and hadn't dared to accumulate an army of Taoist partners. But now that he had nothing else to do, he managed to slip away from Bai Xiaochun and get to work. That got Bai Xiaochun feeling even more down. Eventually, he found himself all alone in the grand hall of Megarock City, as bored as one could be. Just when he was considering going back to the treasured fan, he suddenly felt his bag of holding vibrating. Shocked, he scanned it with divine sense and then pulled out a transmission jade slip. Moments later, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Help me, Bai Xiaochun." As soon as he heard the voice, he shivered and rose to his feet. That voice belonged to none other than Gong Sun Wanner. "What's wrong? Where are you?" Not only did he owe her a big favor, there had always been something vaguely romantic to their dealings. Therefore, as soon as he heard her voice, he started to get nervous. "The vile emperor is trying to kill me." Her voice was suddenly cut off, causing Bai Xiaochun's breath to catch in his throat. Without any hesitation, he vanished, reappearing up in the sky, where he sent his divine sense spreading out in all directions. Transmission jade slips have limited range. At most, they might be able to cover 2 immortal domains. If the vile emperor's going to make a move, then it must be in that direction. His flashing eyes did not focus on the vile emperor dynasty. After his previous fight with the vile emperor, He had attempted to locate Gongsun Wan'er during his search for the Great Sword of the North, but she hadn't responded to any of his messages. At the time, it had seemed unlikely that she would be in hiding in the Vile Emperor dynasty. After all, if the Vile Emperor discovered her, it would be difficult for her to escape. Neither would she hide in the Saint Emperor dynasty. That meant that the most likely location of her hiding place was the Eternal Sea. However, he didn't have much more to work with than that. Moving at top speed, he headed toward the Eternal Sea, sending his divine sense out to search for any relevant fluctuations. If an Archean was attacking someone, there would definitely be evidence. Sure enough, after enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he detected powerful fluctuations from a certain location in the Eternal Sea. They were fluctuations he was familiar with. They belonged to the Vile Emperor. How dare you, Vile Emperor? Eyes bloodshot, he unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, causing heaven and earth to tremble as he sent a message to the Saint Emperor. Then he rocketed forward with all the speed he could muster. The Vile Emperor hovered over a certain location in the Eternal Sea, his facial expression grim, and his eyes as cold as ice. Anxious, he looked down at the waters below as he waved his right hand, causing the water to begin to swirl into a vortex. At the depths of the vortex was a sphere of water covered with magical symbols, within which Gongsun Wan'er sat cross-legged, her expression that of terror and despair. I'm not going to kill you, Ghost Mother. I'll just suppress your soul clone and allow your true soul to awaken. The Vile Emperor had lost too many Celestials recently, and in his anxiety, had used a secret magic to locate Gongsun Wan'er's hiding place. Never could he have guessed that in the years Gongsun Wan'er had spent hiding, she had been building up a powerful spell formation around her. A formation powered by half of a 60-year cycle's worth of time. Although it could not hold out against Archean-level power forever, it was strong, and would last for at least half an incense stick's worth of time. Because of that, the Vile Emperor was not able to snatch her. It was also how she had enough time to send a message to Bai Xiaochun. When the Vile Emperor realized what she had done, his expression flickered with rage. If I can't capture you alive, then I'll just kill you. Afterward, I'll use your Dao seed to resurrect you back in my imperial palace. Snorting coldly, he thrust his hand out, summoning an enormous hand that shot down in the direction of the sphere of water that protected the despairing Gongsun Wan'er. As it descended, the water below began to sink down in the shape of a hand. Bai Xiaochun was some distance away, and still needed at least an incense stick's worth of time to reach his destination. With how things looked, he didn't have enough time to come to Gongsun Wan'er's rescue. However, in the same moment that the Vile Emperor's hand began to descend, a boom rang out that seemed capable of splitting the sky. Massive waves surged across the surface of the sea, and at the same time, the hand-shaped depression in the water began to fill in. Shockingly, an enormous hand formed from water was rising up from the sea. After filling in the hand-shaped depression, it rose up into the air to meet the descending palm strike from the Vile Emperor. Boom! A deafening explosion filled the air as both the sky and the land vibrated violently. Saint Emperor! The Vile Emperor glared down at the Eternal Sea as a semi-translucent figure appeared, which radiated an Archean aura. It was none other than the Saint Emperor. However, he had not come as his true self, but rather in the form of a clone projection. Why this ruthless killing, Vile Emperor? He asked, a faint smile visible on his lips. Gongsun Wan'er is a dear friend of my second bro. Before attempting to harm her, you should really take his feelings into consideration. The Saint Emperor had come in response to Bai Xiaochun's frantic message. He had immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to earn a favor, and had thus sent a clone projection to handle the situation. From what he could tell, all he needed to do was buy an incense stick's worth of time. A clone projection would obviously be no match for the Vile Emperor, but in terms of buying time, it should do the trick. Meanwhile, Gongsun Wan'er sat within her sphere of water, face pale, but glad to still be alive. She had been hiding in the Eternal Sea for a long time, keeping her aura completely concealed. After sensing that someone had taken the Great Sword of the North, She cautiously began to gather information about what was going on in the outside world. She had been excited to find out that Bai Xiaochun had returned, and was just preparing to go find him when the vile emperor made his move. Moments ago, she had been facing certain death, only to have a new chance at life. Looking over at the Saint Emperor, she thought back to the rumors she had come across that he and Bai Xiaochun had become sworn brothers. Currently, waves were still rolling out across the sea from the interchange between the vile emperor and the Saint Emperor. As for the vile emperor, his expression couldn't have been grimmer. He had made two big errors in judgment recently, the first being about Bai Xiaochun and his level of power, and the second being about Gongsun Wan'er and her level of preparation. If she didn't have her spell formation and its sphere of water, and if the Saint Emperor hadn't interfered, then he would already have her in his hands. Not only would that have given him something to threaten Bai Xiaochun with, but it would also have helped with his current lack of celestials. But now everything was going awry, and he only had two choices. He could storm off, or he could fight with Bai Xiaochun again, and perhaps see how much Archean luminescence he really had at his disposal. If he won that fight, then he could turn the tables once again. In fact, he was fairly certain that the Saint Emperor had not sent his true self was because he also wanted to test Bai Xiaochun out. He also wanted to see how many shots of Archean luminescence Bai Xiaochun had. Wily old fox. He's also on guard against Bai Xiaochun, and he's using me to try to see how far Bai Xiaochun can go. That way, he'll have a better idea of what the two of them can do together. Of course, if Bai Xiaochun proves to be too weak, then he'll probably come over as his true self to help before he gets killed. Eyes narrowing, he looked at the Saint Emperor and snorted coldly. I have a third option, he thought, hovering there in the air and refraining from taking any action. When the Saint Emperor's clone saw that, his eyes glittered. He could guess what the vile emperor was planning to do, and as a result began to curse him inwardly. The two Archeans didn't need to wait for long. Soon, screaming whistling sounds echoed out as a beam of light shot into the air, causing the water and the air alike to ripple and distort. Still have your Archean luminescence, Bai Xiaochun? The vile emperor said, his eyes flashing. Even as Bai Xiaochun was still approaching, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed at him. Yet again, his red sun appeared, sending out dazzling light and an Archean aura. It also caused an intense heat wave to surge in Bai Xiaochun's direction. I have one last shot, Bai Xiaochun shouted in response. Pointing up at the sky, he summoned his 13th shot of Archean luminescence, which shot forth and pierced a huge hole through the burning, red sun. Bai Xiaochun shot through the hole and then waved his hand again, summoning another beam of Archean luminescence, which blasted the sun another time. The two beams of Archean luminescence had already destabilized the vile emperor's aura, and as for his red sun, it still hadn't recovered from the previous battle, and was now in even worse shape. Then the backlash hit the vile emperor, causing intense pain to grip his chest as he staggered backward. That was when Bai Xiaochun shouted, I have one last shot. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Bai Xiaochun's actual final shot of Archean luminescence materialized, heading directly toward the visibly shocked vile emperor. He quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then shoved his hands out to defend himself against the Archean luminescence. The collision caused blood to ooze out of the corners of his mouth as he was once again shoved backward across the battlefield. There was a method to Bai Xiaochun's madness. He had carefully calculated the ground he could cover with 3 successive attacks, and as of this moment had reached Gongsun Wan'er. Gongsun Wan'er breathed a sigh of relief. The despair she had felt before was now gone. However, she had overdrawn her own energy to keep her spell formation going, and now was hit by a mountain-toppling, sea-draining feeling of exhaustion. She managed to force out a smile for Bai Xiaochun, then coughed up a mouthful of blood and lapsed into unconsciousness. As the water sphere collapsed, Bai Xiaochun reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. Then, he looked up and pointed at the vile emperor. Expression twisted with rage and eyes as cold as ice, he said, Big bro Saint Emperor, why don't you send your true self here, and the two of us can crush the vile emperor once and for all? I still have 100 shots of Archean luminescence left. That should be more than enough to win the fight. In response to Bai Xiaochun's boldly spoken words, the Saint Emperor's clone projection looked on with flickering eyes. As for the vile emperor, his heart was starting to pound. He didn't believe that Bai Xiaochun could possibly have 100 shots of archean luminescence. However, he remembered that he had already used a dozen or so, and moments ago had casually used 3 more shots, just to save a friend. It was an overbearing action that finally caused the vile emperor to start questioning his judgment of the matter. In the end, he sighed inwardly. He knew that he had lost the advantage. Bai Xiaochun had become powerful, and was now allied with the Saint Emperor. The vile emperor finally feared him, and had no desire to test the limits of his power out. Not wanting to give the Saint Emperor any chance to agree to what Bai Xiaochun had just proposed, he unhesitatingly said, "Take Gongsun Waner with you, Bai Xiaochun, and I'll release all of the Heavenspan realm cultivators I have imprisoned in the vile Emperor dynasty. In fact, I'll also acknowledge the legitimacy of the Heavenspan realm's place in the Eternal Lands, and will allow any Heavenspan realm cultivators who have set down roots in my lands to leave if they wish. But in return, I demand that you return Prince Yuar Demon and Reverend Devourer to me." Bai Xiaochun was starting to get nervous. On the one hand, he really was out of archean luminescence, and given the vile emperor's personality, if he agreed too quickly, the man would surely start to get suspicious. And Bai Xiaochun had already guessed at what the Saint Emperor was doing. However, he didn't let any of that show on his face. In response to the vile emperor's proposed compromise, he simply snorted coldly and then reached up as if to release another shot of archean luminescence. "Well, big bro? Do we fight him or not? It's up to you." Although he seemed to be pulsing with veins of steel, the truth was that he was more nervous than ever. "You'd be an idiot to agree to fight him, Saint Emperor," he thought. "If you do, then you can't blame me for screwing you over." The Saint Emperor hesitated, and the vile emperor sucked in a breath, eyes flickering with cold light as he waved his hand to summon his damaged red sun. He also stretched his left hand out in the direction of Vile Emperor City, which caused the huge trident that the city was built on to begin to tremble, as though it might fly out of the ground at any moment. At the same time, the trident began to pulse with a murderous aura so powerful that it was even detectable this far away on the Eternal Sea. "Saint Emperor, Bai Xiaochun, there's no way the two of you can team up to kill me, not unless one of you is willing to die in the process. Without that mindset, then maybe you'll beat me, and maybe even take the Vile Emperor dynasty away from me. However, without a dynasty to worry about, I would be even more terrifying than before." His voice was so cold that it caused the air to freeze, and ice to spread out over the surface of the sea. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the Vile Emperor sounded. However, all he did was frown thoughtfully, and then look over at the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor sighed, aware that this was not a fight he could win. First of all, he didn't believe at all that Bai Xiaochun had 100 shots of archean luminescence at his disposal. Secondly, he didn't want to have a complete falling out with the Vile Emperor right now. In terms of the balance of power, the Saint Emperor dynasty now had the most territory, and after all the years that had passed, was no longer the weakest party. The Saint Emperor now benefited from more willpower, and the Vile Emperor had suffered a significant loss of territory, and thus, overall power. But because there were now 3 power structures, such changes didn't justify making any drastic decisions. Therefore, at the moment, maintaining the status quo would be the most beneficial thing to the Saint Emperor. Chuckling, he said, "Second bro, you've just established your own dynasty. Now isn't the time for war. The Heavenspan realm cultivators in the Vile Emperor dynasty have been waiting for a moment like this for a long time. I know what you're thinking, so how could I allow you to undergo any hardship? Fine, fine. Listen, why don't the 3 of us reach an agreement right here and now? For the next 1,000 years, we'll all agree to refrain from going to war. What do you think, Vile Emperor?" With that, the Saint Emperor looked over at the Vile Emperor. The Vile Emperor snorted in his heart, well aware that the Saint Emperor was just doing what he could to maintain the current political situation for as long as possible. Although the Vile Emperor wasn't inclined to agree, after a moment of thought, his eyes glittered and he nodded. Then he looked back at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were narrowed, but inwardly, he was breathing a sigh of relief. He had also hoped to keep the status quo. Besides, he was out of Archean luminescence and wouldn't get it back until the following year. If fighting broke out now, that point would become obvious. By this point, both the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor were looking at him. Letting out a dramatic snort, he agreed to the proposal. With that, the three parties turned to leave. Later on, they would have their subordinates take care of all the details of the truce. As the other two emperors left, Bai Xiaochun breathed a long sigh of relief and resolved to avoid dangerous situations like this in the future. Too dangerous, but also so exciting. On the one hand, he was questioning what he had done. But on the other hand, he knew that without the threat he had made with his 3 shots of Archean luminescence, the Vile Emperor would definitely have made another opportunity to test him out. And if the Vile Emperor hadn't done it, then the Saint Emperor would have. By taking the initiative, he had made his act more convincing, and the threat weightier. 10 more months. During that time, I can't cause any problems. With that, he headed back toward his immortal domain, holding Gongsun Wan'er in one arm as he flew along. At a certain point, he couldn't help but look down at her. She was so bewitchingly enchanting, especially the delectable curves which existed below her waist. The sight instantly caused him to think back to what it had felt like to spank her. I really feel like spanking her again, he thought, blinking a few times. Hold on. No, I have the same standing as the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor now. If I did something like that in a situation like this, it would be too embarrassing if people found out. He shook his head vehemently. But if I don't spank her now, then when I get back to my immortal domain, Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo will be there, and I'll have lost my chance. One quick spank shouldn't matter. After some more thought, he decided to throw caution to the wind. After all, considering the relationship between him and Gongsun Wan'er, a quick spank wouldn't hurt anything. Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best idea, he lifted his left hand and quickly spanked her, causing a melodious smacking sound to echo out. It definitely felt just as wonderful as last time. However, at some unexpected point, Gongsun Wan'er opened her eyes and looked up at him icily. He was completely taken aback, and also feeling a bit guilty, but reacted smoothly. You had a bug on you?" she snorted coldly. "Then why haven't you taken your hand off me yet?" At that point, Bai Xiaochun realized that his hand was still resting on her rear end. Clearing his throat, he pulled it back and shook it off. It was a really big bug, and very lucky to have gotten away. Pretending not to have heard that last part, Gongsun Wan'er separated from him and began to fly along on her own. She also patted her bag of holding, causing Ho Xiaomei to fly out. Gongsun Wan'er had been taking care of Ho Xiaomei for years now. Back when she had first begun her life as a fugitive, she had put Ho Xiaomei into her bag of holding. Now that things were safe again, the first thing she did was bring her back out into the open. From that, it was possible to see how much she cared for her apprentice. "Big bro Xiaochun," Ho Xiaomei said, visibly excited. Eyes sparkling with tears of joy, she leaped forward and embraced him. Bai Xiaochun was delighted, and immediately wrapped his hands around her supple waist. And then they slowly began to move down. At that point, Gongsun Wan'er snorted coldly. "See another bug?" Bai Xiaochun's hand froze in place. As for Ho Xiaomei, a quizzical expression appeared on her face, and she looked over her shoulder and down her back. "A bug?" Clearing his throat, Bai Xiaochun quickly changed the subject and explained to Ho Xiaomei and Gongsun Wan'er what had gone on after his return. As for Gongsun Wan'er, she did nothing to cover up what she was thinking. From the way her eyes glittered when she looked at Bai Xiaochun, it was possible to see that she felt the same about him as she always had. And thus, the three drew closer and closer to the immortal domain that was now home. As Ho Xiaomei chatted and laughed, Bai Xiaochun gradually began to calm down from the tense moment earlier, and soon a smile covered his face. It almost felt like he was back in the heavenspan realm. However, the wonderful scene soon came to an end. After reaching the immortal domain, Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo were both there waiting for him. their eyes flickering with cold light. Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately began to race. "Well, if it isn't Xiaomei," Song Junwan said, smiling. Next to her, Zhou Zimo said nothing. She simply frowned and rubbed her belly. Both of them had been quite anxious when Bai Xiaochun had suddenly rushed off. Now he returned with two women, one of them a childhood friend, and the other dark and mysterious. It was also obvious that they were a master and apprentice, leading Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo to dislike them even more. Ho Xiaomei was visibly taken aback. She looked at the swollen bellies of Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, and then at Bai Xiaochun standing there awkwardly. At that point, she started to get angry. Just as Bai Xiaochun's hair was starting to stand on end from the looks he was getting from the three women, the Grand Heaven Master, who was also present, cleared his throat and stepped forward. Clasping hands, he bowed to Gongsun Wanner. "Greetings, Celestial," he said. "It is a great honor to have you as part of our nation. Henceforth, no one will ever dare to say that the Heavenspan realm doesn't have a second Celestial." The Grand Heaven Master's words were very well spoken, and Bai Xiaochun was very grateful. Since the topic of the conversation had been changed, he took advantage of the moment to introduce Gongsun Wanner to everyone. Then he came up with an excuse to excuse himself, his spine still tingling from the glares he had been subject to moments ago. "Heavens! I can't believe they were looking at me with killing intent. What am I supposed to do now?" After returning to his private chamber, he sat down cross-legged and sighed. "It's all my fault. Oh God. Please tell me, why did you make me so outstanding? Do you know how annoying it is to have been made so incredible by you?" Looking very downtrodden, he patted his bag of holding to produce his precious collection of love letters. "I'm like a prisoner nowadays." Although he sighed, he couldn't cover up the proud look that gleamed in his eyes. No one knew how frustrating life was for Bai Xiaochun. After all, his existence was one of even more leisure than before. Whether it was the construction of the imperial city, or the various arrangements with the Saint Emperor dynasty and the Vile Emperor dynasty, it was all handled by subordinates. After the bedraggled Prince Yuar Demon and Reverend Devourer were released and sent back to the Vile Emperor dynasty, an even greater influx of Heavenspan realm cultivators arrived. The Heavenspan realm's immortal domain was becoming a very busy and bustling place. Cities were popping up left and right, and mountain ranges were being raised up everywhere to create defensive borders. Bai Xiaochun wanted to go talk things over with Ho Xiaomei, but she was being watched like a hawk by Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, and had been assigned a whole retinue of servants by the Grand Heaven Master, who treated her like an official imperial concubine. Unfortunately, she was a lot less free than when she had been with Gongsun Wanner. Ho Xiaomei was not very happy with how things were going, and that was made worse by the bellies of Zhou Zimo and Song Junwan. Therefore, she intentionally ignored Bai Xiaochun and continued to try to come up with a plan about what to do. When Bai Xiaochun realized that Ho Xiaomei was avoiding him, he went to Gongsun Wanner to ask her for her opinion. But Gongsun Wanner was a celestial, a lofty status that required a certain level of decorum. Furthermore, she had been severely injured recently and had already gone into secluded meditation. "It's definitely better to have only one wife," Bai Xiaochun thought, sighing bitterly. The entire immortal domain was abuzz with activity, with the exception of Bai Xiaochun himself, who sat alone in his grand hall, sighing. Thankfully, things didn't stay like that for long. A month later, as the population continued to rise, the imperial city was finally finished. It was a grand and magnificent location, which from a distance appeared to be like 9 mountain ranges all meeting together in a central location. In the spot where they joined together, there was a huge statue. The statue depicted by Xiaochun, wearing imperial robes. In his left hand, he held an enormous city, and in his right hand was a gigantic globe of water. That was no ordinary water. It was water from the eternal sea, and yet that counted for almost nothing compared to what the Grand Heaven Master and other powerful members of the senior generation had done. They had scoured all of the eternal immortal domains, including the sea itself and the eternal island, to find the bits of rubble and rocks that were actually the flesh and blood of the first-generation Archemperor, whose body had exploded when the original Heavenspan realm was destroyed. It was all an effort to commemorate that first-generation archemperor. Although they couldn't find every last bit of rubble, they found quite a bit, all of which became part of the huge statue of Bai Xiaochun. As a result, that statue had strange and wondrous powers. Anyone with the blood of the Heavenspan realm that got close to the statue would feel their blood surging. It would make cultivation easier, and would provide a boost to both their battle prowess and their spirit enhancement abilities. The most eye-catching thing about the statue was the imperial city held in its left hand. Even from a distance, it looked large and majestic. It could house millions upon millions of cultivators, and was filled with countless buildings and streets. Just being in the city itself would provide great benefit to anyone with the blood of the Heavenspan realm. Of course, the Grand Heaven Master and his contemporaries wouldn't forget the defenses of the city. There were numerous spell formations built into the statue to protect it and the city. Although the spell formations were not quite as powerful as those in Vile Emperor City or Saint Emperor City, they were still the type that Celestials couldn't easily do anything to. All of that was definitely astonishing, but there was something else that was even more so. In the forehead of the statue of Bai Xiaochun was his Heavenspan Dharma eye. From a distance, it looked like a radiant violet crystal. If one got closer, though, it was possible to see that it wasn't a crystal, but rather a convergence of dazzling violet light. Within that shocking violet light was a violet imperial palace. It was exquisite and luxurious, and also pulsed with an energy that would inspire awe in anyone who laid eyes on it. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun was sitting on the dragon throne in the Grand Hall. Arranged one level lower than his throne were 3 phoenix chairs, where Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and Hou Xiaomei all sat. The 3 of them would occasionally size each other up, and occasionally look over at him. Sighing, Bai Xiaochun looked out at the 100 or so people who were currently standing around the main hall, arguing with each other. Listen to me. We need to call it Emperor Bai's dynasty. No, that name won't do. How could that be passed down to successive generations? We should call it Emperor Heavenspan's dynasty. Have you people forgotten that our founding ancestor was the Archlord? We should continue to honor him, and call it the Arch-Emperor dynasty. Among the people arguing in the hall were the Grand Heaven Master, the Giant Ghost King, the 9 Serenities King, the Spirit Advent King, the War Champion King, and the demigods from the eastern and northern Heavenspan region. There were also a dozen or so demigods who had defected from the other 2 imperial dynasties. Gong Sun Wanner was present, but didn't partake in the discussion. However, everyone else did, even Patriarch Spirit Stream. Because of his unique status, many people gave a lot of weight to what he had to say. Only Li Qingho hadn't given his opinion yet. Given his special connection to Bai Xiaochun, anything he said would be taken very seriously, even by the Grand Heaven Master, and therefore he decided to wait. Bai Xiaochun's side, as the arguments over the name of their nation went on for 2 days without anyone coming to an agreement. Everyone had their own ideas, and everyone had different ways of trying to get Bai Xiaochun to agree with them. After all, now that the Heavenspan realm had control of an immortal domain, it was definitely important to officially establish the dynasty. Not doing so would have adverse effects on the populace. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered, and he slowly raised his hand and began waving it back and forth to get the attention of the crowd. He didn't need to use any cultivation-based power. Although everyone was involved with the discussion, they were also keeping their eye on Bai Xiaochun to see if he would say something. In the blink of an eye, the ruckus faded into silence, and everyone looked over at Bai Xiaochun. He was used to being the center of attention now, and therefore looked out at the crowd and began to speak in a calm voice. Before the previous Archemperor passed away, he passed on his legacy to me. We're all people of Heavenspan. We've risen up through countless deadly struggles, all to reach this point of stability. We should honor the Archemperor's wishes, and honor the founding Archlord. Enough with the arguing. As of today, the glory of the Archemperor dynasty has been restored. Taoist Heavenspan changed the fate of our home, but now we will return things to how they should be. We arrived in the eternal immortal domains tens of thousands of years late, but we still got here. By the time he finished his speech, he had risen to his feet. As of this moment, everyone realized that the Archemperor dynasty was being re-established. Everyone had their own ideas, but right now, Bai Xiaochun occupied the ultimate position of authority. What he said was law. No one dared to disagree, and in fact, everyone had to admit that what he said made sense. The Grand Heaven Master was the first to step forward, his face a bit flush, his eyes sparkling. In his heart, he was fully convinced that all his efforts over the years were not in vain. Clasping hands, he bowed to Bai Xiaochun. "Greetings, Archemperor." Next, the giant ghost king, the 9 serenities king, the northern and eastern demigods, and all of the other powerful experts likewise clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, Archemperor." Bai Xiaochun didn't even unleash a scrap of his cultivation base. Gong Sunwaner, Zhou Zimo, Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei were all moved by his glory and bowed deeply to him. Patriarch Spirit Stream and Li Qingho were moved and understood that from this moment on, Bai Xiaochun was the Archemperor, one of the 3 emperors of the eternal immortal domains. Taking deep breaths, they bowed deeply. As their voices echoed out, the millions and millions of heaven-span realm cultivators who had been watching the Grand Hall closely could hear what was being said. All of them dropped to their knees to kowtow. "Greetings, Archemperor." "Greetings, Archemperor." Sound waves rolled out from Archemperor City in all directions as countless cultivators joined their voices together. Soon, the sound filled the entire immortal domain. Even the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor were now looking in the direction of Archemperor City. The Celestials, Demigods, and Devas from the other 2 imperial dynasties, as well as countless other cultivators, were all deeply shaken. Everyone could tell that a new dynasty had risen to power. Even the mysterious Eternal Mother seemed to open her eyes and look at the 3rd of her sons, who had finally returned. The Archemperor dynasty was officially founded. From now on, it was settled. There were 3 powers within the eternal immortal domains. Things had gone back to the way they were originally intended. Although the Archemperor dynasty arrived on the scene late in the game, it had still come. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased to have become the Archemperor, and that he could now boss everyone around. Of course, he quickly came to find that although he did have the authority to issue orders, when it came to governing the nation, the Grand Heaven Master was far more adept than him. Furthermore, every time he made public appearances, it caused a huge stir. Considering how busy everyone was, Bai Xiaochun finally sighed and decided that the best thing was for him to simply be the spiritual leader of the nation. Besides, he didn't care much for governmental power. He didn't even care that the Grand Heaven Master had once run a very similar puppet government back in the Wildlands. After all, as long as his cultivation base was high enough, nobody would be able to take away what was his. Now that the Archemperor dynasty had been officially founded in the Eternal Lands, more and more heaven-span realm cultivators came to join it. Soon, a peace descended upon them, the likes of which they had not enjoyed for a very long time. As things developed, the bellies of Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo grew larger. The Grand Heaven Master, Li Qingho and others of the senior generation were much more concerned about matters such as that than Bai Xiaochun was, and devoted many resources to keeping the 2 women safe. Their residences were strictly guarded, and numerous precautions were taken to ensure that no accidents happened. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was no longer bored and idle. He spent every day with Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, helping to take care of them, and enjoying a warm tenderness that had been lacking for a long time. The only awkward thing was that having multiple Taoist partners was actually quite a headache. Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo were both very proud, and had short tempers, and they were even more emotional than normal. The glares they cast at each other nearly led to fighting on a few occasions, leaving Bai Xiaochun very jumpy and nervous. And when Ho Xiaomei saw all of this happening, she got even more irritated than before. The more she thought about the situation, the less she seemed willing to accept it, until she secretly met with Li Qingho to ask for his help. Li Qingho was like a father to Bai Xiaochun, which put him in a very unique position within the Archemperor dynasty. All of Bai Xiaochun's Taoist partners truly respected him. Although Song Junwan didn't visit him on a daily basis, she would dine with him every few days. Even the stubborn and obstinate Zhou Zimo would take time to go see him. However, between the three daughters-in-law that Li Qingho had, he liked Hou Xiaomei the best. After all, she had started out in the Spirit Stream sect, under his command as the Peak Lord of Fragrant Cloud Peak. Li Qingho had essentially watched Bai Xiaochun and Hou Xiaomei grow up together. After hearing Hou Xiaomei's frustrations, Li Qingho thought the matter over, then sighed. He made some inquiries, and soon learned that Bai Xiaochun had ended up together with Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo by means of his aphrodisiac pills. One particular day after Bai Xiaochun had just gone to spend some time with Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, he returned to his grand hall, and had just sat down when Li Qingho entered. "Uncle Li," he said, instantly rising to his feet and rushing over to him. It didn't matter that he was the archemperor now. To him, Li Qingho would always be like a father. Li Qingho was very pleased with how things had turned out for Bai Xiaochun. He would often think back to that boy he had seen on top of Mount Hood, lighting an incense stick. Step by step, he had reached this point, and Li Qingho couldn't have been prouder. The two of them sat down to reminisce, with Li Qingho giving occasional bits of advice. It didn't matter what he said. Bai Xiaochun would always nod in agreement. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Li Qingho cleared his throat. "Say, Xiaochun, do you have any more aphrodisiac pills?" "Huh," Bai Xiaochun blurted. He had assumed that his uncle Li had come here for some specific reason, and here it was. After blinking a few times, Bai Xiaochun slapped his thigh. "You've taken a liking to someone, haven't you, Uncle Li? Who is it?" He was actually very curious about this point. Of course, Li Qingho had always been fond of Big Fatty Zhang's master, Su Meixiang. Unfortunately, she had gone missing, and even after most of the people of the Heavenspan realm were now gathering back together, she was nowhere to be found. Glaring in embarrassment, Li Qingho said, "There's no reason to flip out. If you have any, I'll just take one. If anybody else had asked me for one, Uncle Li, I would say I'm out. But since it's you, here you go." Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but smile at how Li Qingho seemed to be having a youthful reinvigoration. The truth was that he didn't have many aphrodisiac pills left. Furthermore, after what had happened with Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, he was very cautious when it came to aphrodisiac pills. Taking out a bottle, he offered it to Li Qingho. Chuckling knowingly, Bai Xiaochun looked at Li Qingho and said, "Uncle Li, you're getting old, and you need to look out for your health. These things, well, don't overdose, okay? That bottle has 8 pills and—" "Cut the crap," Li Qingho said coldly, grabbing the pill bottle. I get it. You're a bit shy, so you need some really strong stuff. Ha ha ha. I understand." Bai Xiaochun was truly amused by the whole situation, and couldn't hold back from laughing. Although, if you've taken a liking to someone, Uncle Li, you really don't need to use something like that medicine. You just need to figure out how to woo her. Let me teach you. Thumping himself on the chest, he said, "Trust me. I'm not bragging when I say that I—" At this point, Li Qingho couldn't take it anymore. Glaring at Bai Xiaochun, he turned and left. Chuckling, Bai Xiaochun called out, "Don't forget, Uncle Li, don't actually consume that pill. Just a bit of powder from it will do fine. Don't overdose." Before walking out the door, Li Qingho paused, looked over his shoulder, and looked meaningfully at Bai Xiaochun. Then he nodded. "Just some powder," Bai Xiaochun repeated. "Understand?" At that point, he suddenly felt like there was something odd about the whole situation. There had been something in Li Qingho's eyes right before he left that seemed to indicate that there was more to the story. However, he couldn't think of what that might possibly be. Uncle Li is a great guy, just a bit shy, that's all. Thinking about what it would be like when Li Qingho used the aphrodisiac pill, Bai Xiaochun began to hum a little tune and head back to his throne. That evening, Hou Xiaomei walked briskly through the imperial palace, trying to keep her breathing steady. She had 2 aphrodisiac pills, one in each hand, and she was continuously reminding herself of what Li Qingho had told her. I have to crush them. I have to crush them. Eventually, she reached Bai Xiaochun's private chamber. Taking a moment to compose herself, she looked up, a smile on her face that made her look as beautiful as a freshly bloomed flower. Are you here, Big Bro Xiaochun? Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of meditating. When he heard Hou Xiaomei's voice, he quickly opened the door of the chamber and saw her standing there, bathed in moonlight. He was surprised to see her. After all, this was the first time she had come to visit him after returning. Xiaomei you? Before he could even finish his sentence, she blinked a few times and then walked into the private chamber. As she did, she squeezed her fists. Two popping sounds then rang out within the chamber. What was that sound? Seemed really familiar. It was at that point that a pink mist began to spread out. That was an aphrodisiac pill? His eyes went wide and he backed up, but that was when a soft, warm body wrapped around him. How did you get an aphrodisiac pill? Even as his vision turned pink, he heard Hou Xiaomei's captivating voice whispering in his ear. Uncle Li gave it to me. At that point, Bai Xiaochun fell down onto his back, and the entire room filled with pink mist. Zhou Zimo had crushed an aphrodisiac pill, as had Song Junwan. But Hou Xiaomei had crushed too, and she had done so in the confines of a private chamber. It was easy to imagine the result. The pink mist was particularly dense and wouldn't dissipate. Bai Xiaochun and Hou Xiaomei breathed it in. For days, when it finally faded away, the door to the private chamber opened, and Hou Xiaomei emerged. She looked a bit limp, but her face was flushed, and her eyes were sparkling. After glancing over her shoulder, she patted her tummy and then giddily left. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaochun staggered out of the private chamber, then stood there looking disconsolately up at the sky. I'm the grand and mighty Archemperor, one of the three most powerful experts in the eternal immortal domains. He could only sigh at how his defeat at the hands of aphrodisiac pills seemed to have become a recurring theme in his life. If only aphrodisiac pills didn't exist, he moaned inwardly. A moment passed, and he realized that he shouldn't think that way. Without aphrodisiac pills, he would probably be alone in life. After all, he was simply too pure and honest of a person. Ah, whatever. If they exist, they exist. Shaking his head, he sighed. By now, he felt that he understood Hou Xiaomei's way of thinking. She had been the first to get to know him, but Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo were already pregnant with his children. Unwilling to be left behind, Hou Xiaomei had resorted to extreme methods to even things out. AI. It's not their fault that they're all fighting amongst each other to have my children. It's my fault, really. Shaking his head, he took a short walk before returning to his private chamber. The Archemperor dynasty was now in a very stable state. The Grand Heaven Master and other important figures had divided up the various responsibilities of running the nation, ensuring that everything was working smoothly and efficiently. The biggest asset the Archemperor dynasty had was spirit enhancement, and now that a peace treaty had been reached amongst the various dynasties, trade began to be carried out. Also, Gongsun Wanner's Daoseed had been sent over by the vile emperor. He really had no choice but to do that. The peace treaty was a good thing for the vile emperor, and he didn't want to give Bai Xiaochun or the Saint Emperor an excuse to cause trouble for him. In general, things were peaceful and quiet. As for Zhou Zimo and Song Junwan, their due dates were approaching, which was a matter of incredible importance, even to the vile emperor and Saint Emperor. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had mastered the undying live forever technique was no secret, and the incredible powers and abilities which came from that hereditary technique of the archemperors were shocking, to say the least. And if he ended up passing those innate talents on to his children, the results would be terrifying. That was especially true of spirit enhancement. The ability to perform spirit enhancements depended on one's bloodline, and considering that Bai Xiaochun was now expecting 2 children, just about everyone in the eternal immortal domains was wondering what would happen. Bai Xiaochun was also extremely nervous. He never left the imperial palace, and even had his normal meditation chamber moved closer to where Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo were staying. Although he was fairly certain that no one in the eternal immortal domains would dare to do something to hurt them, he still wanted to be completely ready and on guard. Unfortunately, because of the power contained within Bai Xiaochun's blood, the pregnancy terms were incredibly long, causing the days to seemingly drag by without end. Half a month later, while everyone was still waiting for Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo to go into labor, Su Baokai and Master God Diviner arrived. They came in very unique fashion. Su Baokai had kidnapped Master God Diviner. It wasn't until he actually arrived in the Archemperor dynasty that he revealed his identity. After that, it didn't take long for him and Master God Diviner to be whisked to Archemperor City. Upon arriving, Su Baokai offered greetings to Patriarch Spirit Stream and the others, and then asked to see by Xiaochun. Master God Diviner, who Su Baokai kept securely tied up, didn't say anything the entire time, and did not seem to be very happy. It was a very strange scene, and somewhat suspicious as far as Patriarch Spirit Stream was concerned. As word was passed up through the ranks, Bai Xiaochun was informed, and summoned Su Baokai and Master God Diviner to a side chamber for an audience. When the doors opened, Bai Xiaochun saw Master God Diviner tied up with ropes and looking very anxious, with Su Baokai behind him, shoving him forward through the corridor. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times at the strangeness of the scene. As soon as Su Baokai caught sight of Bai Xiaochun, he excitedly shoved Master God Diviner into the room, then rushed forward and kowtowed. "Greetings, Arch-Emperor." Su Baokai was not feigning his excitement. When he was back in the Saint Emperor dynasty and heard that Bai Xiaochun had become the Arch-Emperor, he almost couldn't contain his enthusiasm. Considering his own relationship with Bai Xiaochun, it meant that he would likely benefit as well. In order to show how truly devoted he was, after he finished offering formal greetings, he quickly said, "Your Majesty, I didn't come to you empty-handed. I brought this traitor along with me." "What traitor, you might ask?" "Master God Diviner." "That's who?" Bai Xiaochun looked at Su Baokai, and then at Master God Diviner. Clearly, there was some sort of conflict between the two. "I'm no traitor," Master God Diviner shouted. "Bai Your Majesty, I didn't betray you. Before he could proceed with any explanation, Su Baokai glared at him and interrupted. "Shut up, Master God Diviner. As you well know, I'm an expert when it comes to gathering intelligence, so don't even think of trying to pull a fast one. Your Majesty, this evil Master God Diviner definitely betrayed us. And even more infuriating, he tried to bribe me to keep me quiet. Your Majesty, you have no idea the humiliation I endured in my efforts to capture him. In order to get on his good side, I accepted the more than 100 female cultivators he gave me, which nearly corrupted my spirit and toppled my Tao heart. Thankfully, my loyalty to you never wavered, Your Majesty." As Su Baotsai's words echoed about in the chamber, Master God Diviner glared at him angrily. "That's right, I did arrange for you to have 100 female cultivators. But every time I sent you one, you weren't happy and kept asking for more. That's why you got more than 100. That's because my Tao heart is strong." Su Baokai shot back. "It was all for the mission. It was all to catch you, you traitor. That's why I endured all of that humiliation. I had no choice but to accept your bribes. That was the only way to capture you." A full-scale argument had erupted, with both sides hurling accusations at the other, and denying the accusations made against them. "Don't feel pity for this Master God Diviner, Your Majesty," Su Baokai said loudly. "The reason I went to him in the first place was to ask him to join me on the journey to Archemperor City. But because he had a demigod Taoist partner, he refused. Therefore, I had no choice but to suffer all of that humiliation to gain his trust. When the moment was right, I poisoned him, tied him up, and brought him here by force." Sighing, Master God Diviner said, "Who said I didn't want to come? I have a big family and lots of business interests. I couldn't just abandon them all. But that doesn't mean I didn't want to come. Don't even think of trying to fool His Majesty. You're a traitor, Master God Diviner. You've been having kids left and right, spreading the blood of the Heavenspan realm without even thinking about it. Thanks to you, the secrets of spirit enhancement aren't going to be a secret for much longer." Bai Xiaochun found the whole thing to be quite amusing, but could tell that the argument was about to devolve into an actual fight. In fact, Master God Diviner was so weak that when Su Baokai kicked him to the ground and started to trample him, he couldn't defend himself. At that point, Bai Xiaochun intervened. The situation was obvious. Master God Diviner had been living a comfortable life in the eternal immortal domains, unlike many other cultivators from the Heavenspan realm. Therefore, he was torn about whether to come to the Archemperor dynasty. Untying Master God Diviner, Bai Xiaochun said, "Listen, Master God Diviner. We're like brothers, right? Just tell me the truth. Do you want to join us here or not? If not, then have someone escort you back. All I want is for the people from the Heavenspan realm to be happy. That's all. As long as you don't betray me, we're friends, no matter where you are." With the wave of a hand, Bai Xiaochun then dispelled the poison, and Master God Diviner's weakness along with it. Shivering, Master God Diviner stood there at a temporary loss for words. Then he took a deep breath and said, "I want to join you, but not alone. I want to bring my family with me." Laughing heartily, Bai Xiaochun stepped forward and embraced Master God Diviner. "No problem at all. Bring as many people as you want." Then he embraced Su Baokai. Master God Diviner seemed to want to say something more, but held back. As for Su Baokai, he also hesitated about whether to add additional information. However, seeing how happy Bai Xiaochun was, he didn't. Before long, Master God Diviner left, an official decree in his hand from Bai Xiaochun, allowing him to bring all of his belongings and wives to Archemperor City. Looking over his shoulder at Archemperor City, he muttered, "I hope he doesn't pass out from shock when I come back." After seeing Master God Diviner off, Bai Xiaochun's life went on as it had up to this point. Right now, the most important thing to him was not cultivation, but rather the unborn children in Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo. No one would dare to violate the taboo of using divine sense to try to determine the sex of the babies, except for Bai Xiaochun. He had no such reservations and had long since done so. Song Junwan was a bit let down at the news. It might not have been a big deal if Bai Xiaochun weren't the Archemperor. But given his current identity, it meant that a boy would obviously be slightly more important. And unfortunately, Song Junwan was carrying a girl. It would have been easier for her to accept that if Zhou Zimo had also been carrying a girl. But as it turned out, she was carrying a boy. Although Song Junwan was a bit disappointed, she didn't want Bai Xiaochun to get the wrong idea, and thus hid her feelings. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun didn't care whether his children were boys or girls. He would love them either way. Eventually, he could sense Song Junwan's feelings and spent extra time consoling her, and made sure she understood that he didn't care about that sort of thing. Another month went by. Both women were now very close to giving birth, and Bai Xiaochun was getting more and more nervous. Based on the auguries he had performed, the various preparations he had made, and the level of his cultivation base, he was completely and utterly confident that nothing was going to go wrong. And yet, considering that he was about to become a father, he was still worried. "I wonder what it will feel like to be a dad?" It was a question that would often pop into his head. Another thing he found himself thinking about was the subject of names. What should we name them? Although he had come up with a lot of ideas, he hadn't made a final decision. Bai Debao? No, not impressive enough. Bai Chowda? Nope. His mom wouldn't agree. Bai Lingfei? That final name made him sigh, both because it made him think of Du Lingfei, and also because of the fact that if he gave that name to his daughter, Song Junwan would likely chop him to pieces. Even as he was in the middle of contemplating various names, the Saint Emperor came for a visit. He came completely without advance notice, and in a way that no one in the Archemperor dynasty except for Bai Xiaochun realized that he was there. The fact that he came just on the verge of the children being born caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to flicker. As soon as he detected the fluctuations, he flew up into the air. As soon as he was out in the open, he locked his gaze onto a certain location off in the distance, where the Saint Emperor stepped out of thin air. He had been worried about a misunderstanding, and had thus appeared some distance away, instead of directly within Archemperor City. "Second bro," he said. Laughing heartily, he stepped forward and embraced Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was a bit surprised that the Saint Emperor had come so unexpectedly, and was curious about why he had come. One thing that worried him was that his Archean luminescence was still not ready to use again. On any other occasion, he would likely have feigned civility. But he was in no mood for that and got right to the point. "What are you doing here, big bro?" "Oh, it's nothing important. I was just a bit bored, and was contemplating the fact that your children are about to be born. And that got me to thinking that the vile emperor might cause some trouble, so I decided to come stand guard for you." Even as he spoke, he sent his divine sense down into Arch-Emperor City, as if he were looking for something. Frowning, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, expelling the Saint Emperor's divine sense from within the city. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "I appreciate your good intentions, big bro, but now's not really a good time." Clearly, Bai Xiaochun wasn't going to back down. At this point, the Saint Emperor was starting to feel a bit awkward, and knew that it would be easy for a misunderstanding to occur. However, he really felt the need to take a look around Arch-Emperor City. Sighing, he decided not to risk a misunderstanding. "I'll be perfectly honest, second bro. I know it's a bit rude to barge in like this, but the Saint Turtle has gone missing." As he spoke, he kept a close eye on Bai Xiaochun's facial expression. When Bai Xiaochun heard that the Saint Turtle was missing, he didn't have much of a reaction at first. But then his eyes went wide as he realized which Saint Turtle the Saint Emperor was talking about. "My little turtle? He's missing." His surprise was no act. He had absolutely no idea where the little turtle was. "Yes," replied the Saint Emperor. "Half a month ago he vanished. I wouldn't be too worried about it, except for the fact that he stole a bunch of lotus seeds before leaving." The Saint Emperor was clearly depressed. For years, the Saint Turtle had seemed fine, and the Saint Emperor had actually taken a liking to him. He gave him anything he asked for, and yet in the end he had disappeared. His first reaction was that the little turtle must have gone back to Bai Xiaochun. However, moments ago, his divine sense had managed to sweep through most of Arch-Emperor City before Bai Xiaochun intervened, and the Saint Emperor hadn't picked up any traces of the little turtle. Furthermore, he could tell that Bai Xiaochun's reaction had been genuine. Back when he had formed the initial alliance with the Saint Emperor dynasty and the Saint Emperor himself, he had actually talked with the little turtle and told him that he would come free him when the time was right, but not in a way that would harm the alliance. But because of the impending birth of his children, he had completely forgotten about the turtle. He was also taken by surprise by the fact that the turtle had gone missing. Feeling a bit bad for the Saint Emperor and also slightly guilty, he was about to offer some more explanations when his expression flickered, and he looked off toward the horizon. Surprised, the Saint Emperor looked in the same direction. Before long, rumbling sounds could be heard as more than 1,000 huge battleships appeared off in the distance. Most of them were about 3,000 meters long and very impressive. In the front was one particular ship that was 30,000 meters long, which was leading the procession in the direction of Arch-Emperor City. At first sight, one might assume it was an invasion. But there was no way that a procession of battleships this large could get from the border of the immortal domain to Arch-Emperor City without anyone noticing, at least not unless it was cloaked by an Archean. The procession was being escorted by a large number of cultivators, all of them people of Heavenspan. Strange expressions could be seen on their faces as they proceeded along with the battleships as they headed toward the city. When the residents of Arch-Emperor City saw what was happening, expressions of shock appeared on their faces as they assumed that they were under attack. Although the ships were too far away for them to make out the details of who was on them, Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor could see clearly. There were men and women, with women clearly making up the majority. Furthermore, many of them emanated fluctuations that indicated they had the blood of the Heavenspan realm in them. Even more astonishing was how many people there were. The smaller battleships all had hundreds of people on them, and the lead battleship had tens of thousands. "Lu Yun Tao," the Saint Emperor blurted, shocked. "Master God Diviner," Bai Xiaochun said simultaneously, his eyes going wide at the sight of Master God Diviner standing there on the 30,000-meter-long battleship, surrounded by tens of thousands of women. Apparently, these women were his concubines. And standing right next to him was a noble-looking woman in formal court attire, whose cultivation base was so high that she was clearly in the great circle of the demigod realm. In fact, she was actually a quasi-celestial, making her just as strong as the Grand Heaven Master. This woman was the Lu Yuntao that the Saint Emperor had just referred to. Even in the eternal immortal domains, People with cultivation bases that high were not common, and generally had the most powerful battle prowess aside from celestials. Soon, Master God Diviner noticed by Xiaochun hovering there in the air, looking stunned. As for Lu Yuntao, she spotted the Saint Emperor, and her expression flickered. Taking a deep breath, she clasped Master God Diviner's hand and flew off of the battleship toward the dazed by Xiaochun and Saint Emperor. Greetings, Arch-Emperor, Saint Emperor. Greetings, Saint Emperor, Arch-Emperor. The Saint Emperor looked at Lu Yuntao, and then at Master God Diviner, and then finally over at the battleships. You two are? Not daring to hide the truth, Lu Yuntao clasped hands, bowed, and said, Saint Emperor, this is your humble servant's family, and this is your humble servant's Taoist partner. It was a completely shocking development. There were tens of thousands of people on all of those battleships, and the majority of them had the blood of the Heavenspan realm in them. Before the Saint Emperor could react, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed, Are you addicted to having kids, Master Snort? You were like this in the Wildlands, and now here in the eternal immortal domains you're still up to the same thing. You've sired an entire sect. Bai Xiaochun was simply bowled over. He had once thought Bruiser was impressive, but could see now that Bruiser only qualified to kowtow to Master God Diviner. The sudden revelation was like a lightning bolt striking from a blue sky. Then Bai Xiaochun thought about how much trouble it was dealing with only a couple women, whereas Master God Diviner had tens of thousands to handle. It seemed they all got along, which filled Bai Xiaochun with mixed emotions, primarily envy. Master God Diviner looked a bit embarrassed, and was trying to think of what to say when the Grand Heaven Master arrived with the other powerful experts from the city. When they saw the Saint Emperor, they were shocked, and although they weren't sure why he had come, they quickly offered formal greetings. Then they escorted Master God Diviner and Lu Yuntao, as well as the tens of thousands of people they had brought with them, into Arch-Emperor City. Bai Xiaochun looked on, his head spinning. All of a sudden, he thought back to how Master God Diviner had seemed to want to say something back when he left, and the pieces clicked. Clearly, bringing a family of tens of thousands on a big journey like this had not been an easy task. On the upside, the shocking arrival of Master God Diviner had eased some of the tension between Bai Xiaochun and the Saint Emperor. Considering that Master God Diviner and the other important officials had already seen that the Saint Emperor had come for a visit, Bai Xiaochun decided that he might as well invite him down into the Imperial Palace. However, the Saint Emperor was still feeling shaken by the incident with Master God Diviner. After confirming that the little turtle was not present, he sat down in the Imperial Palace in Arch-Emperor City to chat further with Bai Xiaochun. Second bro, what did you call that fellow? Master Snort? Now that's what I called talent. He single-handedly sired an entire sect. Do you mind letting me take this Master Snort back with me, second bro? Talent like that is sadly missing in the Saint Emperor dynasty. The Saint Emperor was truly moved at how this Master Snort had apparently managed to keep such a huge family all happy and harmonious. Bai Xiaochun wasn't very pleased by the Saint Emperor's reaction, and he was also feeling a bit envious of Master God Diviner and his abilities. It was all made worse by the bitterness he had endured because of his own Taoist partners. If the Saint Emperor hadn't asked to take Master God Diviner away, he might have been able to keep a lid on his feelings. But now he was feeling quite irritated. You think that's impressive? Well, it doesn't quite measure up to me. With that, he slapped his bag of holding, causing heaps of love letters to whoosh out, forming a small mountain in front of the Saint Emperor. Feeling much better, Bai Xiaochun proudly said, See these love letters? Each and every one is addressed to me. Back in the Heavenspan realm, all I had to do was nod, and I would have exponentially more wives and concubines than Master God Diviner. To see Bai Xiaochun casually toss out so many love letters caused the Saint Emperor to be completely astonished all over again. Some of the letters in the pile were actually yellow with age. You actually kept them all? They even survived the destruction of your entire world? The Saint Emperor suddenly felt like his understanding of life had reached a new level. First was Master God Diviner with his family of tens of thousands, and then Bai Xiaochun with his mountain of love letters. Bai Xiaochun felt a lot more confident now that the Saint Emperor had been so flabbergasted by his love letters. But then, just as he was about to go into some more bragging, he sensed 3 streams of divine sense sweep into the hall. They belonged to none other than Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and Hou Xiaomei. Upon hearing that the Saint Emperor had come, they were nervous and also worried for Bai Xiaochun, but knew that it wouldn't be appropriate to come in person. And thus, they sent some divine sense to check on what was happening. If they were in the imperial palace of Saint Emperor City, they wouldn't have been able to use divine sense to look in on an Archean. But this was the imperial palace of Archemperor City, and the spell formations set up made it possible for them to do so. The first thing that they saw was a small mountain of love letters. Almost immediately, their streams of divine sense seemed to grow more powerful, lock down onto the love letters, and then suddenly vanish. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and the Saint Emperor's expression flickered. Clearing his throat, the Saint Emperor said, "What were you about to say, second bro?" However, there was no way that Bai Xiaochun could be in the mood for continuing the conversation. Chuckling wryly, he scooped up the love letters and then tried to look calm as he changed the subject and continued chatting. As for the Saint Emperor, now that he was sure the little turtle was nowhere nearby, he decided that, considering the sensitive situation in the city, it wouldn't be good for him to overstay his welcome. Therefore, he took his leave. Bai Xiaochun absent-mindedly escorted the Saint Emperor out, his eyes occasionally flitting guiltily back to the palace. "What's the big deal? They're just some love letters. It's not like I asked for them." Trying to work up some courage, he headed back to his private chamber, where he planned to spend a few days in secluded meditation. However, his plan didn't work. That very evening, Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, and Hou Xiaomei put aside their differences and joined forces to appear at his private chamber. Bai Xiaochun was starting to feel even more guilty, especially considering how visibly pregnant Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo were. Although the two of them were smiling broadly, the ill will in their eyes caused him to wail in his heart. As for Hou Xiaomei, she had no idea whether or not she was pregnant, but for some reason she kept her hands resting on her belly as she stared at him. Song Junwan was the first one to speak. "Xiaochun, why did the Saint Emperor come to visit?" She spoke in a warm tone and sounded very mature. If it weren't for the daggers she was staring, she would have seemed like the picture of womanly virtue. Well, it's that darn little turtle. He ran away. You know the little turtle, right? You don't. Well, let me tell you how I met him. You're actually part of the story, Junwan." Blinking, Bai Xiaochun prepared to go into detail, but before he could, Zhou Zimo snorted coldly and cut in. "Don't try to avoid the elephant in the room, Bai Xiaochun. Come on, tell the truth. Are you jealous of Master God Diviner?" "Jealous?" Bai Xiaochun said loudly. "Are you kidding me?" Although he was nearly trembling with anxiety, he put on a look of righteous indignation, and even a bit of confusion. "I would never be jealous of him. Actually, he's the one who's jealous of me. Although, now that you mention Master God Diviner, you have to admit that the poor kid really has it rough." "Zimo, do you remember those tribes from the Wildlands? Back when I was heading back to the Heavenspan region, you escorted me some of the way. Remember?" As he prepared to continue with his story, Hou Xiaomei planted her fists onto her hips. Fuming like a hot pepper, she said, "Big bro Xiaochun, you're the Archemperor now. Although times are peaceful now, you can't slack off. You need to work hard on your cultivation. You need to focus." Bai Xiaochun began, but Song Junwan interrupted him. "Xiaomei is absolutely correct. Xiaochun, you have a lot of important responsibilities. Although the three of us can't do much in that regard, we can at least help you with some of your menial tasks. Come on, hand over your love letters. We'll take care of them from now on." Before he could offer any further explanations, Zhou Zimo, who of course had the worst temper of all of them, stalked over, keeping one arm under her belly as she grabbed his bag of holding. And of course he didn't dare to interfere as she completely emptied out all of the love letters. His heart was fairly dripping with blood as he looked on, feeling like he was being strangled. It was as if Zhou Zimo wasn't taking away his love letters, but rather, all the romance that existed in his heart. Looking very pleased with themselves, the three women left with his love letters, leaving him standing there alone in his private chamber, scowling on the verge of tears. As they left, he reached out morosely as if to grab a hold of something, except there was nothing to lay his hands on. My love letters! Moonlight tumbled in through the open door of his chamber onto Bai Xiaochun as he stood there in a daze for a very long moment. Finally, he sighed, his life seemingly devoid of meaning. If I'd known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have pissed off so many women. Depressed, he couldn't help but think that having one wife was definitely the best thing. Two was incredibly annoying, and three or more was simply too dire of a situation to even think about. Xiaomei used to be great, but now she's been led astray by the other two. He had originally wanted to focus on meditation, but now simply couldn't focus. Eventually the sun began to rise. At that point, he looked down at his bag of holding and thought about the collection of love letters that had once been his pride and joy, that he had so often poured out of his bag of holding to dramatic effect, evoking looks of envy from onlookers. But now his love letters were gone. Feeling miserable, he flew out to Gongsun Wanner's secluded meditation facilities. He could sense that she was inside practicing cultivation, and he was tempted to just go in. But he knew that she was at a critical juncture, and that he shouldn't disturb her. After a moment, he sent his divine sense out into Arch-Emperor City, hoping to find someone to talk to. He saw Big Fatty Zhang, who was meditating. He saw Su Baokai, who was in the middle of dramatically boasting to a group of friends. And he saw Master God Diviner, lounging in the midst of a group of concubines. He saw Patriarch Spirit Stream, sadly looking at the command medallion of a dead disciple. He saw Li Qingho off in the distance, holding a handkerchief in his hand. He even saw Shangguan Tianyu, who had once been so spectacular, but who was now quiet and reserved. He still looked like an unsheathed sword, but now he sat alone, quietly drinking and muttering about Zhou Xinqi. As he looked out at all the familiar faces, his expression suddenly flickered as he realized there were two auras in the city that were somewhat familiar, but that he hadn't encountered for a very long time. Those two, he murmured. With that, he vanished, to reappear outside of a mansion somewhere in the city. It was a two-story building, with a fragrant osmanthus tree in the courtyard. As he stood beneath that tree, he looked up at one of the windows in the building, which was lit with lamplight, framing the silhouette of a graceful woman. Perhaps she sensed that something had changed outside, as the window slowly opened, and a beautiful face appeared. When she looked down at the osmanthus tree and saw Bai Xiaochun, her eyes widened, and mixed emotions played out on her face. Instead of clasping her hands in greeting, she simply looked at him. "Chun Manyao," he said softly. All of a sudden, he realized that he had not been paying attention to who had arrived in the new Arch-Emperor dynasty. For one thing, he had been very wrapped up with worrying about the balance of power with the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor, and for another, he had been very focused on his unborn children. He wasn't sure when Chun Manyao had come, and had it not been for his frustrated, fidgety mood, he wouldn't have sent his divine sense out to check on everyone. Presumably the Grand Heaven Master knew that Chun Manyao was here. After all, she was his apprentice. And the fact that he hadn't said anything to him was very telling. The Grand Heaven Master had lived for many years, and had a lot more life experience than Bai Xiaochun. Obviously, he didn't want Chun Manyao causing problems in the imperial harem. When Chun Manyao heard him say her name, she bowed her head. A somewhat blank look could be seen in her eyes as she thought back to events of the past. But after a moment, she sighed, and gave him a curtsying bow. "Greetings from a humble commoner, Arch-Emperor." Her form of greeting instantly caused the gap between them to widen. The two of them stood there quietly for a long moment before she quietly closed the window and blew out the lamp, casting her room into silent darkness. Bai Xiaochun stood there under the osmanthus tree for a while, unsure of what he was feeling. Finally, he sighed and vanished, reappearing outside of the Spirit Advent King's official residence. The second familiar aura he had detected earlier came from a woman named Su Shan. Years ago, She had been like an explosive dragon, and after becoming completely infatuated with him, had chased him relentlessly. Although she was still beautiful, she was now visibly older than before. She was unaware of his arrival, and he didn't speak to her. He just watched her for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, then left. All of a sudden, there was one person in particular that he realized he missed dearly. Du Lingfei, he murmured. He left Archemperor City to fly on a quick tour of the Archemperor dynasty's immortal domain. However, no matter how he searched with his divine sense, he couldn't find any clues as to Du Lingfei's whereabouts. It was not his first time looking for her. He had searched on numerous occasions. The eternal immortal domains were vast, but no amount of searching had led him to even a single clue. According to what Taoist Heavenspan had said, he had also searched for her to no avail. The night passed quickly. Eventually, the sun began to cast its rays out onto the lands. As Bai Xiaochun hovered there some distance away from Archemperor City, he looked around at the world and realized that he had once again grown up a bit. As the dark of night was slowly driven away, the world seemed calm and peaceful. Bai Xiaochun sighed, his breath turning into a cloud of steam. I just hope everyone can be happy, for all eternity. He was the only one who could hear his murmured words. Unfortunately, he knew that the peace and quiet of the moment were only temporary. Inevitably, something unexpected would happen, and the calm would be shattered. Could all happen very quickly. If the Vile Emperor or the Saint Emperor made a move on him, they would quickly realize that he didn't have any Archean luminescence. And if that happened, then the only thing which awaited him would be the dark of night. And the Archemperor dynasty would go with him. I have to become a real Archean. Only then will I truly qualify to contend with the other imperial dynasties. Slowly, his heart began to grow calm. He knew that wasting time complaining about his situation would do no good. And there was only one thing he could do. Practice cultivation. Looking up, he vanished, to reappear in his private meditation chamber in the imperial palace. Settling down cross-legged, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation. He had reached a stage where he couldn't simply practice ordinary breathing techniques to advance his cultivation. That was especially true considering that his time immemorial codex had not yet been completed. Unfortunately, the Taoist magic that came with the third level of the codex, which he called the future will, continued to slip out of his grasp. Not even using his sovereign aura had helped. He had been missing some form of enlightenment. But now, his thoughts and emotions were calm, and as he worked, the future will began to slowly take shape. It was almost like augury, and yet not. As his spiritual power coursed through his energy passageways, the future will began to grow clearer, and he felt more free and clear than ever. He even started to form a strange resonance with the world around him. He wasn't sure how much time passed. Perhaps days, perhaps months. He lost track of the flow of time. Unfortunately, he was stuck in an endless, dead cycle, and he couldn't complete the final step to create future will. But then, one morning at dawn, he heard the sound of a baby crying. It broke his concentration as it echoed through the imperial palace, causing him to shiver. Despite the fact that he was immersed in cultivation, he couldn't miss the fact that a new life had come into the world, a life that was connected to his own blood. In that very moment, the dead cycle he was stuck in quivered. The birth of his child seemed to represent a limitless future, causing his heart to shiver and his mind to spin. In that very moment, everything clicked. The final level of the time immemorial codex, the future will, was a success. As Bai Xiaochun made his breakthrough, the Archemperor dynasty was on high alert. Masses of cultivators stood guard outside of Archemperor City, ready to fight to the death against any potential invaders. It was a day of utmost importance to the citizens of the Archemperor dynasty. Today, the emperor's children came into the world. When the sound of a baby crying echoed out from the imperial palace, the large group of Devis who were standing guard directly outside erupted into cheering. Soon, the cheering spread to the countless other citizens in the city at large. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. Forgetting all about his newly developed technique, He rushed over to find Song Junwen's midwife rushing out of that wing of the palace, flanked by a whole entourage of female cultivators, and holding a baby. "Congratulations, Your Majesty," she said, hurrying over. "May I present your daughter?" With that, she carefully handed the baby over to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun couldn't stop his hands from trembling as he gently accepted the baby. Moments ago, she had been crying, but as soon as she was in his arms, she looked at him, her little eyes sparkling like stars. Then she laughed. It was a crisp, clear little laugh that seemed like the rising sun. As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard it, his heart melted. "My daughter. This is my daughter. Bonuses. Everybody gets a bonus to their salary." Laughing contentedly, he began to walk around randomly, staring at his daughter the entire time. He almost looked like a child. Then he hurried into Song Junwen's wing of the palace, where he found her laying on her bed, her face a bit pale. "Junwen, look, it's our daughter." Bursting with excitement, he began to pace back and forth. His daughter seemed a bit startled at first, but then started laughing again. She seemed excited, so much so that if her hands weren't bound with swaddling, she might have started clapping. To everyone present, her cute laughter sounded like the most natural thing in the world. Song Junwen looked at the baby in Bai Xiaochun's arms, a motherly smile on her face. Then she glared at Bai Xiaochun. "Aren't you a bit old to be acting like a kid?" By this time, Li Qingho, the Grand Heaven Master, the Giant Ghost King, and many other familiar faces had gathered outside of the imperial palace. Soon, word spread that a little princess had been born. Li Qingho threw his head back and laughed loudly, and the Grand Heaven Master was visibly excited, as was everyone else. The Giant Ghost King seemed particularly pleased. "A daughter," he thought. "Good. That means Zimo's standing will be a bit more secure." Word began to spread through the city, and eventually out of the city. Before long, everyone in the Archemperor dynasty was talking about the news. Meanwhile, in another section of the palace, Zhou Zimo was being attended to by her midwife and a host of other female cultivators. Bai Xiaochun had not forgotten about her, but was too excited to leave Song Junwen and his daughter, whom he had already fallen in love playing with. Of course, Song Junwen knew that he had other important responsibilities to attend to, and in a rare show of warmth, eventually shooed him away. Moved, he kissed the top of her head, and held his daughter in his arms as he headed toward Zhou Zimo's wing of the palace. Almost as soon as he reached his destination, he heard the crying of a baby, a cry that was even more sonorous than his daughter's. It was almost like thunder, even more startling. It caused all cultivators in the Archemperor dynasty, who had the blood of the Heavenspan realm within them, to feel physically shaken. It was a reaction from the blood itself and even affected by Xiaochun. Shaken, he stopped in place, his eyes wide as he looked over at Zhou Zimo's room. Shockingly, a pillar of crimson light could be seen from that direction, rising up into the heavens. All the lands trembled, and the clouds seethed. At the same time, the aura of the Undying Codex spread out in all directions, causing numerous citizens to gasp, and then reflexively drop to their knees to kowtow. "Damn! Quite the show-off, huh?" For some reason, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt a bit jealous. "You've just been born, and you're already making such a big scene? Nothing like that ever happened for me. And how come that aura seems to have surpassed the level of the Undying Skin? You're already in the Undying Heavenly King level." Even as these thoughts ran through his head, his daughter, seemingly startled, began to cry again. This time, her crying was different than before, and almost seemed defiant. It seemed to contain power that could pierce all the way to one's soul, and represented something that could live forever. It was the type of power that could tug at the hearts and minds of countless individuals, and could sow chaos in heaven and earth. Even more shocking was that, in addition to the crimson pillar of light shining up into the sky, the image of a live forever lamp appeared in the sky above his daughter, which seemed to rival the pillar of light in terms of magnificence. Bai Xiaochun's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, and he almost dropped his daughter. If he was jealous because of the aura of Zhou Zimo's child, then he almost couldn't breathe when he realized what kind of aura his daughter had. The Live Forever Codex. His mind was spinning with incredulity at the fact that his daughter innately possessed the aura of the Live Forever Codex. Are they kids or monsters? He murmured. Meanwhile, the Grand Heaven Master and other important figures were visibly stunned. But then, their shock turned into excitement. Your Majesty, with children like this, our Arch-Emperor dynasty will last for all eternity. Amidst the cheering, Bai Xiaochun looked down at his daughter, and then in the direction of Zhou Zimo's room, and a smile broke out on his face. Ah, whatever. If these little buggers are awesome, then so be it. In fact, I hope they surpass me. That way I can eventually retire and spend my days having fun instead of being an emperor. Already entranced with the thought, he hurried over to Zhou Zimo's room. As he did, the door opened and the midwife emerged, baby in her arms. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May I present your son? Bonuses. Salary bonuses for everyone. Laughing, he held his daughter in one arm and his son in the other, and danced with joy. It was almost as if he had forgotten that he was in the imperial palace. Then he hurried in to see Zhou Zimo, who looked weak, but in high spirits. Unfortunately, his daughter was still crying, and now his son was crying even louder. It was nearly painful to the ears, and no matter how Bai Xiaochun tried to soothe them, they wouldn't stop. Somewhat annoyed, Zhou Zimo waved at the midwife to intervene. However, Bai Xiaochun refused any help. If they want to cry, let them cry. What's wrong with crying? I love them whether they cry or not. Zhou Zimo didn't know what to say to that. Having placated her, Bai Xiaochun rushed out excitedly with his children in his arms to find Li Qingho, the Grand Heaven Master, and everyone else who was waiting outside of the palace. Uncle Li, Grand Heaven Master, look, my kids. Bursting with enthusiasm, he proceeded to show off his children to the crowd. Eldest brother, come take a look. Hey, Su Baokai, Master God Diviner, what do you think? Look, my kids. Everyone was laughing delightedly, especially the giant ghost king. Although he put on a show of looking at Bai Xiaochun's daughter, his eyes were glued to his grandson, and he was clearly itching to hold him. As for Li Qingho, his heart was swelling with emotion. Bai Xiaochun had been like a child of his own, and therefore these two children were like grandchildren to him. Xiaochun, have you thought of names for the two of them? Names? Bai Xiaochun looked down first at his daughter, his eyes shining with pride. Of course I came up with some. All right, everyone. What do you think of the names I came up with? Li Qingho instantly regretted asking that question. If he didn't understand Bai Xiaochun, then nobody did. But in his moment of excitement, he had momentarily forgotten what type of person he was dealing with. As soon as he saw Bai Xiaochun's visible excitement regarding the subject of names, he got a very bad premonition. He wasn't the only one to suddenly have a bad feeling. The Grand Heaven Master sucked in a breath, and Patriarch Spirit Stream's eyes widened in shock. And it almost wasn't necessary to mention Big Fatty Zhang, Su Baokai and Master God Diviner. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of all present. Even the most simple-minded person wouldn't need to spend much thought to come to the conclusion that Bai Xiaochun would come up with some very unusual names. Most nervous of all was the giant ghost king, who, upon realizing that his grandson might live his entire life with a very unpleasant name, interjected. I came up with some names too. I'll go first. Just hold on, father-in-law. Bai Xiaochun interrupted with a glare. There was no way he would let anyone steal the limelight when it came to revealing some good names. The giant ghost king grimaced and sighed, secretly cursing Li Qingho for what he had instigated. As for Li Qingho, he was really starting to get nervous, and was just about to say something when Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat loudly and started talking. I've picked a very impressive name for my son. Majestic even. He will be named Bai Dada. By this point, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining brightly. He had thought of many names over the past few days, but none of them had seemed impressive enough. But this name made him feel like he had been struck by lightning, and left him shivering with enthusiasm. He was actually convinced that this was one of the best names he had ever heard in his life. In fact, in all creation, There were only two names which could possibly match up to it. One was his own name, and the other was his daughter's. As soon as he said the name, gasps could be heard. Big Fatty Zhang nearly started laughing, but ended up in a choking fit. Bai Xiaochun looked over at him. "What's wrong, eldest brother?" Big Fatty Zhang cleared his throat. Nothing," he said. "That's a great name. Really. It even has the de character like my name. I guess we're connected by destiny." Feeling very pleased, Bai Xiaochun looked over at Master God Diviner, who was staring at him blankly. After a few moments passed, Master God Diviner's expression turned somber, and he began to make some calculations with his fingers, as though he were performing a divination. Pleased with how seriously Master God Diviner was taking the situation, Bai Xiaochun turned to look at Su Baokai. Looking very excited, Su Baokai said, "It's the type of name that resounds like heavenly thunder. That sounds like the heavens singing in my ears. It's especially appropriate considering that the Grand Prince's birth was accompanied by signs and portents in heaven and earth. Only our beloved prince could qualify to bear such a name personally devised by you, your majesty." Su Baokai didn't seem to care at all that everyone else was likely despising him for his little speech. Bai Xiaochun was very happy. However, Li Qingho, the Grand Heaven Master, Patriarch Spirit Stream, and the other members of the senior generation all seemed completely taken aback. "Your Majesty, this name, Xiaochun, why don't you pick another name?" Most of them were trying to be a bit discreet, but the giant Ghost King was not. "Hell no!" he shouted. "There's no way you're naming my grandson by Dada. Are you kidding me? What kind of name is that? If you're going to name him that, what are you going to name your daughter? Bai Xiao?" Eyes sparkling, Bai Xiaochun laughed. Feeling prouder of himself than ever, he nodded vigorously. "You really understand me well, father-in-law. You hit the nail on the head. My daughter's name will be Bai Xiao. What do you think? Together, Bai Dada and Bai Xiao will be unparalleled under heaven." At this point, everyone began to object. However, despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun wasn't generally a stubborn person, he wouldn't budge an inch when it came to the names. No matter what people said, he refused to change them. Eventually, people began to sigh in defeat, and the giant Ghost King was nearly on the verge of tears and felt like he might explode at any moment. It actually made Bai Xiaochun feel a bit bad. After hemming and hawing for quite a while, he said, "All right, listen, we can't change Bai, and we can't change Da, but since you're all making the same argument, I guess we can change the third character. Come on, father-in-law, you're a bit old to be getting all worked up like this." At long last, the giant Ghost King began to calm down. He stood there thoughtfully for a moment, his eyes bloodshot, until he finally gritted his teeth and suggested a new third character for the name. "Let's change the final character to Bao. Bai de Bao?" Bai Xiaochun's lips twitched slightly. As for the rest of the crowd, they once again looked stunned. Li Qingho's jaw dropped as he looked over at the still fuming giant Ghost King, and then back at Bai Xiaochun. Then he simply sighed. The Grand Heaven Master stood there quietly, and Big Fatty Zhang and the other members of the younger generation all exchanged awkward glances. To them, it almost seemed like Zhou Zimo and the giant Ghost King weren't related at all. "That's right," the giant Ghost King said loftily. "Call him Bai de Bao. It's a lot better than that Bai Dada that you came up with." Bai Xiaochun scowled a bit, and then looked down at his son nestled in his arm. In the end, he didn't want to make the giant Ghost King too angry, and therefore had to agree. "All right, fine. It's settled. His name is Bai de Bao, and her name is Bai Xiao. And remember, this isn't my decision, it's our decision." Bai Xiaochun was worried that Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo might get angry with him, but was convinced that these names were really good. Thus, he dragged everyone else in with him on this decision. It was hard to say if Bai de Bao could understand what was going on at this young age, but as soon as he heard his name, he started crying. In contrast, Bai Xiao was laughing merrily, as though she were very pleased. It made her seem even more charming. After a bit of time, de Bao apparently got tired and went to sleep, prompting Bai Xiaochun to gingerly hand him over to the midwife. Xiao remained in high spirits and continued to laugh and chuckle as Bai Xiaochun held her. She actually seemed very curious about all of the strangers around her. Girls are definitely better, Bai Xiaochun thought as he looked at his daughter, his heart swelling with love. The following days were a time of jubilation in the Arch-Emperor dynasty, especially Arch-Emperor City, which was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and was constantly abuzz with excitement. Messages of congratulations came from the Saint Emperor dynasty and the Vile Emperor dynasty, and most of the Celestials sent expensive gifts. Even Reverend Devourer and Prince Ur Demon sent gifts, despite having been captured by Xiaochun in the past. And there was little need to mention the people who owed favors to Bai Xiaochun, such as Sima Yunhua, Celestial Aged Spirit, Gu Tianjun, and Chan Su. The biggest gifts came from the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor. After all, they were all involved in a complicated relationship in which the three of them controlled everything under heaven. And thus, the gifts they gave were spectacular. The Vile Emperor sent a large stone, and the Saint Emperor sent 2 lotus leaves from the lotus flower in his heavenly pond. Those 2 leaves were incalculably valuable. After all, the only place in the eternal immortal domains that had leaves like that was that heavenly pond. And the main lotus flower only had 18 leaves to begin with. Nowadays, it only had 14 left, and with 2 of them being given to Bai Xiaochun, it meant that the lotus flower now only had 12 leaves. Bai Xiaochun was quite moved by that gift. As for the stone given by the Vile Emperor, most people would take it to be equally precious. After all, the gift he gave was made from the flesh and blood of the sovereign in the sky over their heads. However, Bai Xiaochun knew that there was something suspicious about the Vile Emperor's identity, and was therefore very careful about the gift he had sent. Because of that, he didn't let his children have any contact with it. And the killing intent which flickered in his eyes after receiving the gift took a long moment to fade. There were also numerous gifts of congratulations that came from within the Arch-Emperor dynasty. However, only people who had actually known Bai Xiaochun back in the days of the Heavenspan realm were able to meet with him personally. Both Chun Manyao and Su Shan came together to offer gifts. Chun Manyao seemed quite at ease, but Su Shan was more conflicted. However, she seemed resigned to reality. After giving a respectful smile, she and Chun Manyao turned to leave. Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything, and sighed deeply as he saw them begin to walk off. He was not the puny cultivator he had been years ago. He was the Arch-Emperor now, and although he had vast and nearly unlimited power, there were still certain things he couldn't do. Although these 2 women had been connected to him by destiny in the past, their lives had changed in profound ways. All it would have taken was one word, and he could have prevented the both of them from leaving, but that wasn't what he wanted. When you don't care for someone, it's easy to say anything you want to them. But after you care for them, there are some things that just can't be said. This was a truth Bai Xiaochun didn't understand in the past, but understood fully now. After escorting Su Shan and Chun Manyao away, he returned to the palace hall, and was about to go check on Debao and Xiao when he heard a crafty and shrill voice coming from behind him. "Hey little Xiaochun, Lord Turtle is back. Get me some good food and drink. Otherwise I'll stamp your son's face with a turtle mark." Even the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor would be apprehensive to speak to Bai Xiaochun in such a way. Only the little turtle would possibly have the gall to do so. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Then, even as the little turtle's voice continued to echo out, Bai Xiaochun took a step backward and vanished. A moment later, he appeared next to some ornamental rocks roughly 300 meters behind where he had been standing moments before. Reaching out in front of him, he made a grasping motion. As he did, the air around him shattered, and a scream could be heard. The little turtle appeared, little more than a string of afterimages as he accelerated with shocking speed. However, this was not the same Bai Xiaochun from the past. Snorting coldly, he took a step forward, which caused everything in the area to seemingly fold in on itself. It almost looked like water rippling. Then everything returned to normal. He had performed something like a sealing magic, except vastly more powerful, locking down the entire area. No matter how the little turtle tried to accelerate, he only ended up slowing down. His eyes lit up with incredulity, and he struggled mightily, but was unable to escape the hand which then clamped down onto him. Bai Xiaochun felt immeasurably proud of himself. After all the years which had passed, this was his first time he had successfully caught the little turtle before he could escape. Holding him up in front of his face, he said, "What did you just say, little turtle?" "I didn't hear clearly." The little turtle was clearly stunned, but at the same time, was not one to accept defeat easily. Glaring, he prepared to let loose a string of insults. Before he could, Bai Xiaochun, who was far too familiar with him, shook him back and forth violently. In response, the turtle shrieked, "O venerated master, owner of mine, Lord Bai, stop shaking me. Damn it, since when did you get so strong? I was just joking around. How could I possibly put a turtle mark on your son, Lord Bai? I would never. My love for him knows no bounds. Ha ha ha. Come on, we haven't seen each other for a long time. How could I not joke around a bit?" His pleas fell on deaf ears, though, as Bai Xiaochun continued to shake him around. "You were supposed to stay in the Saint Emperor dynasty. What did you run away for? Thanks to you, my entire love letter collection is gone." The mere thought of the love letters immediately caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to sink. At this point, the little turtle couldn't help but be angry. "You think I wanted to run away? Everything was going great in the Saint Emperor dynasty. But then you came and said that if I stuck around for a bit longer, you would proclaim me the god of beasts." God of beasts? That sounds way better than Saint Turtle. You know how long I sat around waiting, hoping, wishing you would come? But you never did. So of course I had to come looking for you. With each sentence, the little turtle spoke with greater resolve. And by the end, he was glaring directly at Bai Xiaochun, who glared right back at him. A tense moment passed, whereupon Bai Xiaochun started laughing. He was obviously aware that the turtle had been joking with him, and the turtle knew that he had also been joking. Even as the two of them laughed, Bai Xiaochun released his grip. "Ah, whatever. Henceforth, you are the Arch-Emperor Dynasty's god of beasts." Even as the words left his mouth, a strange power was unleashed that not even Bai Xiaochun was aware of. As a result, the little turtle shivered, and then his eyes began to shine brightly. Apparently, an invisible natural law was at work, which was imbuing him with strange powers. All of a sudden, the little turtle began to emit dazzling light. "Woo-hoo!" the little turtle shouted, flying around in delight. Bai Xiaochun continued to chuckle. Although he didn't want to cause problems for the Saint Emperor because of the little turtle, now that the little turtle had come back of his own accord, he wouldn't betray him by giving him away. However, he still needed to consider matters as a whole. Make sure to keep a low profile. Keep your head down. It would be really annoying if the Saint Emperor came back looking for you. With that, he ignored the excited little turtle and headed back into the palace. After checking on his children, and spending some time chatting with Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo, he contentedly went into seclusion to work on his cultivation. After all, although his previous session had ended successfully, he had not yet completed all the work that needed to be done to perfect his future will. First, he spent some time working out the various details that needed to be handled. Then, he went to work, calling upon the powers of the technique, which had already become somewhat instinctual to him. At this point, he began to formulate the divine ability that would be the manifestation of the third level of the time immemorial codex. "I have my sutra of the former and my sutra of the present. My third divine ability should be a sutra of the future." When it came to his sutra of the former and sutra of the present, the previous limits of his cultivation base meant that he had been unable to release their true and ultimate level of power. But now that he had Archean battle prowess, he was confident that the other two sutras would be even more shocking than before. Furthermore, because of how infrequently he had used them, they definitely fell into the category of trump cards. He had put a lot of thought into his sutra of the future, which made things go much more smoothly now that he was actually working on it. Sitting down cross-legged, he began to perform auguries, speeding them up with his sovereign aura. In some ways, it was actually like working on a medicine formula. Half a year sped by in a blur. It had been a year since he had used up his Archean luminescence during his fight with the Vile Emperor, which meant that he now had those 15 shots back at his disposal. Now that he had a safety net of sorts, it made it a lot easier to focus on his auguries. A few more months passed. One evening, as he sat there in his private chamber, he suddenly opened his eyes, within which was something that looked like a red flower in the midst of blooming. The flower was formed from numerous tiny magical symbols, which interlocked with each other to form the shape of a flower. Upon closer inspection, it looked very much like the legendary Permethal lily which grew in the land of the dead. As the bright red Permethal lily took shape, Bai Xiaochun's aura began to transform significantly, growing emptier, as though it didn't belong in the world. Eventually, he bowed his head and lifted his right hand. As he did, the red magical symbols which made up the Permetha flower began to shine with dazzling light, which swirled onto his palm to create a bright red Permetha lily. This is the divine ability for the third level of my time immemorial codex, the Sutra of Future Permetha. As for how strong it is, he suddenly vanished, to appear within Gongsun Wanner's official residence. She was still in secluded meditation, working on recovering from her injuries, a type of cultivation that wasn't harmful to interrupt. If he wanted to, he could mask his presence from her, making it impossible for her to detect him. However, he did not. He let his aura spread out, and when she sensed him, her eyes opened, and she saw the red Permethal lily in his hand. Almost immediately, she felt herself being attracted to the flower, which clearly emanated a feeling of death. In fact, the longer she looked at it, the more she began to pant, as though the flower contained some mysterious force which she found impossible to resist. That's... Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything in response. Waving his finger at her, he sent the Permetha lily flying toward her with such speed that she couldn't dodge out of the way. As soon as it hit her, it sank into her body. This is a new divine ability of mine. Go ahead and attack me. With that, he stood there silently, a faint smile on his face. Gongsun Wanner hesitated for a moment. Then her eyes flickered as she performed an incantation gesture and waved her finger at him. Instantly, a stream of black smoke filled with evil ghosts shot toward Bai Xiaochun, which then slammed into his chest. As he stood there unmoving, Gongsun Wanner staggered backward, clutching at her own chest. Thankfully, she had only used 80% of her power in her attack. Looking at him incredulously, she said, "How could this be happening?" This divine ability is called the Sutra of Future Permetha. By implanting a Permetha lily into my enemy, I create a connection to them. Whenever I'm injured, they are also injured. Of course, injuries I inflict on an opponent will likewise return to me. Bai Xiaochun was completely confident in his Sutra of the Future. After all, he had put a lot of thought into how to make the technique truly roguish. With his tough fleshly body and powers of regeneration, any opponent he faced would definitely be unlucky, and would hurt themselves merely by landing a blow on him. "So, what do you think?" he asked proudly, waving his hand to extract the red Permetha lily from her. Actually, there was a second usage of the Sutra of the Future that was even more shocking. He could intentionally injure himself to inflict wounds on his opponent. After gritting her teeth for a long moment, she slowly said, "It's completely shameless." With that, she waved her hand to dismiss him. He rubbed his nose awkwardly. Seeing that she wasn't interested in talking with him further, he went back to his private chamber. As time marched on, he would occasionally spend time with his family, but focused mainly on cultivation and 23-colored flame. Obviously, he had not given up on multicolored flame. And although he had not yet reached the point of being confident enough to resurrect Bai Hao, he still felt confident in being able to succeed eventually. The sun and moon seemed to become a blur as 2 years passed. Although he didn't achieve a cultivation-based breakthrough, he made steady progress. Debao and Xiaoxiao were growing up strong and healthy. Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo often rolled their eyes because of the names Bai Xiaochun had given them, and had repeatedly tried to convince him to change them. However, he wouldn't budge on the issue. Eventually, the two women simply got used to the names. And the names didn't have any negative influence on the cultivation progress of the mothers. Thanks to the nearly endless resources they had access to, Song Junwan broke through to the Deva realm, and Zhou Zimo eventually reached the demigod realm. However, compared to Hou Xiaomei, they were actually a bit slow. With Gong Sun Wanner's help, Hou Xiaomei made rapid progress. In 2 short years, she climbed from the mid-Deva realm to the late Deva realm. Soon, she would catch up to Zhou Zimo and become a demigod. Unfortunately, it was to Hou Xiaomei's displeasure that she didn't get any sense that she was pregnant. Despite the fact that she had learned from Song Junwan that it took quite some time for any effects to appear, Hou Xiaomei was too nervous, and went to visit Bai Xiaochun privately on numerous occasions. Over the course of the 2 years, more and more Heavenspan realm cultivators flocked to the Archemperor dynasty, which was flourishing. The population rose, with spirit enhancement becoming the pillar of the nation. More and more grandmasters arose, becoming famous in all of the eternal immortal domains. Because of the peace treaty, relations with the Saint Emperor dynasty and Vile Emperor dynasty were good. The only downside was that the Archemperor dynasty only had one celestial, Gong Sun Wanner. The Grand Heaven Master had been in the great circle of the demigod realm for many years, but was always wrapped up in affairs of state. However, now that the Archemperor dynasty was on the right track, both Bai Xiaochun and Gong Sun Wanner urged him to focus more on cultivation. With their help, and the addition of certain immortal pills that Bai Xiaochun provided from his treasured fan, the Grand Heaven Master finally reached the point of a breakthrough. It was very important to Bai Xiaochun, a major milestone for the Grand Heaven Master himself, and something vital for the Archemperor dynasty as a whole. Only by increasing the number of celestials could they possibly ensure that their nation was truly strong. Much to Bai Xiaochun's delight, the Giant Ghost King was also reaching the point of a breakthrough. Earlier, the Giant Ghost King had not been making such quick progress, and Bai Xiaochun had assumed that the War Champion King would actually be the first to break through. However, he had forgotten about how cautious the Giant Ghost King was. The Giant Ghost King couldn't stop thinking about how his grandson was the highest-ranking prince in the nation, and that left him feeling very nervous. In his view, his most important mission now was to make sure his grandson was safe. As one of the 4 heavenly kings of the wildlands, he knew exactly how imperial dynasties worked. It was not unheard of for a concubine to kill the highest-ranking prince in order to have her own son earn the right of inheritance. Bai Xiaochun would have little or no control over such situations. And therefore, there was only one way for the Giant Ghost King to ensure that his grandson was entirely worthy to hold the position of Grand Prince. He needed to become a celestial. Only by being a celestial could he truly watch over and protect his grandson. After all, he knew that Bai Xiaochun had a lot of dubious relationships with various female companions, and could very well have more children in the future. It wouldn't be impossible for some spectacularly talented rival to appear in the future. The biggest threat of all was probably Gong Sun Wanner. It was common knowledge in the Archemperor dynasty that she and Bai Xiaochun had an unusual relationship. Such rumors had been floating around since the day Bai Xiaochun first arrived in Saint Emperor City. Furthermore, the fact that the Grand Heaven Master seemed to want to play the matchmaker caused the Giant Ghost King to feel even more nervous. If Gong Sun Wanner becomes a part of the imperial harem and gives birth to another son, then considering that she's a celestial, it could be a big threat to my grandson. Out of fear of that very circumstance, the Giant Ghost King held nothing back in his attempts to further his cultivation. Bai Xiaochun had no idea what was going on in the Giant Ghost King's mind. So when he saw him advancing by leaps and bounds, he was very taken aback. At the same time, the War Champion King, 9 Serenities King, and Spirit Advent King, as well as the Eastern and Northern demigods, were also surprised, and went into secluded meditation to pursue breakthroughs of their own. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with all of that. With so many impending breakthroughs, it seemed that a new era was on the way for the Archemperor dynasty. 3 months later, the Grand Heaven Master's celestial tribulation arrived. Thanks to all of the vast preparations the Grand Heaven Master had made, he passed his tribulation with ease. After all, he had been the 3rd most powerful expert in the Heavenspan realm, after the Gravekeeper and Taoist Heavenspan. Although the tribulation he incited was not as shocking as Bai Xiaochun's, it was terrifying to behold. However, he didn't need any outside assistance. Soon, the voice of the Eternal Mother spoke into the ears of all the living beings in the Eternal Lands, provoking cheers within the Arch-Emperor dynasty. Because Gongsun Wan'er was not actually from the Heavenspan realm, that meant that Bai Xiaochun was their first celestial, and the Grand Heaven Master was the second. The Grand Heaven Master took a portion of his Tao seed and gave it to Bai Xiaochun, which he enshrined in the Imperial Palace. Not long after the Grand Heaven Master achieved his breakthrough, the people of the eternal immortal domains were again shaken by the Arch-Emperor dynasty when the giant Ghost King's celestial tribulation came. Unlike the Grand Heaven Master, the giant Ghost King had pushed forward too recklessly, and as his tribulation began, it became clear that he was destined to fail. The giant Ghost King knew that, but was convinced that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't let it happen. First, the Grand Heaven Master stepped in to assist, and even Gongsun Wan'er helped. Finally, when that wasn't enough, Bai Xiaochun sighed and performed a right-handed incantation gesture, causing a crimson Permetha lily to appear. After the flower entered the giant Ghost King's body, the ill effects of the tribulation were transferred to Bai Xiaochun. Because of that assistance, the giant Ghost King's tribulation became much easier, and thus, despite nearly being killed, the giant Ghost King passed his tribulation. As the voice of the Eternal Mother spoke to all living beings, the giant Ghost King struggled to his feet, threw his head back, and laughed uproariously. The Arch-Emperor dynasty had another celestial. From now on, the Arch-Emperor dynasty would have 3 celestials. Although that still wasn't as much as the other 2 imperial dynasties, they were now catching up. When small-scale friction arose, it wouldn't always fall to Gongsun Wan'er to handle matters. The Grand Heaven Master and Giant Ghost King would now be able to join the fighting. Furthermore, upon discovering how useful Bai Xiaochun's future will was, the Grand Heaven Master created a whole set of plans that would culminate in the War Champion King and other demigod experts getting a chance to become celestials. The Saint Emperor dynasty and the Vile Emperor dynasty took the matter very seriously. Obviously, when it came to a fighting force of celestials, it wouldn't be long before the Arch-Emperor dynasty was in a very good position. Despite that knowledge, there was little the other 2 dynasties could do about the situation. In his fear, the Saint Emperor chose to try to maintain the best relations possible with Bai Xiaochun, whereas the Vile Emperor went into secluded meditation. Despite the increased threat the Arch-Emperor dynasty posed within the eternal immortal domains, there were no negative repercussions. They only continued to grow in terms of power and glory. It was a huge boost to the demigods who were currently working toward a breakthrough. All of them went crazy in their cultivation, aided by the Grand Heaven Master and by Xiaochun, and the medicinal pills they provided. Their progress was rapid, to say the least. As the Arch-Emperor dynasty continued to grow and develop, 5 years passed. By this point, Bai Debao and Bai Xiaoxiao were both 7 years old. They were beautiful children, with charming dimples that appeared whenever they smiled or laughed. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes were particularly bright, and from the look of things, she was going to be exceedingly attractive when she grew up. As for Bai Debao, he was pure and fair, and had a stubborn air to him. Everyone in Arch-Emperor City loved the children, and treated them like they were chosen from the heavens. The Imperial Palace was their playground, and they were constantly being chased around by special guards and female cultivators, who were always telling them to slow down and stop running. The children had been born with shocking natural talents, to the point where even the Grand Heaven Master was shocked. By the time they were 7, they already had core formation cultivation bases, and Bai Xiaoxiao, who was the older sister, was in late core formation. When it came to fleshly body power, Bai Xiaoxiao's was rather ordinary, but Bai Debao had already reached the nascent soul level. In terms of personality, neither of them were very much like Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaoxiao had a fiery temper, whereas Bai Debao was impulsive, and didn't seem the least bit afraid of dying. In fact, he was curious about everything, and loved challenging people to fights. Bai Xiaochun noticed these things early on, and tried to correct their errant behavior. Unfortunately, no amount of persuasion on his part did any good. Neither child was the least bit afraid of him. Conversely, they were terrified of Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo. And Bai Debao, who wasn't afraid of anything else in the world, was most definitely afraid of his older sister. In an out-of-the-way location within the Imperial Palace, Bai Xiaoxiao was currently staring furiously at Bai Debao. "This is all your fault, Debao." Bai Debao stood there, his head hanging, not daring to respond. From the time he had been small all the way until now, when he was 7 years old, he had always suffered at the hands of his sister. He always got the short end of the stick. When the two of them caused trouble, it always ended up being his fault, and when they did something praiseworthy, his sister took the credit. From their parents' perspective, she was charming and obedient, but to him, she was a complete and utter tyrant. All it took was for her to start crying, and their parents would rush over to comfort her. Meanwhile, he would be forced to stand there, stunned but stubborn, as his parents scolded him. On the one hand, Bai Debao admired his sister, but on the other hand, he feared her. At the same time, he loved her. Whenever she found something new and delicious to eat, or something fun to do, she would always think of him first. Thanks to her temptations, he thought of her as the best sister in the whole world. "Do you know how long it took me to come up with this plan?" Bai Xiaoxiao said angrily. "Do you know how much preparation it took? And you actually showed up late by an entire incense stick's worth of time. If this doesn't work out, Debao, then I'm definitely going to beat you up. I got held up by my mom," Bai Debao said, nearly under his breath. I'll definitely try extra hard this time. All right?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded firmly in response. Waving her hand, she produced an immortal fruit that pulsed with so much spiritual energy, it was obviously extraordinary. Bai Debao's eyes instantly went wide. He knew that the immortal food provided by his father was always particularly beneficial for the fleshly body. And unfortunately, he didn't get many opportunities to eat food like this. When Bai Xiaoxiao saw the look of anticipation on her brother's face, she smiled. "Here, you take it. I don't practice fleshly body cultivation, so this will help you a lot more than me." Bopping her brother on the head, she handed the fruit to him. Bai Debao eagerly grabbed it and wolfed it down in a single bite. Then he thumped himself on the chest. "Don't worry, sis. I'll definitely catch you a really awesome pet this time." Eyebrows shooting up in delight, Xiaoxiao proceeded to drag Debao through the palace to one particular remote location. There, she produced a little flag from her bag of holding, which she waved through the air, creating a small cloud that the two of them hopped on. Then, the cloud proceeded to fly them out of the palace. Of course, the imperial palace was strictly locked down by a powerful spell formation. However, spell formations were vulnerable to people who were familiar with their operation. And Bai Xiaoxiao was something of a genius when it came to spell formations. After much study, she had identified a weakness and created this little flag to be able to get through it. Apparently, this was not the first time the two of them had done this. Almost as soon as they vanished, someone stepped out of thin air in the spot they had left from. It was Lu Yuntao, Master God Diviner's Taoist partner, who had been secretly keeping an eye on the children. Shaking her head, she vanished. Lu Yuntao had since officially become a citizen of the Arch-Emperor dynasty, and as one of the few female demigods, had been assigned to oversee the palace maids. As Debao and Xiaoxiao grew older and more mischievous, and went to greater lengths to get out of the palace, Lu Yuntao had also gone to greater lengths to keep them safe. No matter how many times Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo lectured the children, Xiaoxiao and Debao never listened, and always managed to find new ways to cause mischief. To Xiaoxiao and Debao, the rolling plains and endless jungles outside of Arch-Emperor City were the perfect playground, and the numerous vicious beasts that lurked there were the perfect prey. Around evening, Xiaoxiao cheered and Debao huffed for breath as they dragged a massive anaconda back toward the imperial palace. It had once been the picture of ferocity, but was now covered with wounds. And whenever it struggled, Debao would punch or kick it viciously, until it eventually just cowered in fear. "If you dare to act up, I'll beat you to death," Debao shouted. "Behave yourself and be a good pet for my sister. Don't worry, she'll take good care of you." After arriving at the palace, they used Xiaoxiao's flag to get both themselves and the snake back inside. The two of them were convinced that no one was the wiser, but the truth was that Bai Xiaochun had been watching the entire time via divine sense. The fact that, at such a young age, they had actually gone out to capture such a terrifying creature caused a frown to appear on his face. He couldn't help but worry about what disasters might result if they kept doing such things. I know that they're a bit reckless, but I can't believe they actually went out and caught a snake like that. I wouldn't have even thought of doing something so dangerous when I was 7. Snorting coldly, he decided to go teach his children a big lesson. Vanishing from his private chamber, he stepped out of thin air right in front of Xiaoxiao and Debao. If Song Junwan or Zhou Zimo had appeared, Debao would have immediately begun to shiver in fear. But considering that it was only his father, he wasn't the least bit afraid at all. He even glared a bit at Bai Xiaochun. Off to the side, Xiaoxiao smiled at him charmingly. "Daddy," she said, rushing forward to hug him. Her voice dispelled about 70% of Bai Xiaochun's anger, but he still tried to look angry. Flicking his sleeve, he launched into a quick speech. "Xiaoxiao Debao, you can't do things like this. You listen to your father. You have to be cautious in everything. You can't be reckless. You only have one life and you shouldn't ever risk it. Look at me. That's how I've lived my life. And that's the only reason I'm still around today, still working on living forever. If I had been as impulsive as you two, I would have lost my poor little life long ago." In response, Xiaoxiao pouted, and Debao stomped his foot angrily. Bai Xiaochun already felt a headache coming on. Over the years, he had repeatedly tried to correct his son's incorrect view of life, but had never succeeded. Xiaoxiao was a bit easier to deal with. Debao was the true headache, and this huge snake was even more evidence of how gutsy he was. And Bai Xiaochun had heard many other stories of things Debao had done, things that he would never have dared to do at that age. For example, in recent years, ghosts and souls had gradually become more common, possibly because of the rise of the Archemperor dynasty. And yet Debao had simply gone out and captured some for himself. He had even captured spies sent over by the Vile Emperor dynasty and the Saint Emperor dynasty. And now he had gone and caught a gigantic snake. It was as if these two children actually loved ghosts, snakes, and the like. They didn't seem scared of anything in heaven and earth. And Debao seemed to jump at the chance to beat up anyone who offended him. On more than one occasion, Bai Xiaochun had actually scanned him with divine sense to make sure he was really his own child. Were it not for the fluctuations within his blood that confirmed he was, Bai Xiaochun would actually have suspected otherwise. The enormous snake that Debao had captured actually had a high cultivation base, and had developed intelligence many years ago. Because of some certain types of fruits that it had consumed, it also had particularly powerful divine sense. Seeing that the Archemperor seemed to be speaking up for it, it nervously sent out some divine sense to try to beg for mercy. However, as soon as it did, Debao noticed. "Hey!" he shouted. "How dare you interrupt the grown-ups when we're talking? Are you just looking to get a beating?" Eyes shining with ferocious light, he punched and kicked the snake a handful of times. The snake shrieked in terror and humiliation, but couldn't do a single thing. Bai Xiaochun looked on, sighing. "Debao," he said, feeling a bit sorry for the snake. Sincerely worried about the inappropriate behavior, he was just trying to think of what to say next, and whether or not he should start to act more strictly, when Xiaoxiao hurried over and pulled Debao back. "Debao, you're supposed to cherish little creatures like that. You can't hit it." Xiaoxiao's voice was warm and soft, very pleasant to the ear. However, that was what Debao feared most in his sister. In fact, he often feared her more than his own mother. Therefore, he immediately backed down and stood there obediently. Planting her hands on her hips, Xiaoxiao said, "And you shouldn't be talking to Daddy like that, Debao. He's worked very hard to give us a happy and peaceful life. You apologize right this minute." When Bai Xiaochun saw all of this happening, his heart softened even further, and he felt more than ever that daughters were the best. He thought of how, even as a newborn, she would always laugh when he held her, and it caused warmth to rise up in his heart. Even as that warmth appeared, Xiaoxiao continued to loudly scold Debao. "Debao, you know that Daddy has never been very brave. He was like that even when he was a kid. He's scared of dying, and you went and brought in a gigantic snake to scare him?" Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he watched his daughter loudly scolding his son. He even started to get a bit dizzy. Just as he had been contemplating how to provide the proper life education for his children, Xiao accused Debao of using the snake to try to scare him. Bai Xiaochun was simply stunned. Xiao, he said. You? Before he could finish, Xiao turned to look at him. A charming, innocent smile on her face as she said, Daddy, Grandpa Qing Ho told me all about those snakes that scared you so much when you were a kid. It was from that moment on that you feared 3 things in life: death, ghosts, and snakes. Don't be scared, Daddy. I'll teach Debao a lesson he won't forget because of this. With that, she turned back to Debao, who was standing there, head hung low. Debao, this is very, very wrong. You listen to me. If you ever try to scare our daddy again, I'll beat the crap out of you. Looking quite humiliated, Debao pouted and quietly said, I won't scare Daddy ever again, sis. Bai Xiaochun was now completely bowled over. It was like his daughter could instantly fill blue skies with dark thunderclouds. Off to the side, Lu Yuntao was having a hard time holding back from laughing out loud. Wanting to cry, but finding no tears to shed, Bai Xiaochun decided that he really had to establish himself as a figure of fatherly authority. Trying to sound as somber as possible, he said, Xiao. What you said now was completely incorrect. Thumping himself on the chest, he continued, Your daddy? But before he could say anything else, Xiao smiled sweetly and hugged his leg. Looking up at him, she spoke in a very comforting tone. Daddy, don't be scared. Debao doesn't understand these things, but I'll teach him. Anyway, the two of us already decided a long time ago that before we even grow up, we'll make sure to catch all of the snakes and ghosts in the Archemperor dynasty. By the time we're grown up, we'll have them all cleared out. That way, they won't be able to scare you, Daddy. Don't worry. Debao and I are here to keep you safe. Xiao seemed to be perfectly sincere in everything she was saying, to the point that Bai Xiaochun's heart twinged in response. As for Debao, it seemed to take a bit of effort, but he also nodded and said, Daddy, I'm not sure why you're afraid of snakes and ghosts, but sis is right. From now on, you don't need to be scared. We too are here to keep you safe. We won't let any snakes or ghosts frighten you. What the two children were saying was actually the truth. Although they often snuck out of the palace because they thought it was fun, the real reason was the stories that Li Qingho had told them of Bai Xiaochun's past. After hearing about the things that scared him, they decided that it was their mission to keep him safe. To hear the children speaking in such a heartfelt fashion caused Lu Yuntao's smile to fade away, leaving her eyes glistening with emotion. Bai Xiaochun was equally moved. Sighing at the realization of what was going on, he decided that now wasn't the time to try to educate his children. Tousling their hair, he turned to leave. But before he did, he looked over his shoulder. Your Grandpa Qingho is actually wrong. The truth is, your daddy isn't scared of snakes or ghosts. He's actually very brave. Even as the words left his mouth, he heard the sound of throats being cleared behind him. Turning, he found Song Junwan and Zhou Zimo approaching, enigmatic smiles on their faces as they looked at him. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, he came up with a quick excuse to get away. After returning to his private meditation chamber, he sat down and thought back on the conversation. Although he was still moved, he was also worried, and wasn't sure of what to do about the situation. I guess I can't force them to change their personalities. They need to walk their own path and make their own future. The only thing I can do is try my best to protect them. He smiled. It's nice to have someone trying to keep you safe, especially when it's your own son and daughter. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to perform more auguries regarding 23-colored flame. After all the years he had spent doing research and study, he had reached a state of roughly 90% enlightenment. Now, he only needed to make some minor adjustments and improvements. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before he would perfect the formula for 23-colored flame. Another year passed and the formula was finished. He opened his eyes excitedly and waved his right hand, causing a mass of souls to erupt from his bag of holding. However, that was when he sensed something very strange from the direction of Gongsun Wanner's official residence. That aura! Something's wrong. The source of the aura was Gongsun Wanner's Immortal's cave, Bai Xiaochun had originally expected to detect the aura of a breakthrough. After all, whenever he spent time in secluded meditation, he would occasionally send some divine sense out into Archemperor City to check on things. And for years now, Gongsun Wanner had been hoping to break through to the mid-celestial realm. That fact was no secret. It was known to Bai Xiaochun, the Grand Heaven Master, and even others. If Bai Xiaochun had not helped Gongsun Wanner supplant Ghost Mother, then given the resources she had built up, she shouldn't have had any problem achieving such a breakthrough. The entire time that Gongsun Wanner had been in the Archemperor dynasty, she had been in seclusion. Although she had fully absorbed Ghost Mother, that was only the first step. And despite the fact that Ghost Mother's consciousness was gone, there were still parts of her that remained. As soon as Bai Xiaochun sensed the aura, he realized that in addition to the signs of an imminent breakthrough, there were also fluctuations that indicated that something was struggling to awaken, and Bai Xiaochun recognized those fluctuations. They belonged to Ghost Mother. Bai Xiaochun's face fell. Now was not the time to worry about conjuring flame, so he flicked his sleeve to gather up all the souls, and then vanished. When he reappeared, he was actually inside Gongsun Wanner's Immortal's cave. There she sat, trembling, her eyes tightly closed. Mist swirled on her face, some of it black, some of it white. The black mist seemed to be in the process of consuming the white mist, and succeeding. Clearly, that black color represented Ghost Mother, and the white represented Gongsun Wanner. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun was the only person in the Archemperor dynasty who realized what was happening, and also the only person who could save Gongsun Wanner. Well, that's fine, he thought. I'll take advantage of the situation to totally crush Ghost Mother, and give Gongsun Wanner complete control. That way, even if she needs to be resurrected by means of her Tao seed, she would still come back as herself. After being absorbed, Ghost Mother's mark still existed, and because she was still part of Gongsun Wanner, Bai Xiaochun would not have been able to erase it even if he wanted to. It would have harmed Ghost Mother, but would also have harmed Gongsun Wanner as well, perhaps irreversibly. Now, Ghost Mother was taking advantage of this critical moment in Gongsun Wanner's breakthrough to try to defeat her. However, that also gave Bai Xiaochun a rare opportunity. Snorting coldly, he reached out and touched her forehead, then sent some divine sense streaming into her sea of consciousness. The waters there were both black and white, with the black side seething and churning as it attempted to overwhelm the white side. Just barely visible within that black seawater was a face that resembled Gongsun Wanner's, but was more vicious, and burning with ghost chi. That was none other than Ghost Mother's consciousness. There was no face visible within the white side, as though Gongsun Wanner's consciousness was already gone. Bai Xiaochun's divine sense appeared right within the black seawater, amidst thunderous rumblings. Bai Xiaochun, Ghost Mother shouted from within the black water. At the same time, the water began to rise up, transforming into a huge giant. Filled with rage, she reached out toward Bai Xiaochun, hoping to crush him and consume his divine sense. This was not a case of Ghost Mother ignoring the height of the heavens and the breadth of the earth. She had been in a state of slumber for a long time, and despite having consumed much of Gongsun Wanner's consciousness, had not pinned down her true soul. As such, Ghost Mother had no idea that Bai Xiaochun had already become the Archemperor. "You've bitten off a bit more than you can chew," Bai Xiaochun replied, eyeing Ghost Mother coldly. Then he reached out, unleashing his undying Emperor's fist. He didn't resort to his sovereign's fist, as that was unnecessary. Even still, it caused massive waves to roll out across the sea of consciousness. That. Ghost Mother's face fell as she retreated. However, she moved too slowly, and the shadowy Emperor joined Bai Xiaochun to strike her with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering force. Deafening rumbling sounds could be heard. This was Ghost Mother's sea of consciousness, and she had the advantage, having just consumed Gongsun Wanner, giving her the ability to unleash the power of the mid-celestial realm. Despite that, when facing cultivation-based power like this, she was defeated instantly. Ghost Mother screamed as the gigantic figure made of black water collapsed, and her consciousness shattered into thousands of evil ghosts that began to flee in all directions. Bai Bai Xiaochun ignored them. If he wanted to, he could track them down with minimal effort. But the most important thing was to find Gongsun Wanner's true soul. He had been able to tell earlier that Ghost Mother had consumed much of Gongsun Wanner's consciousness, but not her true soul. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attacked him so recklessly. With Ghost Mother's consciousness having been shattered, the sea below was not black, but nearly transparent. Without any hesitation, he shot down into it and sent his divine sense out to search for Gongsun Wanner. Occasionally he would encounter the evil ghosts that were fragments of Ghost Mother's consciousness, which he would destroy and feed back into the sea of consciousness. It didn't take long before his divine sense locked down onto something at the bottom of the sea. A huge sword. Bai Xiaochun immediately recognized it. It was the fallen sword from the Heavenspan realm, which had once been a prized possession of Gu Tianjun. It looked exactly the same as Bai Xiaochun remembered it, and he could even see gaps and cracks on its surface, within which was the fallen sword abyss. He moved in a blur, appearing next to the sword. Right now, the sense he got from the sword was very different than back when he had been in the Qi condensation stage, fighting with Song Ke over Heavenstring energy. Pushing such thoughts aside, he approached one of the gaps and entered the fallen sword abyss. Inside were thick mists, filled with howling cries that reminded him of the bane souls of the past. Ignoring such cries, he followed the sensations he received through his divine sense until he reached a certain mist-filled valley. After entering the valley, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing a trembling little girl huddling in a far corner, clad in a long white garment. That little girl was the true soul of Gongsun Wanner. Apparently, having lost much of her consciousness, she had also been bereft of most of her memories. She was also incredibly weak. When she sensed Bai Xiaochun, she looked up, fear in her eyes. "Sweetie, are you going to eat me?" Bai Xiaochun sighed, immediately taking pity on her. Shaking his head, he slowly approached, whereupon the girl wrapped her arms around his leg. "There are a lot of ghosts out there, sweetie. It's really scary. Why don't you hide here with me?" Squatting down, he looked at her, his eyes soft as he said, "Don't be afraid, Wanner. Let me get you out of here. Okay?" She shivered, memories beginning to trickle back into her mind. For some unknown reason, she instinctively trusted this young man. A moment passed and she nodded. However, she gripped his hand tightly and was clearly not willing to let go of it. Holding her hand, he led her out of the fallen sword abyss. As soon as they appeared back out in the sea of consciousness, the numerous evil ghosts suddenly went crazy and began to fly toward her with mouths wide open. But with Bai Xiaochun there, they had no hope of consuming her. As they neared, they screamed and shattered. Before long, he had destroyed all of them. With each one that vanished, Gongsun Wanner's consciousness began to return to her. Soon, she closed her eyes. However, her hand continued to grip Bai Xiaochun's hand tightly. Bai Xiaochun was still worried. Sending his divine sense out, he reconfirmed that all of the traces of Ghost Mother had been completely destroyed. Smiling, he sent his divine sense back into his body. In Gongsun Wanner's chamber, he shivered as he awoke. Reaching out, he touched the top of Gongsun Wanner's head with his index finger and gently pushed down. Just as he was pulling it away, Gongsun Wanner suddenly reached up and clasped his hand. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Smiling warmly, she spoke, a slight, teasing tone in her voice. There was something about the way she held his hand, and something about her soft gaze and faint smile that contained indescribable splendor. Somehow it was very attractive. It seemed like actual hooks dragging him toward her. After returning to his own private chamber, he couldn't stop thinking about one particular question. Did something really go wrong with her breakthrough, giving Ghost Mother a chance to make a move? Or did Gongsun Wanner do it all on purpose? Although there was no way for him to answer the question, the latter seemed a highly likely possibility. Since there was no way to determine the answer, he stopped thinking about it. Waving his hand to produce a large amount of souls, he once again began to work on 23 colored flame. In all of the eternal immortal domains, and even beyond it, 23-colored flame had never existed. Bai Xiaochun had traveled farther along the path of the heavenly necromancer than anyone in history, all thanks to the genius of Bai Hao. This time, it took him many years to shape the formula for 23-colored flame. And yet, even after all that time and all of the augury, he still wasn't confident enough to actually try to conjure the flame. It was made worse by the fact that he had so few souls to work with. Most of them he had acquired from the treasured fan, and based on his calculations, he only had enough for 4 attempts. If he failed 4 times in a row, he wouldn't have enough souls to continue his work. The upside was that after the founding of the Archemperor dynasty, some mysterious natural law had come into play which caused the territory they controlled to begin to transform in a way that resembled the Heavenspan realm. Souls had begun to appear out in the open, prompting Bai Xiaochun to issue a dermic decree for spirit enhancers to work as hard as possible to collect them. After enough time passed, enough souls were collected to allow one more attempt at conjuring the flame. Only 5 chances, he thought. He looked at the souls and then reviewed his new formula. Finally, his eyes shone with determination, and he made his first attempt at the conjuring. As the souls converged and began to show signs of forming into a multicolored flame, Bai Xiaochun's complete attention was focused on the task at hand. 7 days later, his expression flickered, and he quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Using the power of his cultivation base, he forcibly suppressed the power of the explosion that had just resulted when the flame destabilized. A muffled boom could be heard as he watched the chaotic flame slowly fading away. Afterwards, he sat there, clearly frustrated, his eyes bloodshot, his mind racing as he analyzed the process to determine what had gone wrong. He spent several months on auguries and analysis, skipping sleep and other daily tasks. He focused with mad intensity as he tried to solve all previous problems. At that point, he began his second attempt. Unfortunately, it was also a failure. It was the same with his third and fourth attempts. Each time, he spent longer and longer trying to perfect his formula and solve all the problems. By the time he was ready for his 5th attempt, 3 years had gone by. Debao and Xiaoxiao were as naughty as ever, and the Archemperor dynasty continued to grow and flourish. Furthermore, the war champion king finally broke through to become a celestial. The Archemperor dynasty now had 4 celestials. Yet again, the dynasty grew stronger and more powerful. That was when Bai Xiaochun began his 5th attempt. If he failed, then he would have no more souls, and who knew how long it would be before he could collect enough for another try. On this 5th attempt, he was 70% certain that he would succeed in creating a 23-colored flame. After working with careful and complete precision, another color appeared in the chaotic flame in front of him. As it resolved into a 23rd color, an indescribable aura surged out from Bai Xiaochun's private chamber. Not even the spell formation protecting his private chamber was powerful enough to contain that aura. In fact, it even burst through the Imperial Palace's spell formation, as well as the one covering the city itself. As the aura surged, the sky went dim and the clouds churned. Multicolored light filled the air, until a majestic sea of fire was present, filled with 23 different colors. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the area, especially the cultivators from the Heavenspan realm. They were profoundly shaken, a sensation that came from their very blood. That's... How many colors is that? Heavens! That's a 23-colored flame. Cries of astonishment filled Archemperor City, and soon, the laughter of Bai Xiaochun joined them. His face was lit with excitement as he looked at the tongue of 23-colored flame flickering in his palm. It was literally impossible for him to stay calm, as he had sensed that, as soon as the 23-colored flame came into existence, the mark on the back of his hand that represented Bai Hao shivered. This 23-colored flame would be of immense help to Bai Hao. Following instinct alone, Bai Xiaochun tried to still his trembling as he sent the 23-colored flame into Bai Hao's mark. As the two merged together, the mark vibrated with increasing intensity. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was feeling very nervous. The idea of using multicolored flame to resurrect Bai Hao was only something he had come up with by means of speculation. He had no way to know for sure if his idea would work. But now, from the fluctuations he sensed coming from the mark, he had an intense premonition. If I can send 30-colored flame into Hauer's mark, then he can definitely be resurrected. Merely thinking back to how Bai-Hao had passed away caused his heart to twinge with pain. Bai-Hao was the only apprentice he had ever taken in his entire life. After the 23-colored flame fully merged into the mark on his hand, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with determination. Before, he had possessed no evidence to confirm that he could use flame conjuring techniques to resurrect Bai-Hao. But as of this moment, he had a new path laid out in front of him. "I need more souls," he said, a solemn expression overtaking his face. His stockpile of souls had run out, and the treasured fan had no more souls in it. However, there was a place that had what was surely an endless supply of souls. He looked up into the sky, which from this perspective looked like a starry sky, but which was actually a vast void. That dark void is filled with countless ruins and unending rubble. It also has endless souls of the deceased. In the years since he had founded his own nation, he had only gone back to the fan a few times to check on Song Quebec. Now that he knew how to resurrect Bai-Hao, he made a new decision. "I'll use the fan to travel through the void, conjuring flame and collecting souls. Once I make that 30-colored flame, I'll resurrect Hauer." Having reached the conclusion that this was definitely the best idea, he sent his divine sense to check on Song Junwan, Zhou Zimo, Debao, and Xiaoxiao. Although he would be traveling a great distance away from them, he could return to the Archemperor dynasty at any time by means of teleportation. However, just to be safe, he decided to leave some divine sense behind in the form of a clone, ready to take action at a moment's notice if necessary. He didn't tell his family of his plan. He simply touched his forehead, causing a clone to step out from him, which sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Without any further hesitation, he vanished, to reappear in the darkness of the void, on the treasured fan. He was about to embark on a journey through the void, to collect souls. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Soft light surrounded the fan as it shot through the inky darkness. As it passed along, a glowing trail spread out behind it, making it look almost like a shooting star. Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged on the sovereign's arm, within the face of the fan. Occasionally, he would open his eyes and look out into the void, his eyes sparkling. It almost seemed like black was the only color out here. However, during the 10 years he had spent traversing the void, he had occasionally encountered ruins or rubble, and collected a good number of souls. Although he was anxious to accomplish his goal, there was nothing else he could do to make things go faster. Furthermore, the fan was clearly following a specific course. Although he could change its speed, and could temporarily make it move in another direction, it would always return to its previous course eventually. Considering he didn't have any specific destination in mind, he finally gave up adjusting the direction, and allowed it to fly along as it wished. As it did, he sat there cross-legged, meditating, and working on the formula for 25-colored flame. Bai Xiaoqi fawned over him the entire time, until Bai Xiaochun finally began to consider letting him change his name. Bai Xiaoqi was excited about that. Furthermore, he had gotten used to flattering Bai Xiaochun, to the point where it was almost an instinct now. At the moment, he was standing behind Bai Xiaochun, massaging his shoulders and occasionally checking his facial expression. "Am I pushing too hard, my lord? I researched some new massage techniques recently that I want to try out." Bai Xiaoqi was very pleased with the level of ingratiating. When he was in a good mood, he would reward Bai Xiaoqi with a smile, which would get the little spirit automaton excited for an entire day. At the moment, it was only possible to summon one Archean slave. But now, the Archean slave's range wasn't limited to the world of the fan face. He could now leave that world to stand on the surface of the fan. Although he couldn't leave the fan, it did make him much more capable of defending it. If the Vile Emperor somehow managed to find them now, it wouldn't be as much of a big deal. As for dealing with any threatening forces they encountered, the fan had plenty of defenses of its own, all of them quite formidable. In fact, during the past 10 years, it had struck ruins or rubble on more than one occasion. And thus, Bai Xiaochun's journey through the void continued. Another 3 years passed. He was now almost done with his research into 25-colored flame. Considering the number of souls he had collected, he was able to perform 2 tests, both of which failed. One day, as he sat there cross-legged in meditation, a tremor passed through him. Usually, he spent his time with his divine sense spread out to detect objects around him in the void. Right now, his eyes opened, and they shone brightly as he hurried to the edge of the fan to look out into the darkness. Bai Xiaoqi noticed what was happening and materialized next to him, where he also looked out excitedly into the void. There, far off in the distance, was a dot of white light. As it got closer, it was obvious that it was a huge lamp. It was fully 3,000 meters in height and seemed to just be floating along through the void. At a certain point, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he realized that the lamp was being followed by innumerable souls. From what he could tell, there must be hundreds upon hundreds of millions of them. All of them were completely expressionless and seemed to pulse with an aura of death. It was truly a shocking sight to behold. After all the years spent traveling through the void, this was Bai Xiaochun's first time seeing anything like this. Excited, he caused the fan to slow down. "So many souls!" he exclaimed, licking his lips. In all of his years searching for souls, this was definitely the largest number yet. "Have you ever seen anything like this, Bai Xiaoqi?" he asked. Although Bai Xiaoqi still didn't like his name, he was so shaken by what he was seeing that he immediately shook his head and said, "Although I spent a lot of my time asleep, my lord, I did spend many, many years awake, and I never saw anything like this. Those souls, heavens, where are they all heading?" Bai Xiaochun looked on with narrowed eyes. It was a strange situation, and he didn't want to do anything too rash. It was even stranger considering that the souls didn't seem to have noticed the fan. Carefully issuing another order to the fan, he sent it follow the souls, hoping to figure out where they were going. He followed them for several years. On numerous occasions, the fan would attempt to return to its primary trajectory, until Bai Xiaochun finally ran out of patience and started using soul convergence pill to slowly pilfer the souls. The dark concoctors had been making soul convergence pills day and night, so he had plenty at his disposal. Eventually, he managed to get his hands on all of the hundreds upon hundreds of millions of souls. With that many souls, it only took a few more tests to succeed with 25-colored flame, whereupon he continued on to research 26-colored flame. Although he was tempted to just let the fan go back to its original course, he was still curious about this lamp's final destination. For all he knew, there might be even more souls there. A few months later, that final destination approached. When Bai Xiaochun saw what it was, his mind began to spin. Right there within the void, in front of the lamp, was an enormous well. It was fully 30,000 meters across, and pulsed with an undulating mist that filled the area. As for the lamp, it flew directly into the well. Even more shocking was the fact that he could clearly see other lamps approaching from random directions, more than 10 of them, and each one entered the well. "So many souls!" he exclaimed excitedly. However, it was such a strange scene that he hesitated about whether or not to try to capture the souls. "Heavens! What is this place?" Bai Xiaoqi exclaimed, clearly stunned, and having not a clue about what he was looking at. Bai Xiaochun waited there, torn about what to do. However, as he watched the lamps simply disappearing into the well, he couldn't take it any longer. "This mysterious well is probably dangerous," he said through gritted teeth. "But this place is too good to pass up. I'll just wait here for a lamp to come along. Only one. As long as I don't get close to the well, I should be fine." He couldn't let this opportunity slip by, especially considering how many souls he needed to continue his work with 26-colored flame. Eyes flickering with madness, he sat down to wait. Half a month later, he saw another lamp lazily floating toward the well. Eyes glittering, he sent the fan over to it and then flew out and began to toss out masses of soul convergence pill. Booms could be heard as the souls were quickly taken away by Bai Xiaochun. "I'm rich!" he exclaimed. Hurrying back onto the fan, he sat down nervously to see if anything would happen. A few days later, his courage began to build. Ha ha ha! Nothing happened after all. This place is a blessed land for Bai Xiaochun. Eyes shining, he decided to wait for another lamp to show up. A few days later, it came. And thus, Bai Xiaochun madly began to collect souls, completely clearing out any of the lamps which approached. However, Bai Xiaoqi already had a very bad feeling about what was going on, and frequently warned Bai Xiaochun about what he was doing. You should quit while you're ahead, my lord. I have a bad feeling about this. Waving his hand nonchalantly, he said, Don't you worry. I have a lot of experience with this kind of thing. Filled with excitement at the thought of getting so many souls, he sat down to wait. At first, the lamps would come every few days. But a few months later, the frequency dropped to one every few weeks. Eventually, for months passed in which no lamps came, much to his disappointment. Furthermore, the well itself was beginning to flicker oddly, as though it might vanish at any moment. From the look of it, it would be gone within a month. Not willing to give up, Bai Xiaochun finally fixed his gaze on the well itself. This thing is so mysterious. I wonder what it is, and I wonder when I'll encounter something like it again. He was truly torn between his desire to collect souls and his fear of the potential danger. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that, considering he had been here for so long without seeing anything dangerous, he might as well go a bit further. With that, he sent the fan closer to the well and activated the fan's ability to consume other things. If I could suck that well into the fan, that would be perfect. Bai Xiaoqi yelped an objection, but did nothing to interfere. And thus, the fan slammed directly into the well. Oddly, there were no intense rumbling sounds as Bai Xiaochun and Bai Xiaoqi had expected. It was almost as if the well existed in a different dimension or was transparent. The fan passed right through it. Bai Xiaochun gasped in shock. This was his first time encountering a situation that the fan wasn't capable of handling. After passing through the well, Bai Xiaochun looked back at it and hesitated for a very long moment about what to do. He could give up, but at the same time couldn't stop thinking about all of the souls that possibly existed within that well. Finally, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Just taking a quick look inside shouldn't be a problem. Gritting his teeth, he sent the fan toward the entrance of the well itself. Upon nearing, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base and sent some divine sense out. However, the well seemed isolated from his divine sense, making it impossible to see what was inside. He could only approach physically. Nothing about the situation seemed dangerous, and although that caused him to sigh with relief, he didn't let his guard down. Heart pounding, he looked down into the well itself. What he saw caused his eyes to go wide. It was a completely different world. It was as if the entrance to the well were the sky of that world. Even more shocking, the entire world seemed to be made from paper. Lands, mountains, rivers, buildings, everything was paper. Visible on the surface of all that paper were countless souls, the quantity of which defied anything Bai Xiaochun could have imagined. The world seemed very orderly. The souls were strictly ranked by level, and included the souls of devas, demigods, and celestials. There was even a group of paper people clustered around an Archean soul. It all seemed completely unbelievable. However, it was at that point that, out of the blue, Bai Xiaoqi shouted, "Behind you, my lord!" Before Bai Xiaoqi could even finish speaking, a withered hand stretched out of thin air behind Bai Xiaochun and pushed him. It wasn't moving particularly fast, but Bai Xiaochun didn't even have the time to look over his shoulder or react in any other way. And any resistance was useless. Massive force slammed into him, provoking a shriek of surprise as he was shoved directly into the well. At the same time, a figure became visible, a stooped old woman who held a lamp in her hand. As Bai Xiaochun fell inside the well, she stood on its edge, looking back at the fan behind her. When Bai Xiaoqi found himself the subject of her gaze, all his hair stood on end, and he sent all of the fan's defenses into high gear, including the aura of the sovereign's arm. Two clouded eyes existed within the old woman's wrinkled face, and they flickered with mysterious light. Suddenly, she smiled, a vicious smile filled with yellowed teeth. Then, she turned and vanished. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun screamed as he fell down into the paper world below. Eventually, he got control of his momentum and slowed to a halt. As he hovered there, he looked around, and then back up into the sky, which was when he saw 9 faces. All of the faces resembled old women, their features identical, their eyes closed, but their mouths open. From what Bai Xiaochun could tell, he had fallen out of one of those mouths. The well was actually one of their mouths. Who pushed me? An old woman? What level of cultivation base does she have? Taking a deep breath, he prepared to think of a way to leave, but before he could, something happened. His body began to turn into paper. In fact, his hands were already completely paper. His mind began to spin at the realization that this was the deadliest situation he had been in since the founding of the new Arch-Emperor dynasty. Even his fight with the vile emperor had been within the bounds of his own control, but this was different. There was no time for thought or planning. He immediately unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, as well as the powers of regeneration from his undying codex. However, although they could slow the process, they couldn't stop it. It was as if the natural laws within the world itself demanded that all living things who entered it become paper. Damn it! Damn it! Bai Xiaochun cursed, his eyes bloodshot. He didn't have the slightest desire to be a paper person with glowing red eyes, and therefore, he howled and tried to escape the world. Unfortunately, that was when all of the other paper people in the world suddenly looked up at the now stunned Bai Xiaochun. The souls attached to them all had cold, sinister auras as they howled and began to charge in his direction. In the blink of an eye, they were closing in, unleashing countless divine abilities and magical techniques. The magics took the form of bits of paper, each of which thrummed with the power of the natural laws in this world. Unfortunately, not even Bai Xiaochun's undying codex was able to do much to protect him. By this point, his entire arm was now paper. Complete and utter bullying, he shouted. To his frustration, none of his own divine abilities seemed effective at all, not even the Sutra of Future Paramitha. Gritting his teeth, he used his non-paper arm to grab a handful of soul convergence pills, which he threw out behind him. As they exploded, they sucked in the nearby souls, which seemed to deprive the paper people of their life force, causing them to simply float down to the ground. If he weren't being turned into paper, he might have been satisfied with that, and even viewed this place as a holy land. But he was too anxious to be pleased. Tossing out soul convergence pills left and right, and collecting the soul spheres they formed, he shot toward the mouths of the old women, high in the sky. Bai Xiaochun had never been in a situation like this before, and it was terrifying. Furthermore, it was the first time out in the void that he had ever felt that he was truly in danger. The paper people alone weren't very worrisome. They were tough to deal with, but he was confident that he could crush them in the end. Even though divine abilities didn't work on them, his soul convergence pills gave him enough of an edge to defeat them. But the bizarre nature of the world itself felt like a sharp blade hanging over his head. If things kept going the way they were, it seemed like he might end up as a paper person himself. Even worse than all that were the faces of the old women in the sky, and the mysterious entity who had pushed him into this world to begin with. All of it made his scalp tingle with fear. Right now, there was only one thing he wanted: to get out of his place as quickly as possible. Therefore, he reached out to the fan and summoned 10 shots of archean luminescence all at one time. Out in the void, the fan shone with dazzling light as 10 beams of light shot into the rapidly fading well. Rumbling sounds filled the world as the archean luminescence descended, which was equivalent to an archean expert attacking 10 times in a row. In fact, it was such a powerful force that it ripped open a hole in the sky. In response, all of the paper people, as well as the souls, let out piercing howls. And yet, almost as soon as it opened up, the hole began to close. Clearly, the damage would be repaired in a very short time. Not willing to let the opportunity slip away, Bai Xiaochun drew upon the full power of his cultivation base to speed toward the opening, using soul convergence pills to carve a path through the paper people and the souls that got in his way. Thanks to his incredible speed, he was soon right in front of the hole. as the aura of the outside void entered the paper world through the hole. He was once again able to utilize his divine abilities, and resorted to the undying hex and his mountain-shaking bash to get another burst of speed. He looked exactly like a shooting star as he shot out of the hole in the final moment before it closed. By that point, 30% of his body had already turned into paper. Thankfully, after reaching the void, his undying codex began to repair the damage. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a coughing sound behind him, followed by muffled howls. Bai Xiaochun's hair immediately stood on end as he realized that the cough must have come from the same person who had shoved him into the well. He immediately began to flee, and even as he did, a huge hand reached out toward him, so withered that it looked like it must belong to a corpse. Bai Xiaochun's heart began to pound wildly. Although the hand didn't give him the sensation that it belonged to a sovereign, it seemed like the peak of the Archean realm. "What is this thing?" he thought, on the verge of wailing. Without any hesitation, he drew upon his 5 remaining shots of Archean luminescence and sent them all toward the huge hand. Booms rang out as the Archean luminescence slammed into the hand, causing it to lurch to a halt. Then, Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the shockwaves from the impact to put more distance between himself and the hand. At the same time, Bai Xiaoqi sent the fan shooting toward Bai Xiaochun. Within moments, Bai Xiaochun was back on the fan. As his foot touched down, the huge hand recovered and began to move in the direction of the fan in even more menacing fashion than before. Shrieking, Bai Xiaoqi scrambled to try to hide inside of the fan itself. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun, his face ashen from fear, let out a shout as he took control of the fan and sent it hurtling, not away from the hand, but toward it. A massive boom could be heard as the two collided. The huge hand was immediately shoved backward, and the fan was sent spinning off in the opposite direction. If that had been all there was to it, Bai Xiaochun might have just commanded the fan to flee. But that was when a second withered hand suddenly materialized and shot toward the fan. "Time to put everything on the line," he shouted. There was no time for fear or hesitation. He knew that if he didn't go absolutely all out, then the danger would only grow more critical. Dazzling light cascaded off of the fan as the arm of the sovereign once again shot out from the fan face. Bai Xiaochun and Bai Xiaoqi were yet again cooperating to defend the fan. Even the Archean slave appeared, using the power of the sovereign's arm to emerge from the fan and shoot toward the menacing enemy. The surrounding void trembled as the sovereign's arm flew out. Meanwhile, the withered hand suddenly stopped moving, seemingly shocked to see something of this level. Unfortunately for the hand, there was no time for it to retreat before the sovereign's arm hit it. A boom could be heard as, for the first time, the withered hand was damaged and began to crumble. However, the sovereign's arm was also hurt, and the Archean slave was coughing up blood. Both of them spun and returned to the fan face. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but happened in the shortest of moments. Trembling, Bai Xiaochun immediately commanded the fan to flee. "Damn it!" Bai Xiaoqi shrieked. "This is all your fault. I told you we should have left, but you got greedy." Unfortunately, the moment of danger had not yet passed. Even as Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaochun fled on the fan, a roar of rage echoed out from the well. Next, to the complete disbelief of Bai Xiaochun, the well began to grow in size, twisting and distorting as it became a huge lamp. The well was actually just the top portion of the lamp. As the lamp appeared in full, fluctuations rolled out into the void as something vastly larger than the lamp appeared. It was an enormous, old woman, made completely from paper. She wore burial clothes, also made from paper, and had a ferocious glint in her eyes. "You can't escape!" she howled in a voice that sounded like countless people speaking at once. Then, she began to walk through the void toward the fan and Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was so scared that his eyes bulged, and he felt like weeping. "Heavens!" he blurted. "I was just collecting some souls. How did I end up provoking a freak like this?" Bai Xiaoqi was shrieking just as loudly, urging Bai Xiaochun to flee as quickly as possible. "She's not a sovereign, but she might as well be." Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding, and he was seriously considering retreating to the eternal immortal domains. He had actually attempted to do so back in the world of the paper people but had failed. Now that he was on the fan itself, he was fairly certain that it would work. However, he couldn't simply leave Song Ke and Bai Shaoqi in such danger. Furthermore, it would also cut off the path he had been treading, which he wasn't willing to do. Gritting his teeth, he decided that he wouldn't give up unless there was absolutely no other alternative. Thankfully, the treasured fan was capable of incredible speed, and although the old woman was putting up a good chase, she couldn't actually catch up. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was completely focused on maintaining top speed, aware that if he slipped up, she would catch up to them and slaughter them. Scowling on the verge of tears, he kept the fan moving forward. Half a month passed by in a flash, during which time the old woman chased them relentlessly. The chase continued for 3 years. During that time, Bai Shaoqi complained and grumbled constantly. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun mostly got used to the situation. Although he wasn't particularly terrified, he was starting to get very exhausted, to the point where his hair was disheveled, and he had dark circles under his deeply bloodshot eyes. After 3 years, the old woman seemed to be slowing down in her pursuit. Enlivened, Bai Xiaochun gobbled down some medicinal pills and then accelerated. A few months later, he couldn't even see the old woman behind them. So stingy. I just took a few souls, and she chased me for 3 years because of it. The mere thought of those 3 bitter years filled him with depression. Despite having successfully shaken the old woman, Bai Xiaochun still didn't feel completely at ease. Gritting his teeth, he sent the fan flying along for another few months. At that point, he glanced over at the dispirited Bai Shaoqi and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Hey little Bai, why don't you go rest up a bit? It's been a long 3 years. Bai Shaoqi cast him an angry glare and thought about giving him a piece of his mind. But at the moment he was just too exhausted and simply faded from view. Upon seeing that the spirit automaton had gone to sleep, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he knew that he was in the wrong. If he hadn't gotten greedy, then they wouldn't have had to deal with the 3-year chase. And yet, the gains he had made 3 years before caused his eyes to light up when he thought about them. Looking down, he thought about the vast number of souls that now existed in his bag of holding. I struck it rich this time. Now I have plenty of ingredients for multicolored flame. Considering that there was no imminent threat of danger, he set the fan to autopilot and then found a good place to go into seclusion and begin a session of flame conjuring. He had finished his formula for 25 colored flame 3 years ago, but had run out of souls to perform tests. Now that his stock was replenished, there was nothing holding him back. A failure wouldn't be a big deal, nor would 2. Even 10 wouldn't cause him to pause for breath. This time, it didn't take long at all to perform the experiments and solve all of the problems with the formula. At that point, he actually conjured a full 25 colored flame. A wide smile broke out onto his face, especially considering the fact that he still had a lot of souls left. With that, he went about working on 26 colored flame, and at the same time advancing his cultivation. As he flew along in the void, 3 more years passed. During that time, he completed his initial formula and also refined his cultivation base significantly. Eventually, Bai Shaoqi woke up and took control of the fan, pushing it forward with greater speed than before. Around the time that Bai Xiaochun was about to make his first attempt to conjure a 26-colored flame, the fan suddenly vibrated. Even as Bai Xiaochun and Bai Shaoqi looked around in shock, a familiar voice filled their ears in the form of an angered howl. You can't escape. Eyes widening, Bai Xiaochun shrieked. It's that old ghost woman. Sending his divine sense out, he caught sight of the same old paper woman, with the lamp in her hand. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was about to go crazy, and Bai Shaoqi gasped in shock, shaken by the old ghost woman's obsessive determination. As she closed in, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot, and he and Bai Shaoqi powered up the fan, sending it speeding off into the distance. Not willing to be so easily cowed, Bai Xiaochun took the half-formed 26-colored flame he held in his hand and threw out behind him, hoping to burn the paper woman into ash. However, she simply swallowed the flame, Scalp tingling with fear, Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to make any further tests such as that. Thus, the fan sped off into the distance, and another long chase began through the void. Bai Xiaochun scowled, not wanting to just spend his time fleeing, but having no other choice. Obviously, he couldn't fight the old ghost woman. That much he had learned during the previous chase. Nothing he launched back at her did any good. This chase lasted for another 3 years. At that point, the paper woman finally started to slow down, and the distance between them grew. By this time, Bai Xiaochun had grown completely used to her howling and roaring. The most depressing thing about the entire situation was that Bai Xiaochun had to focus all of his energy on powering and directing the fan, making it impossible to work on his flame conjuring. The upside was that because he constantly drew upon the power of his cultivation base, his cultivation actually advanced steadily the entire time. Bai Xiaochun eventually realized that the old ghost woman seemed completely obsessed with catching him, and would likely find him again even if he shook her. And thus, he sent the fan in a very different direction, hoping to buy some time. Eventually, he was once again able to immerse himself in flame conjuring. And thus, years passed. It didn't really matter how fast he fled, or where he lost the old ghost woman. At the most, she would find him again in 3 years. He was used to the situation, and yet had to go all out in his attempts to flee whenever she caught up. Each time, she seemed to move faster than the previous time, leaving Bai Xiaochun scowling on the verge of tears, and at the same time, madly focused on cultivation whenever he could. Thanks to the pressure, his cultivation base advanced constantly, pushing him very close to the great circle of the celestial realm. Whenever the old ghost woman wasn't around, he would work on flame conjuring. As time flew by, he eventually reached the point where he could conjure 26-colored flame. With every flame that he put into the mark on the back of his hand, Bai Hao's aura grew stronger, and the fluctuations clearer. Unfortunately, he got stuck working on the formula for a 27-colored flame. Unlike the previous formulas, things did not fall into place, and he eventually reached a bottleneck in which he had absolutely no idea how to proceed. All he could do was spend more time on auguries and analyses. Eventually, 10 years had gone by. Bai Xiaochun stood there on the edge of the fan, hair disheveled as he looked out into the void. Next to him, Bai Xiaoqi assisted him in powering the fan to go as quickly as possible. The howling old paper woman was chasing them, her lamp sending out glowing light that turned anything it touched into paper. How come this old ghost woman is always popping up? We never saw her before. It was a real headache. She always appeared randomly, putting Bai Xiaochun in the passive position. Eventually, she began to slow down, and the distance between them grew. Frowning, he breathed a sigh of relief. Off to the side, Bai Xiaoqi seemed just as angry as ever. This is all your fault. Why'd you have to go and provoking something so terrifying? You always have the option of escaping, but I don't. Bai Xiaoqi was clearly nervous about the paper woman constantly chasing after them. Bai Xiaochun sighed, but wasn't in the mood to comfort Bai Xiaoqi. Even as he pondered how to possibly deal with the old ghost woman, Bai Xiaoqi suddenly said, "Eh." Startled, Bai Xiaochun sent his divine sense out to determine where the old ghost woman had appeared from. But then his expression flickered. Instead of the woman, he saw something even more strange. The void around them seemed to be sinking. Technically speaking, the void had no directions such as up, down, left, or right. But right now, the area around them clearly seemed to be sinking down, forming something that looked like a huge funnel or a spinning vortex. Perhaps it could have been attributed to some strange natural phenomenon. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun noticed that, at the bottom of the sunken area was another world. His divine sense revealed to him a world filled with countless hourglasses. There were large ones and small ones, filling the entire world, none of them damaged. All of them were operational and had sand flowing through them. It was a truly bizarre and shocking sight. What is this place? Even as the words left his mouth, Bai Xiaoqi's eyes went wide, and he chokingly exclaimed, "The essence of time! Heavens! That place has the essence of time in it." Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Although he hadn't detected the essence aura, His cultivation base had surged, and his time immemorial codex had automatically become active. Clearly, this world was to him like sweet dew to a parched traveler, and it instantly caused his heart to begin pounding. However, after what had developed with the old ghost woman, he was completely on guard against any type of danger, and would definitely not act rashly. The first thing he did was send out his divine sense to simply observe the hourglasses that made up the world. As he did, his expression flickered, and eventually, a look of dumbstruck awe filled his face. "Hey, little automaton, look at that world. Can you see that one particularly strange area?" By this point, Bai Xiaoqi had mostly recovered from his earlier shock. After looking down at the world, he found the area Bai Xiaoqun had referred to, and yet couldn't see it any clearer than Bai Xiaoqun could. However, there were fluctuations coming from it that seemed incredibly powerful. Bai Xiaoqun also sensed the fluctuations, and they caused his entire body to thrum. Sovereign aura. There's a sovereign aura there. Bai Xiaoqun and Bai Xiaoqi shared a shaken glance. At the same time, Bai Xiaoqun was already coming up with some speculations about what was happening. "I wonder if this sunken area within the void is actually an enormous hourglass. And that world is the middle of the hourglass. And maybe that strange area is actually the other half of the hourglass. If I'm right, then this hourglass must be the precious treasure of a sovereign. And it's currently ownerless." The mere thought caused his eyes to shine brightly, and his heart to race. With that, he flew off of the fan with the intention of circling the area a few times, trying to see if he could take the precious treasure that was this hourglass with him. Bai Xiaoqi's eyes immediately went wide. "Don't cause any more trouble, Bai Xiaoqun. This is probably a magical item similar to me, and it's not damaged or incomplete. If you piss it off, we're both finished." Clearing his throat, Bai Xiaoqun replied with the usual, "Don't worry, I have plenty of experience with this kind of thing." Bai Xiaoqi's mind instantly began to spin as he realized that Bai Xiaoqun had said this exact same thing before. Then he realized what Bai Xiaoqun meant by having experience in this specific situation, and his eyes began to burn with anger. However, after a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that Bai Xiaoqun would really have no way of successfully taking the hourglass. As for Bai Xiaoqun, he was feeling very distressed about the situation. After all, the hourglass was different from the damaged fan. The only reason he had successfully acquired the fan was because it was damaged, whereas this hourglass wasn't harmed in any way. Obviously, it was a precious treasure that would surely have its own spirit automaton. And since it wasn't a legacy item, it couldn't be taken by force except by someone with the power of a sovereign. Not willing to give up so easily, he put some thought into the matter and then produced his turtle walk. However, not even performing a spirit enhancement on it seemed to do anything. Eventually, he realized what the problem was. It wasn't that spirit enhancements didn't work on the hourglass. Rather, it was simply too powerful. Performing a one-fold spirit enhancement on it wouldn't do anything, and if he tried to perform more enhancements, it could provoke the wrath of the hourglass's spirit automaton. When Bai Xiaoqi realized what he was doing, he shouted, "Stop it! Stop it! Listen to me, Bai Xiaoqun. That precious treasure's spirit automaton is asleep. If you perform spirit enhancements and wake it up, we're both doomed." Bai Xiaoqun hesitated for a moment as he analyzed the situation. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that trying to force spirit enhancements onto the hourglass could very likely incite a deadly storm of consequences. After some more hesitation, he sighed and abandoned the idea. However, he still wasn't ready to give up. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi was on the verge of weeping. Over the years, living with Bai Xiaoqun had been too nerve-wracking. No, too dangerous. Back when Bai Xiaoqi had been alone on the fan, he had never encountered any problems. But with Bai Xiaoqun, he faced one danger after another. The old paper woman was bad enough. If they ended up having a precious treasure filled with the essence of time trying to chase them down and kill them, well, Bai Xiaoqi didn't see how he could take it. "I can't handle this. Sometimes this bastard is a coward, and sometimes he's a psycho. I have to think of a way to distract him. Otherwise he's going to end up pissing off that precious treasure." His eyes turned up in thought for a long moment, and then lit up. "Milord, look, that world of hourglasses is definitely the best place to gain enlightenment of the essence of time. It would be really beneficial for you to do that. Besides, I noticed before that the technique you cultivate has something to do with the essence of time. This place is basically a holy land for you. Aren't you stuck in a bottleneck with your flame conjuring? If you gain some enlightenment of the essence here, it will probably help you break through that bottleneck. Since the spirit automaton is asleep, it's the perfect time. After all, once it awakens, you won't have the same chance again. Don't worry, my lord. I'll stand as Dharma protector for you. I won't let anything dangerous happen while you're seeking enlightenment." Worried that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't trust him, he unleashed his divine sense in dramatic and potentially harmful fashion, causing the fan's detection and defense abilities to surge into action. Bai Xiaoqi's suggestion actually made sense to Bai Xiaochun. That was especially so considering that his time immemorial codex seemed to be leaping with anticipation. And he was in a bottleneck with his 27-colored flame. After taking another look at the hourglass, he decided that gaining some enlightenment would probably make it easier to acquire it for his own. And even if he didn't, he would at least come out with some level of benefit. Having reached this point in his train of thought, and seeing that Bai Xiaoqi was really going all out, he sighed and gave the spirit automaton a nod of approval. After sending out his own divine sense one more time to make sure that nothing was amiss, he flew toward the hourglass world. At this point, Bai Xiaoqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he mused that being with Bai Xiaochun in situations like this was potentially life-threatening. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was getting closer and closer to the hourglass world. Nothing was opposing his approach, though, so soon he was descending into the world itself. As he did, his expression flickered as he realized that the flow of time was completely different. In fact, it seemed that time flowed differed even within different areas of the world. In some places, it slowed nearly to a standstill. In other places, it was to his shock that he realized that it moved 10 times faster, even 100 or 1,000. As he moved through this shocking world, he saw the endless hourglasses of varying sizes. Some were tens of thousands of meters tall, others were the size of a hand. Soon, he came to realize that the chaotic nature of time within this world was a function of the hourglasses themselves. Each hourglass had a different flow of time. Different worlds, different natural laws. In that old ghost woman's world, magical techniques and divine abilities don't work, and one's flesh and blood become paper. In here, the laws are different. He had seen and experienced a lot on his journey through the void, giving him a much different perspective on life. As of now, he knew that each of these hourglasses contained the natural laws of this world and could influence their environment. With each moment that passed, he felt more and more shocked. But what could have created these differences in time? Bai Xiaochun stood there, looking around thoughtfully at the endless hourglasses. Eventually, he remembered what Bai Xiaoqi had said about gaining enlightenment of the essence of time. "My time immemorial codex definitely has something to do with the essence of time," he murmured. Early on, Bai Xiaochun had heard of essence, but didn't understand it much. After encountering the damaged fan, and Bai Xiaoqi, his understanding grew. Eventually, he became the owner of the fan, and practiced cultivation in front of the Taoist tower of life and death in the fan face. At that point, his understanding gradually became more complete. However, he still couldn't put that understanding into words. Right now, he felt like he was standing inside of a true treasure, surrounded by essence. However, his comprehension was still incomplete, and thus he couldn't grasp its meaning. It was as if he were missing some very important key. After a moment of silence, he looked up, his eyes flashing with determination and focus. "If I can't seek understanding directly, then I'll just soak it in." Taking a deep breath, he walked up to one particular hourglass that was about the same height as himself. Not daring to get too close, he examined it with divine sense, and found that the flow of time within it was 3 times faster than normal. Sitting down cross-legged, he began to meditate. Although this place didn't seem inherently dangerous, Bai Xiaochu knew that it was actually filled with potential crises, in the form of the hourglasses themselves. Some of the most powerful Taoist magics in existence had to do with the flow of time. If he wasn't careful, he might stumble into an hourglass in which time flowed millions or even of billions of times faster than outside of this world. In that case, a huge amount of time could pass for him with only a small bit of time passing outside. A situation like that might not be a big deal. But what about the opposite situation? What if he entered an hourglass for only a breath of time, only to have a year pass on the outside? For one thing, if he was away from the eternal immortal domains for too long, it could be very dangerous for the Archemperor dynasty. For another, he had no idea exactly how such an experience would affect his longevity. Was his longevity tied to the existence of the eternal immortal domains? Or would it pass based on his local experience? For non-living things it would probably be easier to judge. But Bai Xiaochun was a celestial, and his existence was profoundly tied to the eternal immortal domains. He had no way of knowing whether leaving his own world for a long period of time would affect his Tao seed in some way, or perhaps damage it. Therefore, he had to be very careful in the choices he made here. Closing his eyes, he focused on the passage of time. At first it seemed difficult to wrap his mind around how exactly it differed from the flow of time outside. But as time passed, he gradually began to notice what appeared to be flickering vestiges of something. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure exactly what those vestiges were. Even worse, there were too few of them. Several days later, he opened his eyes. Although he felt much closer to grasping the key to this world, he was still far from success. Were those vestiges of time? He thought hesitantly, pondering the seemingly illusory vestiges. For some reason, whenever he looked at them, he felt a sensation of bending or distorting. By this point, his curiosity was piqued, and he had already forgotten that his main goal in coming into this world was to figure out a way to take ownership of the precious treasure that housed it. Mind filled with thoughts of the vestiges he had seen, he found another hourglass that had a tenfold difference in time, and sat down to meditate. A few days later, he opened his eyes and looked a bit confused. There were more vestiges here, and yet he still couldn't see them clearly. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe I can't succeed. Those vestiges are definitely the essence of time. This time, he found an hourglass in which time flowed 100 times faster than normal. Sitting down, he looked at it closely, and then once again sought enlightenment. This session of enlightenment was one of the most life-changing he had ever experienced. He trembled, and even struggled for breath, as he came to the realization that what he believed to be vestiges of time were far more numerous in this hourglass. Furthermore, he realized that the space surrounding the vestiges seemed to have distorted and collapsed in some way. It was as if the vestiges themselves were evidence of some form of a unique, strange power. From what he could tell, that power was what had caused the bending and distorting that he had sensed earlier. It wasn't the power of time, it was some other type of power that he was actually very familiar with. As he probed further, and the sensation of familiarity grew, his eyes shot open. He almost couldn't believe what he was feeling. Gravity? He blurted in shock. How is this even possible? Although there were no magical techniques he knew of in the cultivation world that were specifically related to gravity, there were many magical items that utilized such power. Bai Xiaochun had come into contact with gravity many years ago. He had once offered a pill formula to the North Bank of the Spirit Stream sect in trade, gaining a set of magnetic spirit wings and a proto-magnetic pearl. The old woman who was the peak lord of Iris Petal Peak had told him that if he ever got the chance, he could use those two items to understand proto-magnetic power, and thus learn the spirit stream sect's arcane gravitational repulsion. It was for that very reason that Bai Xiaochun had spent so much time following that line of research, and had eventually developed a sphere of gravitational repulsion that could tear the clothes of people around him to shreds. Furthermore, the toxic gas that eventually became his fantasy pill was initially controlled by his understanding of the powers of gravity and repulsion. Unfortunately, his research never went very far and he eventually gave up. So how could he ever have imagined that, so many years later, and so far away from the eternal immortal domains, out in the middle of the void, he would find the precious treasure of a sovereign, in which the essence of time existed, as well as the mysterious power of gravity. Although there were differences between time and gravity, those differences were small. After taking a few breaths to get himself under control, he once again closed his eyes to seek enlightenment. Eventually, his eyes opened, and he looked even more shaken than before. It really is gravity. I wasn't wrong. He was completely shaken to find that what he had assumed was time was actually gravity. Never before had he even thought to correlate time with gravity. But now, the two of them seemed to be superimposing right in front of him. What exactly is going on here? He thought. Confused, eventually, he rose to his feet, determined to understand the connection between time and gravity. Mere hundredfold flows of time weren't enough. Therefore, it was with bloodshot eyes that he found an hourglass in which time flowed 500 times the normal speed. After that was a 1,000-fold flow of time. And thus, he continued to move up in his search for answers. From 1,000-fold, he moved to 3,000-fold, 5,000-fold, 8,000-fold. It was at that point that he rose to his feet, his eyes shining brightly. Gravity can change the flow of time. Although he looked excited, the determination in his eyes was clear. Turning around, he found some hourglasses with 10-fold flows of time, where he confirmed some of his research. Soon, he had a complete understanding of the relationship between gravity and time. The stronger gravity is, the faster time flows. It was an exciting realization. By now, he had forgotten about trying to find the key to this place, and was back in the same state he often reached when researching medicinal pills. Every question he answered led to new questions. But where does gravity come from? Xiaochun had always been plagued by that question. But now, in this strange world, he was absolutely determined to find an answer. Once again, he began to work with the hourglasses. As he searched for clues, days passed until he forgot how many. He was tired, and his eyes were weary, but he continued to search for the source of gravity. Eventually, he looked over at one of the 300-meter-tall hourglasses, which was where time moved at 10,000 times the normal speed. Back when he had first arrived in this world, he wouldn't have dared to research such an hourglass. But now, in his obsessed state, he didn't hesitate for a moment. Sitting down cross-legged, he shivered as he realized that he could just barely hear something like a voice speaking to him. It started out faint, and was difficult to hear clearly, as though it had drifted to this point through countless years of time. It sounded like a man speaking, except that it was impossible to hear the exact words, no matter how Xiaochun focused. And yet, that mere voice caused his time immemorial codex to leap with unprecedented vigor. Even the flow of time around him seemed to change. Most noteworthy, and most shocking, was that Xiaochun could sense gravity changing because of the voice. Although he couldn't make the voice out clearly, he was convinced that it contained the answer he had been seeking. As his eyes opened, they shone with determination and decisiveness. Blurring into motion, he headed toward a 600-meter-tall hourglass. The flow of time here was 20,000 times normal speed. It was even easier to see the gravitational fluctuations here, and at the same time the voice grew clearer, although he still couldn't make out the exact details. Before long, he moved on to a 900-meter-tall hourglass, then a 1,200-meter-tall one, and after that a 1,500-meter-tall one. Eventually, he was at a 2,400-meter-tall hourglass, at which point the voice grew even clearer. Xiaochun was fully in a state of madness, and was soon at a 3,000-meter-tall hourglass, where the flow of time was 100,000 times faster than normal. All the while, the voice grew clearer, and yet, he still could not make out the details of what was being said. However, by the time he encountered the 100,000-fold flow of time, he realized that the gravity in the area wasn't rigidly set. In fact, it seemed to respond to his presence, a discovery that prompted him to continue on this exact same line of pursuit. 6,000-meter-tall hourglass, 9,000 meters, 12,000 meters. Xiaochun seemed possessed as he crazily selected larger and larger hourglasses. Eventually, he reached a 30,000-meter-tall hourglass, where the flow of time was 1,000,000 times normal. And yet, he was still not able to make out what the voice was saying. Although it continued to grow clearer, there was apparently a barrier in place, ensuring that no matter how loudly the speaker spoke, his words could not be heard clearly. Not unless the barrier were broken, or perhaps when an hourglass was reached that had the potential to break it. With that vague voice in his ears, Bai Xiaochun continued to shocking levels of research. 90,000 meters, 180,000 meters. Eventually, he was in front of an hourglass that was 240,000 meters tall. In this hourglass, the flow of time reached the shocking level of 8 million times faster than normal. As such, the 3 months that he spent seeking enlightenment there counted for less than a breath of time. Unfortunately, it was already impossible for him to determine if time was truly flowing in accord with his local perspective, or from the outside perspective. As such, the danger he faced continued to mount. If he picked an hourglass where the time differential was reversed, then 1 breath of time for him would count for 3 months in the outside world. Bai Xiaochun was very nearly going insane in his attempt to understand the powers of gravity. As such, once he began to seek enlightenment with the hourglasses taller than 30,000 meters, he was careful to only spend a short time seeking enlightenment with each one. And if the voice didn't grow clearer, he would leave immediately. It was dangerous, but he was making incredible progress. The voice was still unclear, but his understanding of gravity was now completely different from before. Gravity is created when the space in the area bends. And the space bends not because of preset conditions but rather because of my presence. As I near the hourglasses, their time differential changes. If I don't get close to them, the differential remains stationary. By bending space and by shaping gravity, the speed of time is changed. Of course, the ultimate cause is not me, but the fundamental nature of the hourglasses. They have different structures and contain different dimensions, and even unique starry skies. Thus, the gravity and flow of time within them is different. His thoughts flickered at lightning speed as he came up with various answers due to his relentless searching. At the moment, he was standing on top of a 240,000-meter tall hourglass, looking at the world around him. From this vantage point, he could see that there was only one hourglass larger than the one he stood on. Far off in the distance, in the very middle of the world, was an hourglass that was hundreds of thousands of meters tall. Bai Xiaochun had no way to even tell how quickly time flowed in that hourglass. However, he did know that there was no better place in this world to attempt to hear the words of the voice. Instead of switching amongst random hourglasses, the best decision, albeit the most dangerous, was with that hourglass. After some thought, he shot into motion, eyes bloodshot as he headed toward that gargantuan hourglass. Upon arriving, he was completely and utterly shaken by the flow of time there. It was so indescribably powerful that without his powerful cultivation base and shocking fleshly body, plus the powers of regeneration from his undying codex, he would likely have been crushed to death immediately. Enduring the discomfort, he howled and shot to the top of the hourglass. Taking a shaky breath, he dropped down cross-legged, veins bulging out on his face and neck as he closed his eyes and sent out his divine sense to seek enlightenment. Almost immediately, the whispering voice appeared, and this time, it was different from before. It was not muffled, but crisp and clear, as though someone were sitting right next to him, speaking. He immediately focused on the voice, whereupon a tremor ran through him, and his mind felt battered as if by enormous waves of shock. The speaker was indeed a man, his voice warm and sincere, as though he were instructing his apprentices about the Tao. Mortal renegade, worldly Taoist, the two of you listen well. What is essence? To discuss essences, you must first understand natural laws. Natural laws form the invisible framework of the cosmos in which we exist. Magical techniques and divine abilities are essentially ways of manipulating or drawing upon that framework. As for what constitutes that framework, well, that is where essences come into the picture. They are shapeless, invisible, and intangible. However, it is only their mysterious construction that allows for all of the countless magical techniques and divine abilities to exist. Essences are essentially the foundation of everything. This leads to another question. What is the essence of time? Well, that's simple. First of all, understand that time and gravity are connected. From an outside perspective, the stronger the gravity, the slower time will flow. However, when it comes to the essence of time, its true manifestation comes not through gravity but rather relativity. Relativity forms the true core of the essence of time. If you understand relativity, then you can gain enlightenment of the essence of time. Remember, everything comes down to relativity. Mortal renegade, worldly Taoist. Do you understand? The voice crashed within by Xiaochun's mind like great waves of shock. He wasn't sure who the mortal renegade and the worldly Taoist were. However, merely listening to the short speech filled him with unprecedented levels of understanding. It was as if a light went off in his head, as if all of the clues he had gathered up to this point suddenly clicked together thanks to this voice. Relativity. That's right. It's about relativity. Without the outside world to compare to, how could you even know about differences in the flow of time? Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Although there were still some areas that he wasn't clear on, he was now absolutely certain of why he was able to hear the voice which had just spoken to him. That voice belonged to an almighty entity from countless years in the past, who had been speaking to his apprentices about essences. The reason his voice was able to transmit through all the years was because his Tao was none other than the essence of time. And he had already become a part of the natural laws of the cosmos around him. Therefore, the increased flow of time in this place allowed his voice to echo here for all eternity. Essences were innately abstruse and difficult to comprehend. In all of the void that had once been a starry sky, only a few people had ever mastered such things. After all, anyone who could do so would be considered a Taoist master who had comprehended all things and reached the sovereign realm. Sovereigns were rare, as difficult to find as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Anyone from any group of people who became a sovereign would be the pride and glory of that group. And if any group could produce two sovereigns, none could possibly stand in their way. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was far, far from that level. He wasn't even in the Archean realm yet. And yet, that posed no obstacle to him when it came to gaining enlightenment of essences. Essences were profound and mysterious, much less to mention the fact that matters of time were paramount among such great Taos. In fact, only one sovereign within the starry sky had ever succeeded with the essence of time, and he was the owner of this precious treasure of hourglasses. Bai Xiaochun gasped, his eyes shining with the light of understanding. Now that he had found the answer he had been looking for, he began to sink into a state of emptiness that encompassed both his thoughts and his physical form. He had already seen the evidence pointing to the fact that the bending of the space around him was a result of his presence, and its effect on gravity, which also caused variations in the flow of time. However, as he seemed to become empty, his body grew weightless, almost transparent, as though it didn't exist. He wasn't truly being wiped out of existence. However, relative to his surroundings and to the world around him, he was no more. And although he was still technically seated cross-legged on the huge hourglass, the force of gravity around him faded away, and the mad flow of time grew calm. It returned to the state it had been in before he had arrived, a state of relative calm. Within that state, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness remained, and his divine soul seemed to fly out of him and look down at the lands below. He saw countless hourglasses, some large, some small. He saw sand dropping down endlessly, and every time his gaze focused on an hourglass, its flow of time would change. It was an endless cycle. As his gaze shifted from one hourglass to another, he lost track of how much time was passing, and lost track of his own existence. As time flowed in its own way inside the world of hourglasses, Bai Xiaoqi was outside. After Bai Xiaochun entered the place, he sighed in relief. Almost immediately, the different flows of time within the world caused his vision to blur, making it impossible to see what was happening. However, he could sense that Bai Xiaochun was unhurt. I wonder how long he'll be in there. Hopefully not long. If that spirit automaton wakes up, it could be a big problem. Sighing, he decided to just down cross-legged to wait. After all, if Bai Xiaochun took too long, he could just go in and remind him not to delay too long. Within the world of hourglasses, Bai Xiaochun's enlightenment continued. As he observed the countless hourglasses and the various flows of time, they came to encompass everything about him. He had no thoughts. He simply sat there, his expression blank as he stared at the hourglasses and committed every aspect of them to memory. Eventually, one of the countless hourglasses that he had committed to memory vanished. Soon after that, another disappeared, and then another. One after another, they disappeared, and those that remained behind sank deeper into Bai Xiaochun's mind. No one, not even Bai Xiaochun, could sense what was happening. The hourglasses vanished one after another, until one day, there was only one left. It wasn't large, only about the height of an average person. However, it seemed to be a part of Bai Xiaochun, a part of his soul, a part of his fleshly body, a part of his Tao seed. It had completely fused with every aspect of him, could not be wiped away or destroyed. In fact, in some ways, this hourglass was like a second Tao seed. When that solitary hourglass came to be the only one left behind, Bai Xiaochun shivered. His closed eyes flickered, and he began to breathe rapidly. At the same time, magical symbols began to appear on the surface of the hourglass in his mind. Although he didn't recognize any of them, they all originated within his own imagination. They contained his understanding of time, as well as his incomplete comprehension of essences. They covered the hourglass in the form of magical symbols, and then began to shine with bright light. Bai Xiaochun shivered even more, and began to breathe more rapidly, until at one point, the shining of the magical symbols prompted him to unconsciously reach out and wave his right hand. That simple gesture caused the air around him to collapse, and time itself to bend toward him. Gravity sprang into being, instantly changing the flow of time in his area. Outside, Bai Xiaoqi sensed what was happening, and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Essence Taoist magic? And that was exactly what it was, a Taoist magic of essence. Although it was only in an embryonic form, only a small fraction of what it could be, it still caused time in the area around Bai Xiaochun to change. He shivered more, and his closed eyes began to flicker even more rapidly, as though he might awaken at any moment. Suddenly, he lifted his head and regained lucidity, as if he were emerging from a dream. The transformations to the air and the area around him faded away, but everything he had experienced within that dream remained behind. Did I just? His eyes flickered with incredulity as he looked down at his hand. After a moment, he reached out again with his hand, touched his inner hourglass with divine sense, and then waved his hand. The same thing happened as had happened moments ago, causing Bai Xiaochun's heart to surge with excitement. Shooting to his feet, he closed his eyes to examine the shocking power of this new divine ability. I can change the flow of time in a small area. If I had to fight the Vile Emperor again, I wouldn't need to rely only on Archean luminescence. I could slow time around him but keep it the same around me. From the Vile Emperor's perspective, it would make me seem unimaginably fast. Excited, he did a few more tests to make sure he was correct in his assessment. Afterward, he decided to name this fourth immensely powerful divine ability that he had just created. Time is connected to gravity, he murmured, eyes glittering. Therefore, I'll call this divine ability gravitational extermination. Although he had never liked fighting and killing, by now he realized that the only way to keep the Archemperor dynasty safe was to be stronger than everyone else. He needed people to respect him. That was the only way to truly put an end to the fighting and killing. I have the magical symbols of the Sutra of the former. I have the gates of life and death of the Sutra of the present. I have the Paramitha lily of my Sutra of the future. And now I have my fourth great divine ability, gravitational extermination. Even without Archean luminescence, I can still pose a big threat to an Archean. Brimming with self-confidence, he checked his cultivation base, and to his delight found that the good fortune he had experienced had pushed him into the great circle of the celestial realm. He didn't leave the world of the hourglasses immediately. Using his newfound control over time, he successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 27-colored flame. After finishing the formula, he rose to his feet and looked around at all of the hourglasses with a bit of sorrow and longing. Then, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. He was offering thanks to the world around him, and to that mysterious sovereign whose Tao he had benefited from. Because of all the good fortune he had received, he completely abandoned any thoughts of taking this precious treasure with him. He knew that until he became a sovereign, he didn't qualify to own it. After straightening up from his bow, he flew up into the sky. When he had first arrived in this place, the chaotic flows of time had been quite unsettling. But now that he had taken his first steps toward controlling the essence of time, they didn't bother him at all. It didn't matter how the time flows shifted and changed. They couldn't do anything to affect the hourglass in his mind. That hourglass was rooted to his consciousness, and nothing on the outside could affect it any more than wind could affect a boulder. Flying up, he eventually found himself back out in the void, and then on his treasured fan. In that exact moment, Bai Xiaoqi settled down cross-legged, and was just about to close his eyes to meditate. Startled, he jumped back up and shouted, "What's wrong?" Sending his divine sense out, he checked the area, as well as the precious treasure that was the hourglass. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqun looked back at him in shock. Then his eyes settled into a glare. Considering how long he had been gone, he had expected Bai Xiaoqi to at least miss him a little bit. Suddenly, he got an odd feeling. "What are you all flustered for?" he asked. "How long was I in the hourglass world? How long?" Bai Xiaoqi looked back at him, a bit confused. "Huh? You don't know? You just went in. It's only been, maybe 4 or 5 breaths of time. I watched you go in, and before I could even sit down, you jumped back out." At this point, Bai Xiaoqi seemed to realize something. Eyes widening, he pointed at Bai Xiaoqun and said, "Wait, don't tell me that time passed differently for you." Bai Xiaoqun was immediately shaken. He had assumed that due to his initial steps toward mastering the essence of time, something like this couldn't have happened. "There's no way. Based on what I could tell, I must have spent decades in there. Maybe even a century. But out here, only a few breaths of time passed?" It took a bit of back and forth, but Bai Xiaoqun soon confirmed that it was exactly as Bai Xiaoqi had said. Gasping, he looked back at the world of hourglasses. Having gotten to the bottom of the situation, Bai Xiaoqi was equally shaken, and also looked over at the hourglass world. At this point, Bai Xiaoqun realized that his suppositions regarding the outside world had been wrong. Relative to the outside world, the time he had spent in the hourglass world counted for almost nothing. That hourglass world didn't exist on the same plane as the void in which he now stood. It was almost transcendent, and in fact, there was only one word Bai Xiaoqun could think of to describe it. "Eternal," he murmured, his eyes shining with hope. "The essence of time is so mysterious." Once again, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to the hourglass world. After a long moment, he turned, taking control of the fan and sending it flying off into the distance. Bai Xiaoqi was struck by a similar sense of wonderment. However, he was eager to be on his way, and provided as much help as he could to push the treasured fan at top speed through the void. Even after some time passed, Bai Xiaoqun was not able to calm down. As for Bai Xiaoqi, he wasn't sure what to say about the shocking things that he had been told. They traveled along in peace and quiet for several months, until at one point, Bai Xiaoqun opened his eyes for meditation. Without any hesitation, he extended his right hand and waved his finger in a certain direction out in the void. Before Bai Xiaoqi could even react, the area Bai Xiaoqun had pointed at rippled and distorted, sinking down to become a small-scale version of the precious treasure that was the hourglass world. Bai Xiaoqi couldn't actually see it, but he could sense the gravitational force. As the sunken area expanded, that gravitational force grew greater and greater. As that happened, the flow of time there began to slow down. Meanwhile, an enraged howl could be heard, coming from that very area in which gravity had been affected. Strangely, the sound seemed distorted, even drawn out. Moments later, the old paper woman appeared, materializing right into that distorted area, her eyes already flickering with shock. Bai Xiaoqi was similarly taken aback. and for the first time, looked over at Bai Xiaochun with an expression of reverence. Not only had Bai Xiaochun detected the woman's approach ahead of time, but he had also created an area similar to the precious treasure that was the hourglass. Although it was only generally similar, Bai Xiaoqi could easily see that this was a Taoist magic of essence. In other words, it was a sovereign-level Taoist magic. What are you staring at, Bai Xiaoqi? Hurry up and use the sovereign's arm. Constantly being chased down by this old ghost woman had long since caused the flames of anger to build up inside of Bai Xiaochun. And although he didn't want to go out and fight her on his own, it seemed like a great opportunity to slow her down and use the fan's power to unleash some misery on her. With that, he sent out some divine sense, causing numerous beams of Archean luminescence to shoot out toward the old woman. He even summoned an Archean slave, who stepped out into the void to fight. The Archean slave couldn't stay out in the void for long, but now that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base had improved, he could last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi quickly sent the sovereign's arm out toward the old woman. This was Bai Xiaochun's first time making a strong counterassault on the old paper woman. The woman howled in response, waving her lamp, which caused a sea of black flames to roil out. The fact that the flames didn't seem destabilized by Bai Xiaochun's zone of time influence wasn't because his divine ability was weak, but rather because the cultivation base of this old ghost woman was too high. Even still, the area affected by his gravitational extermination lasted for several breaths of time, which was more than enough for several shots of Archean luminescence to hit the old woman. Although it seemed as if she existed in a different dimension, and the beams passed through her because of the zone of time influence, she was still injured. Even as her shriek echoed out, the Archean slave and the sovereign's arm arrived. As they did, black flames continued to burn away at the gravitational extermination's zone of time influence, and the trapped old woman performed an incantation gesture that in turn caused the black sea of flames to take the shape of a black lamp, which then shot toward the sovereign arm. When the two collided, a massive boom echoed out, shaking the entire area. The Archean slave coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the sovereign's arm was sent spinning back to the fan, undamaged, but currently incapable of any further action. The Archean slave also returned to the fan. However, the old ghost woman was not in good shape either. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked so bedraggled that she was starting to fade out of existence. Eyes filled with madness, she howled, sending more black flames shooting out, creating another sea of flames. As it expanded, the frightened Bai Xiaochun and Bai Xiaoqi turned the fan and started heading off at top speed. The sea of flames continued to expand behind them, accompanied by the howls of the old ghost woman. Eventually, so much flame was roiling out that it made it possible to see a different woman. She was beautiful, with luxurious clothing and phoenix-like eyes that contained boundless dignity. However, a black spike of flames was impaled into her forehead, which turned all of her grace and beauty into malevolent ferocity. As soon as Bai Xiaoqi saw the woman, he instinctively shrieked, "Immortal Imperatrix!" There was no spare time to ask Bai Xiaoqi about who the Immortal Imperatrix was. His scalp simply tingled at the shocking performance the old ghost woman had put on. Clearly, she had upped her game, releasing that shocking sea of black flames that she had never used before. Strangely, the sea of flames didn't seem to contain even a scrap of heat, and yet, his divine sense had indicated that it could definitely burn anything that got in its path. That in itself was enough to cause him to flee for his life. Thankfully, it seemed the old ghost woman wasn't very stable while in that state, and couldn't actually pursue him. He fled for 3 months straight, not slowing down for even an instant. Whenever he thought back to what had happened, he scowled in frustration and disappointment. During those 3 months, Bai Xiaoqi didn't say much, but would occasionally look over his shoulder, his expression that of sorrow and frustration. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoqi, who's this immortal imperatrix you were jabbering about?" In a rare display of rage, Bai Xiaoqi shouted, "You're not permitted to sully the immortal imperatrix by even mentioning her." Surprised, Bai Xiaochun looked over to see Bai Xiaoqi's bloodshot eyes shining with grief as he looked out into the void. After a long moment passed, he murmured, "The immortal imperatrix was Milord's Taoist partner. I never saw her in person, but Milord would often gaze upon a painting of her. I could see the pain in his eyes, and could see how much he missed her. Due to looking at that painting so many times myself, I eventually committed her features to memory. That young woman we saw earlier was the immortal imperatrix, and Milord was the immortal imperator." As he spoke, his voice grew quieter and quieter. However, he continued to look over his shoulder, as though he could see that black sea of flames, and the woman with the spike in her forehead. The immortal imperatrix. Bai Xiaochu knew that the Lord Bai Xiaoqi referred to was not himself, but rather, that sovereign from the immortal world. The fact that the old ghost woman had such an impressive origin finally gave him a clue as to why she was so powerful. The Taoist partner of a sovereign. Someone killed her, and not even he could resurrect her? I wonder, who could have done such a thing? He sat there thoughtfully, thinking about how, despite how long he had traveled within this void, and all of the ruins he had never seen anyone alive. Only the eternal immortal domains were left within this void that had once been a starry sky. It was the only place with life, surrounded by nothing but death and rubble, that led his train of thought to the fact that the original owner of the treasured fan, the sovereign from the immortal world who had passed the fan on to him, had once spoken of a great catastrophe to hit the starry sky, that in turn caused him to think of the enormous sovereign looming over the eternal immortal domains, that vicious, sleeping entity who was most definitely not dead. There is some enormous mystery at play here, a mystery that I have already begun to unravel. Bai Xiaochun sat there cross-legged on the fan, looking out at the void, wondering if the vile emperor and the saint emperor knew the truth. Regardless of whether or not they did, based on the clues he had unearthed so far, he was starting to get a general idea of his own. Some incomprehensibly powerful expert had massacred everything in the starry sky. All peoples, all lives, all other powerful experts. And he was none other than the enormous figure who existed above the eternal immortal domains. In the final battle over the eternal immortal domains, the Archlord, Saint Lord, and Vile Lord, all of them sovereigns, had sacrificed their own lives to seal that enemy, placing him in a state of existence which had lasted until now. There were still many things Bai Xiaochun didn't understand. Who was that incomprehensibly powerful expert? Why did he want to massacre everything in existence? Why did he wait until the very end to make his move on the eternal immortal domains? And how could such a powerful expert have been sealed by only 3 sovereigns? One would think that an entity strong enough to exterminate everything in the starry sky, including all of the other sovereigns and their people, wouldn't be so weak as to be sealed by 3 sovereigns. At the moment, there was no way to answer such questions. After looking out at the void for a long time, he went back to working on the formula for 28-colored flame. All the while, the weight of that desolate void seemed to weigh down on him. Perhaps the battle with the old ghost woman had ended with her paper body being destroyed. Whatever the reason, she never came after them again, leading Bai Xiaochun to breathe a sigh of relief. A 60-year cycle passed. During that time, he would occasionally go back to the eternal immortal domains to spend time with Debao, Xiao, Song Junwan, and Zhou Zimo. He also helped the 9 Serenities King and Spirit Advent King, as well as the Eastern and Northern demigods, to reach the celestial realm. Now the Archemperor dynasty had 8 celestials, making them even more powerful within the eternal immortal domains. Although they didn't control the largest territory in terms of the immortal domains, they were powerful enough that their dynasty truly formed a tripartite balance of power. The only downside was that, with the exception of Gongsun Wan'er, they were all in the early celestial realm. If they could get someone into the late celestial realm, then in terms of celestials they would be the most powerful of the 3 nations. Bai Xiaochun had long since allowed the treasured fan to follow its own course. During the 60-year cycle which had passed, he saw one set of ruins after another, and never-ending rubble. There was no other life in this void, making him feel like a time traveler witnessing the aftermath of a cataclysmic destruction. Slowly but surely, he gained a better understanding of the worlds that had populated the starry sky of the past. Bai Xiaoqi also provided details in response to the questions Bai Xiaochun asked. In addition to that, Bai Xiaochun finally conjured a 28-colored flame. His cultivation base was now at the peak of the great circle of the celestial realm, meaning that he was now extremely close to becoming an Archean. It was both a tiny gap and also a massive one. Unless he got the right opportunity and good fortune, he would not be able to bridge it. Even still, his battle prowess was even higher than before, and he had better control over his treasured fan. He could now summon 2 Archean slaves, both of whom could remain outside of the fan for 2 incense sticks worth of time. His Archean luminescence had also improved. He now had more than 50 shots, making it possible for him to defeat Archeans in battle without himself actually being one. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was not simply happy with how things were. Unless he was an Archean, he couldn't resurrect his subordinates if they died, which meant that his celestials were like trees with nothing to sink their roots into. If a storm came along, they could be wiped out overnight. Archean battle prowess was the backbone of an imperial dynasty, and the divine ability of resurrection was the only way to keep it alive long-term. Unfortunately, no matter what he tried, he couldn't come up with any way to bridge that final gap. Furthermore, multicolored flame had a lot to do with his cultivation base. By now, he realized that it was only with an Archean realm cultivation base that he could finish the formula for 29-colored flame. Eventually, he gave up all his tests and plans and settled his heart. Emptying himself out, he looked at the void, until one day, his eyes widened, and he rose to his feet. Bai Xiaoqi appeared next to him, and when he looked out, he murmured, "We meet again. This is the 9th time I've seen them." Far off in the void were countless glittering lights, which were countless crystalline lamps, eternally illuminating the coffins upon which they rested. There seemed to be too many coffins to count, perhaps millions. As they drifted through the void, they almost looked like rain. As the treasured fan slowed to a halt, Bai Xiaochun stood at its edge, looking out at the majestic scene. As the countless coffins passed by, he could see that inside them were the preserved corpses of both men and women. Unfortunately, they had existed for so long that many of them had begun to rot away, and seemed to be on the verge of disappearing altogether. It was a burial rain that continued for a long time. When the last coffin passed by, Bai Xiaochun stood there quietly, aware that this was one of the many peoples that had been involved in the massacres in the starry sky of the past. Before death, they had left this rain of coffins as their memorial within the void. In his years of travels collecting souls, Bai Xiaochun had come to a much better understanding of the void around him. And yet, despite all the ruins he had seen, nothing left him as shaken as watching millions of coffins floating by in front of him. Eventually, he turned his back on the void and sat down thoughtfully. As of this point, he was absolutely convinced that this void was a place of death, with the only life existing in the eternal immortal domains. The only things left are the souls and spirit automatons like Xiaoqi. Sighing, he looked over at Bai Xiaoqi and suddenly felt profoundly sorry for him. His own mood had sunk over the past few years, a period of time that was nothing compared to the immense span of time that the spirit automaton had floated alone through the void. It was no wonder that his attitude had been so bad when they first met. Time continued to pass in silence. Year after year, one set of ruins after another. One day, the fan suddenly began to slow down. It wasn't the work of Bai Xiaochun, nor Bai Xiaoqi. Apparently, the fan was about to reach its final destination. Off to the side, Bai Xiaoqi was panting, and his eyes flickered strangely, as though he was familiar with the location they were approaching, but at the same time unfamiliar. The region up above was filled with so many ruins that its overall size surpassed anything Bai Xiaochun had seen so far during his travels. In fact, it was impossible to see where these ruins ended. There were destroyed buildings, crushed boulders, and innumerable destroyed magical items. Occasionally, it was even possible to see plants that were so dried and withered that they would collapse into dust if they were touched. There were also slight fluctuations in the area that instantly caused Bai Xiaochun's aura to retract slightly, and his eyes to shine. Immortal energy, he murmured, rising slowly to his feet. As soon as he sensed that energy, and looked out to determine which path the fan was following, a monumental possibility occurred to him. I bet that this place is the immortal world mentioned by the sovereign owner of the fan. In the past, it was the most flourishing location in the starry sky, and home to the most advanced civilization. It was also where this fan was created. He looked over at Bai Shaoqi and could see that strange look in his eye, as if he recognized this place, but at the same time found it unfamiliar. That only seemed to bolster his speculation. And as he examined his surroundings more closely, he came to be convinced that he was looking at a shattered continent. From the endless dust-covered ruins, it was possible to guess how spectacular the immortal world of the past had been. Soon, an image appeared in Bai Xiaochun's mind of a landmass that surpassed the eternal immortal domains in size by nearly 100 times. In the area surrounding that enormous landmass were hundreds of thousands of spherical objects. Although it was impossible for Bai Xiaochun to determine what those objects were, the evidence of their existence was clear, based on the wreckage that remained. Home, Bai Shaoqi murmured. Shaken, Bai Xiaochun looked around at the ruins as they slowly drifted through them. Although the fan had clearly slowed down, it was still moving as quickly as a celestial. Even moving at that speed, years passed without any end in sight. During that time, Bai Xiaochun studied the ruins around him, passing hundreds of locations that pulsed with fluctuations that caused even him to shiver with fear. Even looking closely at such locations didn't provide any further information about them. However, considering Bai Xiaochun's progress with the essence of time, he was able to determine that they were the auras of powerful experts who had died countless years in the past. At the very least, such auras were at the level of an Archean. From these ruins, Bai Xiaochun began to gain an understanding of what the immortal world of yesteryear had been like. The sheer glory and power of this place defied imagination. It was impossible to even imagine what level of power, what catastrophe, could bring an end to the majestic immortal world. The continent shattered, Bai Xiaochun murmured. The hundreds of thousands of spheroids were crushed. All of the Archeans were exterminated, and the immortal imperatrix died a bitter death. All the immortal imperator could do was create this fan and send it away, along with a clone projection. He died here. Months passed. Eventually, when the fan reached a certain area, it decelerated rapidly. When that happened, Bai Xiaochun looked around at the ruins and realized that he felt something tugging at him, some huge object, and that object was none other than the destination of the treasured fan. Or perhaps, that enormous object had summoned the fan to it. It was what appeared to be a shockingly enormous pale white spheroid, fully 30,000 meters tall. Bai Xiaochun gasped. As for Bai Shaoqi, as soon as he saw the object, his lips quivered as though he wished to speak, and yet no words came out. However, his eyes radiated what could only be intense pain. Soon, Bai Xiaochun had an idea of what was happening. The fan began to slowly orbit the object, and as it reached the other side, Bai Xiaochun's mind began to spin. Off to the side, Bai Shaoqi let loose a weeping cry. "Milord! Immortal Imperator!" Bai Xiaochun blurted. This was no random sphere, it was a gigantic head. As its facial features became visible, Bai Xiaochun realized that they perfectly matched those of the projection of the immortal imperator that he had met in the 100th level of the treasured fan. Crusted blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His eyes were still open, even in death, and even after all of the countless tens of thousands of years which had passed since then, it was still possible to see the immense defiance within them. Just by looking into those eyes, Bai Xiaochun could almost hear a roar of rage that shook him down to his soul. Although he had previously speculated that the treasured fan had been summoned by the very sovereign who had created it, when the moment arrived that his theory was proved correct, he simply couldn't remain calm. In fact, the grief and rage contained within the head influenced the area around it, causing everything to distort from the pressure. If it weren't for Bai Xiaochun's particularly powerful fleshly body, and the fact that he was on the fan itself, he wouldn't have been able to even get close. Even with all that protection, he still felt out of sorts and had trouble breathing. After a bit of time passed, and he acclimated a bit, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to the immortal Imperator. After expressing his thanks to the immortal Imperator for creating the treasured fan, he rose from his bow and looked at the head. "Eh?" he murmured. Sending some divine sense out, he attempted to make contact with the head, and although it was difficult, with help from the fan, he succeeded. In that instant, he trembled, and his Tao seed began to tremble as if with desperate anticipation. Shaken, Bai Xiaochun realized that there was power lurking within the sovereign's head. It was a strange power, neither immortal energy nor cultivation-based power. It actually reminded him of when he had become a celestial, and the Eternal Mother had whispered into his ear. "It's Qi Flow," Bai Xiaoqi whispered. "I know why the fan came here. It wasn't summoned by my master, but rather from what exists inside my master's head. It's the Qi Flow of the immortal world. Bai Xiaochun, you are my lord's successor, and thus you qualify to absorb the last bit of Qi Flow from the immortal world. If you do, then breaking into the Archean realm should be as easy as turning over your hand." Bai Xiaochun looked at the sovereign's head, and as Bai Xiaoqi's voice rang in his ears, he realized that just as the spirit automaton had said, that strange power was indeed the last bit of Qi Flow from the immortal world. That Qi Flow had pulled the fan to it, which made sense considering that the Qi Flow had created the fan in this very location. As for his own Tao seed, it thirsted for that power for the same reason Bai Xiaoqi had mentioned. If he could absorb the last of the immortal world's Qi Flow, then he could easily break through into the Archean realm. This was an opportunity that any celestial would go crazy over, good fortune that was rarely encountered. Other than the eternal immortal domains, there were no other worlds in this void who had managed to preserve some of their Qi Flow through the catastrophe. Any other person besides Bai Xiaochun would have had to expend great effort to think of a way to extract that Qi Flow and absorb it. After all, it would require the approval of the Qi Flow itself. But Bai Xiaochun didn't need to worry about that. After becoming the owner of the fan, he had gained the approval of the sovereign's clone projection. In essence, he had already sown karma with the immortal world. Although it seemed like a tenuous connection, it was enough to acquire the approval of the Qi Flow. But now, he faced one main challenge: how to actually extract the Qi Flow. After a bit of analysis, his anticipation was building, and his eyes shone brightly. After all, he had been stuck in the great circle of the celestial realm for quite a while now, unable to break through. Therefore, this opportunity, this good fortune, was enough to cause his heart to swell with fervor. But as usual, he didn't act rashly. He first analyzed his surroundings, circling the area on the fan for a while, and even sending his Archean slaves out to explore a bit. Only after that did he emerge from the fan and approach the sovereign's head. As he neared, the pressure mounted, but soon enough he was only 30 meters away from it. At this distance, it wasn't even possible to see the top of the gigantic head. All he could see was grayish skin, with wrinkles as wide as his arm was long. Enduring the uncomfortable pressure and under the anxious gaze of Bai Xiaoqi, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then pushed out toward the sovereign's head, unleashing the power of his cultivation base in an attempt to extract the Qi Flow. Unfortunately, no amount of cultivation-based power provoked any reaction from the Qi Flow. It was almost as if it didn't even know Bai Xiaochun existed. He tried various divine abilities and magical techniques. He tried biting his tongue and using his own blood. But the Qi Flow didn't react in the least. Bai Xiaochun was really starting to get nervous. After hesitating for a moment, he took another step forward, using gravitational extermination in an attempt to nullify the pressure weighing down from the sovereign's head, and even unleashing some of the aura of his undying sovereign's fist. He also transmitted a message to Bai Xiaoqi asking for help, who then used the power of the fan to strengthen him. And thus, he continued forward step by step. From the 30-meter mark, he reached 24 meters, then 15 meters, then 9 meters. Eventually, he was only one pace away, close enough to reach out and touch the head. By that point, he was trembling, and his face was magenta from the effort. Reaching out, He placed his hand onto the skin that was the surface of the sovereign's head. In that instant, his head began to spin, and he was overwhelmed with what felt like a mountain crushing down on him. If he had acquired the chi flow at the price of being crushed a bit, he could have accepted it. But even after touching the head, there was no reaction from the chi flow. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he staggered backward until he was back on the fan. Gasping for breath, he looked over at the sovereign's head, completely flummoxed by the situation with the chi flow. How do I extract it? He thought. Off to the side, Bai Xiaoqi looked equally stunned and confused, and had no advice to give. Half a month passed, during which time Bai Xiaoqun tried everything he could think of. Each time he met with failure, coughed up blood, and waited to recover before trying again. Eventually, he was beginning to lose hope. Sitting there on the fan, he stared at the sovereign's head, considering if it might be possible to drag it into the face of the fan. It did not seem possible to extract the chi flow through ordinary means. As far as destroying the head, not only was he unable, even if he had been, he wouldn't stoop to that level. He had a bottom line in life, and repaying kindness with enmity was not something he would do. After all, in some ways, the immortal imperator was his master, and Bai Xiaoqi would obviously not tolerate such profane behavior. Bai Xiaoqun sat there with a frown on his face for 5 days, thinking. Eventually, his brow furrowed even more deeply as a new idea occurred to him. There seem to be 2 possibilities as to why I can't extract the chi flow. Either my methods are wrong or I don't qualify. If I qualified, then I should be able to just beckon to the chi flow and have it fly out to me. Therefore, I really only have one choice. I need to trick the chi flow into thinking that I'm the immortal imperator. His eyes began to shine brightly at the audacity of the idea. However, the more he thought about it, the more he realized that it seemed like a definite possibility. To trick the chi flow, I could use my Sutra of Future Paramitha to connect the immortal imperator's fate to my own. If that's not enough, I could use my Sutra of Former Reincarnation to try to gain access to some of the sovereign's memories, whatever is left in his head. If I can understand his life by experiencing his memories, then I will be him, and he will be me. After pondering the situation a bit more, he blurred into motion, heading directly toward the sovereign's head, specifically the forehead. As he got close, he reached out and touched the skin. Next, he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, unleashing his Sutra of Future Paramitha. Red strands swirled out into his left hand, transforming into a crimson Paramitha lily. The instant the flower entered the sovereign's head, Bai Xiaoqun's mind rumbled, and something profoundly ancient filled him. At the same time, a trembling scream erupted from his mouth. My head, my head. After connecting his fate to the sovereign's, it suddenly felt like his own head had been chopped off. The pain and the sensation of death were overwhelmingly realistic. Thankfully, he had been prepared for something like this and managed to hold on to consciousness. Then, to his excitement, the scrap of chi flow began to stir and move in his direction. Although it didn't come all the way, it covered nearly half the distance. Immediately, he brightened up. So, it's working. Well, now I need to see if I can fuse with his memories. His left hand blurred again as he unleashed the Sutra of Former Reincarnation. The instant he touched the sovereign's forehead, a tremor passed through him, and his eyes went blank. Suddenly, he didn't seem like himself, as though his soul were leaving his body and entering a world filled with mists. This world was so huge that Bai Xiaoqun began to turn completely blank, forgetting time, forgetting everything around him. Eventually, he felt someone pushing and prodding him. Bai Xiaoqun felt like he was being prodded awake from a deep sleep. He opened his eyes, and it was as if his soul had lost access to all of his previous memories. He had no idea who he was, and only knew that he felt very cold. White, fluffy snowflakes fell from above, completely obscuring the sky, and also covering the ground, making even the distant mountains a pale white color. Bai Xiaoqun found himself in a forest of withered trees. In fact, the trees were covered with so much snow that many of their branches had already snapped. The scattered branches that remained intact seemed like spots of black within the wider world of whiteness. "Do not fall asleep, little Chun," someone said. "Stay awake." Bai Xiaochun felt like he had been dreaming, except he couldn't remember what the dream had been about. Now that he was awake, everything was all a blur. All he knew was that it was cold, so cold that he felt like he might freeze. Perhaps the cold had sealed his memories. But then, he felt himself being prodded a few times, and a face appeared in front of him, white with frost. It was a youngster about 13 or 14 years old. He was gaunt, and apparently injured, as his clothing was torn and stained with blood. He looked very weak, but there was something about his eyes that was completely unforgettable. They shimmered like stars, but at the same time, contained a ruthlessness that belied his young age. And yet, when he gazed at Bai Xiaochun, that ruthlessness vanished, to be replaced with warmth and love. "Brother," Bai Xiaochun murmured, his lips quivering. Yes, his memories were telling him that this was indeed his older brother, a blood brother with whom he shared both father and mother. Even saying that one word, brother, caused a wave of exhaustion to pass through him. He almost wasn't sure he could deal with the biting wind, a wild wind that filled him with bleakness and desolation. It was obviously the dead of winter, what with the falling snowflakes. However, as he looked up into the sky, he realized that there were also bugs flying high up in the sky, pale white locusts. Apparently, their presence within the snowstorm was what had led to the famine which gripped the lands. There were other people in the area, refugees who huddled against the wind, their gaunt frames and listless expressions making it difficult to tell if they were even alive. They all feared the cold, and yet, no one seemed willing to start a fire. Not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't dare. When Bai Xiaochun looked at the locusts in the snowstorm, he could instantly tell that they were unique in more than one way. Not only could they survive in this icy cold, but it was also obvious that fire would attract their attention. And in the dead of winter, when food was scarce, they would eat anything they could find. The weight of all of these thoughts seemed to weaken him, to the point where he could barely lift his hand. However, he somehow managed to do that, and when he did, he saw the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old. His hand dropped back down, and he struggled to keep his eyes open. The young man who had spoken moments ago seemed relieved to see Bai Xiaochun awake. However, he could also see how weak he was, and how he was having trouble keeping his eyes open. He prodded him anxiously a few more times, clearly grieving at the fact that his younger brother was having trouble hanging on to life. The problem was hunger. Only if he could find food to eat would his brother have the strength to keep on living. "Hang in there a bit longer, little Chun. I'll get some food for you. Just wait. I'll be back right away." Determination flashed in the youngster's eyes, and as he turned away from his younger brother, the ruthlessness returned to his face. Looking like a lone wolf, he stalked off into the forest. He was clearly in a weak state, but apparently, Bai Xiaochun's moment of crisis had unlocked shocking toughness within him. Ignoring his injuries and his weakness, he vanished into the trees. "Brother," Bai Xiaochun murmured, although his voice was too quiet for anyone to hear. He knew that his big brother was going to get food for him, and vaguely remembered that it was only after the white locusts had arrived that the famine started, and disease spread. Everyone back home in their village had either starved to death or died of disease, including their parents. Bai Xiaochun knew that the only reason he was alive was his brother's strength. After he had fallen sick, his brother had cared for him and even carried him on his back during their journey. When the adults had begun to fight amongst each other for food, his brother had developed a ruthlessness that even they feared. His brother gave him most of the food. Even when his brother's stomach growled with hunger, he pretended to be full, and would say, "I'm your big brother, aren't I? Here, eat." Thus, Bai Xiaochun remained alive. He remembered that his name was Zhou Chun, and his older brother was Zhou Fan, and he was also sure that, without the dead weight that was himself, his ruthless brother would definitely have had it much better off in this chaotic world. Unfortunately, despite how his brother had cared for him, his sickness had weakened him to the point where he couldn't hang on for much longer. Without me, my brother would have a much better life, he thought. Eventually, he closed his eyes and let the snowflakes begin to cover him up, the flame of his life force beginning to flicker out. However, even as that was about to happen, a powerful force pushed the snow away, scattering even the white locusts in the area. At the same time, an old man descended from above, clad in a Taoist robe, an unsightly expression on his face. As soon as the refugees in the area saw the old man, they kowtowed, trembling. They opened their mouths as if to beg for his help. But even as they did, locusts began to crawl out from inside them. None of them had the power to even scream as they simply waited to die. The old man looked at all of the refugees who had already been infected by the parasitic locusts, and a gleam of pity appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about the situation. Waving his hands, he put the tortured refugees out of their misery. Clearly in a horrific mood, the old man turned to leave, which was when he noticed Bai Xiaochun. He muttered, stopping in place and looking more closely. A moment later, his eyes lit up with disbelief. A Dao body? Walking over to Bai Xiaochun, he waved his hand, causing a warmth to enter him that stabilized the flickering flame of his life force. As he looked closer at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes began to shine even more brightly. Throwing his head back, he laughed heartily before picking the unconscious Bai Xiaochun up and flying up into the air with him. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, the emaciated Zhou fan staggered back. Snow was piled up on his shoulders and head, and each step he took left drops of blood on the snow. He had a few new wounds on his face, and he was bleeding from his abdomen. He was in very bad shape, and yet, his eyes flickered with excitement. Tucked into the fold of his garment was a steamed bun, soaked with blood, that he had risked his life to rob from someone else. Little Chan, I found some food for. Before he could finish speaking, his face fell as he noticed all the corpses in the area. Looking around anxiously, he rushed over to where he had left Bai Xiaochun, only to find no one there. That, and the sight of all of locusts devouring the nearby corpses, made his heart seize. Little Chan, he wailed. Little Chan. He had lost his only relative. He had lost everything. Trembling, he continued to search in vain. In the end, he dropped down onto the very spot where his brother had been lying, holding the blood-soaked bun, and began to weep. Little Chan. In his despair, he didn't notice that the scent of the blood had attracted a horde of white locusts, who descended from the sky and swarmed over him. Somewhere in the void, in the ruins of the immortal world, next to the sovereign's head, Bai Xiaoqi was paying close attention to everything. He saw Bai Xiaochun shiver, and then weaken in unprecedented fashion. He seemed to be instantly drained of energy, and blood began to ooze out of the corners of his mouth as he toppled down and away from the statue. However, at the same time, the chi flow, which had remained unmoving this entire time, stirred, and 30% of it shot toward Bai Xiaochun. That portion of the chi flow entered Bai Xiaochun, causing him to shiver. Soon, he was back on the treasured fan, looking exhausted, but excited. As the 30% of the chi flow entered him, his cultivation base power suddenly formed a resonance with the ruins of the immortal world. It caused his mind to reel as shocking transformations occurred to his cultivation base. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun was sure that if he could absorb the rest of that chi flow and formed a complete resonance with the ruins of the immortal world, then his cultivation base would definitely break through to the next level. What did you see? Bai Xiaoqi asked anxiously. I saw. Strange light flickered in his eyes as he recalled what he had just experienced. He remembered being Zhou Chen and how he had forgotten that he was Bai Xiaochun. It was as if he had actually become Zhou Chen. More precisely, everything he had said, and even his thoughts were all memories, recollections of things that had occurred in the past. Bai Xiaochun looked over at Bai Xiaoqi. The immortal imperator's name was Zhou Chen. Bai Xiaoqi shivered. Looking back in shock at Bai Xiaochun, he quietly said, So you really did succeed. Although everything he had said before was true, and he really did hope that Bai Xiaochun would be able to get that chi flow. He had believed it to be too hard. And when Bai Xiaochun had fallen moments ago, his hesitation had grown. But now, he found out that Bai Xiaochun had actually succeeded. I saw the immortal imperator as a youth. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes and thought back to everything he had seen. Frowning, he realized that he was still somewhat under the effects of what had just happened. As soon as he thought back to the sovereign's brother, a swell of fondness rose up in his heart. If I continue with this, the emotional effects will probably get more serious. But I have to do it. I need this chi flow to achieve my cultivation-based breakthrough. After considering matters for a bit, he decided that although there were some risks, he could accept that. Eyes flashing with determination, he once again flew up toward the sovereign's head. Having been through the process once before, and having already acquired 30% of the chi flow, he quickly unleashed his Sutra of the Future and Sutra of the Former. His mind began to reel, and he felt the same thing as last time. His mind went blank. Time passed, and then he opened his eyes. Blinding sunlight stabbed into his eyes, but he didn't close them. He stood outside a valley of black clouds, tall, handsome, and the very picture of righteousness and vitality. However, there was something that pained him in his heart, a feeling that he couldn't dispel. The last time he had entered the sovereign's memories, he had been young, but now Zhou Chun was middle-aged. Many things had happened since his youth, and he had accomplished much. He wasn't alone outside of the valley of black clouds. A few hundred people were at his side, all of them cultivators, and they were flanked by thousands more cultivators. Clearly, they had this area locked down tight. Even further back were tens of thousands of cultivators, gathered in ranks, causing immense pressure to weigh down on the area. All gazes in the area were fixed on one thing. Standing in front of Zhou Chen, with his back to the valley of black clouds, was a middle-aged cultivator in a black robe, with long black hair and blood smeared all over his face. He was also handsome, but in a vicious, evil way. His eyes were violet, and his expression was ice-cold. The murderous aura he radiated could shake heaven and earth, and could not even be suppressed by the tens of thousands of cultivators in the area. Unfortunately, he was injured, with his chest caved in, and his right leg broken. The pain involved must have been intense, but he simply stood there looking out, not at the tens of thousands of cultivators, but at one person. That person was Bai Xiaochun, or rather, Zhou Chun. "Brother," Bai Xiaochun said, his voice filled with pain. He almost seemed to be pleading, although he didn't realize it. "Come back with me. I can be your guarantor. It's not your fault you did all those things. His pain and guilt stemmed from how, years ago, he had pled with his master to go search for his brother, Zhou Fan. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find him. At that point, he had sworn to avenge his death, and had gone crazy practicing cultivation. Later on, he had exterminated the entire White Locust dynasty, which at that time had come to dominate all of the immortal world's lower three heavens. Eventually, the world returned to normal, and Zhou Chun felt that he could breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was never able to forget about that older brother of his. Years later, he came to find that the immortal world had 9 heavens, and that he lived in the lower 3 heavens. Eventually, he became one of the most well-known figures there, the subject of much adoration. That was when Zhou Fan reappeared. He led the forces of the Black Locust dynasty, which were far more terrifying than the White Locust dynasty. As they spread through the lower 3 heavens, consuming everything in their path, they added the power of their victims to Zhou Fan's cultivation base. It was a vile, terrifying technique that caused widespread alarm among the cultivators of the lower 3 heavens. A bitter war was fought for many years. It was a difficult, deadly era that culminated in this event. "I'll even give up my shot at reaching the middle 3 heavens if it will keep you safe," Bai Xiaochun continued. "Brother, please, come with me." Mixed emotions could be seen in the eyes of the black-robed Zhou Fan. However, he shook his head, and his eyes turned as cold as ice. "From now on, little Chun, you and I are not family." Looking around at the surrounding cultivators, he smiled mockingly. then turned and walked into the valley of black clouds. No one attempted to stop him. As far as they were concerned, stepping into that valley meant that he was already dead, exterminated. In apparent confirmation of their assumption, as Zhou Fan walked into the clouds, they began to eat away at his body. He trembled as he walked forward, his flesh rotting off, bones becoming visible. As he corroded, waves of black locusts erupted from inside of him, shrieking in pain as they tried to escape. Before they could, they were obliterated by the clouds. Everyone else sighed in relief, but not by Xiaochun. Pain gripped his heart as he watched his brother being eaten away by the clouds. Finally, he stepped forward and called out in a loud voice, "Brother, why are you doing this? Tell me, why?" Zhou Fan was clearly having a hard time struggling forward. When he heard his brother's voice, he stopped for a moment, then opened his mouth as if to speak. However, he said nothing. Bowing his head, he continued onward, rotting away. By now, he was little more than bones, making a completely fearsome sight. Only his eyes continued to burn with obsession and focus as he strode deeper into the valley of clouds. Already, it was possible for him to see something at the end of the valley, in the depths of the black clouds, something enormous. It was a battleship